477. The water god of the Iron Talisman River, Yang Hua, did not get angry. However, her golden eyes overflowed with a sense of inspection. She was somewhat unrestrained as she seriously sized up the young swordsman in front of her again. As the night fell, Yang Hua, as a god, appeared in her golden body. Her simple and elegant dress was overflowing with a layer of golden light, making her, who was already beautiful, even more dazzling. The moon of the river was like the jewelry of this woman, the god of the river. On the other hand, the young man in front of her was far from being detached from the world like her. In the past, Yang Hua also looked at Chun Pingan with the same gaze. At that time, he was a young man with straw sandals. She could only see a sense of poverty and a faint fist intent. At this moment, except for a few external objects, it seemed that she could not see anything else, such as the sword-cultivating gourd that Wei Pai chose at his waist, a green robe that could not be called a robe, and of course the most important thing was the sword behind Chun Pingan. Yang Hua had always been very conceited about her swordsmanship. The golden sword in her arms was not an ordinary object. It was a divine weapon that was almost put in the replica of the Baek Okekyung building. It was troublesome if she could not see it. Of course, for Yang Hua, it was the reason to draw the sword. Between the two, there was a wave of mountain foam Shui missed without warning. Wei Pai, who was dressed in white and had golden rings on his ears, appeared. He smiled and said, "Sejuan is not here, but the rules are still there. Don't make it difficult for me." As soon as Wei Pai came, Yang Hua's dazzling demeanor was immediately suppressed. Yang Hua looked straight ahead. She only had eyes for the young swordsman who had been traveling all year round. She said, "As long as the life and death contract is signed, it is in accordance with the rules." Chun Pingan said slowly, "It's a pity that your master doesn't seem like someone who likes to follow the rules." Yang Hua finally revealed a sliver of anger. If the master was humiliated, the subject would die. The empress had saved her life and taught her the Tao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have abandoned everything in the secular world with a single word from the empress. She would have risked her life and suffered the torment of being skinny to the bone just to become the water god of Tiefu River, even if there were some words in the depths of her heart that she wanted to say to the empress in person one day. An outsider dared to criticize the empress' conduct. A bastard from Clay Bottle Alley suddenly became rich, and his bones were light. Wei Pai seemed to be a little surprised, but he soon felt relieved. He acted even more shamelessly than the two sides. "As long as I'm here, you won't be able to fight. If you're willing to fight on your own in the end, then you can fight to your heart's content." Chun Pingan smiled at Wei Pai and said, "I didn't want to talk to her. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Send me to Pei Qian." Wei Pai nodded. Yang Hua said, "Chun Pingan, why don't you just trouble Mountain God Wei to send you to the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain? Wouldn't it be safer to hide under the eyes of a martial arts grandmaster? I definitely wouldn't dare to chase after you." Chun Pingan replied, "What? You can't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why do you have to pester me?" Yang Hua's face was like frost. Dense water vapor lingered around her body. She was the water god of a river. The Tiefu River, which was originally calm and almost silent, suddenly boiled. There was a faint sound of thunder under the water. Wei Pai felt a headache coming on. Without another word, he quickly activated his natal divine ability and hurriedly sent Chun Pingan to the Riding Dragon Alley. Otherwise, he and the sage Wan Wei might not be able to stop this one-track-minded couple. Yang Hua shifted her gaze slightly and stared at the mountain god, whose temperament was becoming more and more otherworldly. Her eyes were cold, without the slightest respect. Wei Pai smiled bitterly and said, "Both sides are not people. Why would I bother to come here?" Yang Hua asked directly back then, When you and Su Ruo were riding on demons and passing by this place, why did you look at me strangely? Wei Pai smiled and said, Don't forget that although I was still a native of Chidong Mountain, after all, I was once the mountain god of a country. Naturally, I could see that your golden body rank was too high and unusual. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yang Hua shook her head and said, You're lying. Wei Pai did not entangle with her on this topic. He smiled softly and said, Walk with me? Wei Pai took the lead to move. After walking a few steps, he turned his head and said, Living people mix in officialdom. We dead people mix in incense. Don't we all have to follow the rules? Wan Wei is obviously not here. Why did Qin Pingan give up the more worry-saving sword ride and choose to walk back to the town on foot? Yang Hua then began to move, with Wei Pai in front and behind. The two mountain god and the water god walked on the bank of the Iron Talisman River that was gradually stabilizing. Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said slowly, If I'm not wrong, you stopped Qin Pingan only because of your competitiveness. Fundamentally, you still can't bear to give up your identity as a sword cultivator in the world of the living. Now, your golden body is not stable. You've consumed incense and are still young. It's not enough for you to widen the gap between you and the water god of Shihua River, Yuyo River, and Chongdan River. Therefore, your purpose in provoking Qin Pingan is actually very simple. It's really just to learn from each other. You don't want to use your realm to oppress others. Since it's clearly a very simple matter, why can't you speak properly? Do you really think that Qin Pingan doesn't dare to kill you? Believe it or not, even if Qin Pingan kills you, your death will be in vain. Maybe the first person to speak up for Qin Pingan will be the imperial concubine who wants to bury the hatchet. Yang Hua was silent. The mountain is higher than the water. This is the vast world's common sense. The rank of the 5 mountain god in a country is higher than any water god. However, Yang Hua obviously did not have much respect for Wei Pai. Wei Pai did not care about this. It was as if he was talking to himself. How close is the distance between two thoughts? If you recite together, there will be people who will feel it across thousands of mountains and rivers. It can connect to the blue sky and the yellow spring. Sometimes, how far is the distance between one thought and another? Yang Hua stopped and sneered. I'm not in the mood to listen to your sharp words. As long as it's Tiefu River's duty, I will not slack off. If you want to show off the North Mountain God's arrogance, you found the wrong person. If you want to ostracize me and Tiefu River like you did Luo Pa Mountain God's song, just come at me. I'll take it. Wei Pai turned his head and smiled. It's better if you replace the word mood with martial arts. It'll be more tactful. In other words, it's not that you're stubborn and disrespectful to your superior, but that you want to create a golden body and absorb the essence of the incense. In my ears, it's just that you don't understand the ways of the world. It's pardonable. Yang Hua stopped. Are you done teaching me a lesson? Wei Pai nodded and smiled charmingly. That's all for tonight. I'll find you for a heart-to-heart talk in the future. Yang Hua's face was gloomy. Wei Pai stretched out a finger and put it to his mouth. Some hurtful words that are already on the tip of your tongue. Don't say them if you can. Remember. Yang Hua was indeed worthy of being Empress Dali's personal maid. Instead of restraining herself, she said straightforwardly, You really don't know what the local high gods of Dali, such as the old mountain gods and those who live near the capital, say about you behind your back? I didn't think so before, but after seeing you tonight, Wei Pai, you're really an opportunist. Wei Pai smiled and waved his hand. I know what to say, but what others say I have to do? Do you really think you're a saint with heavenly laws? A heavenly lord whose words come true? Qin Pingan just said that you like him, so you keep pestering him. Is that true? Wei Pai withdrew his hand. Don't try to provoke me in this way. Then you and I will never talk to each other again, so you can have some peace and quiet. I won't talk to you too much in the future, and I'll talk to you in a targeted way. I won't delay your cultivation." Yang Hua was helpless, but she was still angry. She couldn't help but sneer. "You flatter Chinpingan so much. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you know that, not to mention those who know the truth, there are many gods of mountains and rivers who don't know the truth? Whether they're in Dali or vassals, they've heard some rumors and are secretly laughing at you." Wei Ba made a very childish move. He stretched out his thumb and index finger, and after spreading them open, he pressed his cheeks and gently pulled them up to make a smiling face. "As long as you all smile obediently when you see me, that's enough. As for what they say behind my back and what they think in their heads, I'm not interested." Yang Hua's mouth twitched, and she stood with her sword in hand. She obviously didn't believe Wei Pai's nonsense. Wei Pai sighed. "Although you suffered some hardships when you achieved the golden body of a god, but one day when you have the ups and downs of my life, you will understand that these human emotions are only human emotions." Wei Pai finally said, "The great Tao is long, and cultivation isn't easy. You have to think more when you meet people and things. The success or failure of the world is ultimately based on dealing with people." Yang Hua was still tit for tat. "If you like to talk about principles so much, why don't you just go to Linlu Academy or Chin Academy and be a teacher?" Wei Pai suddenly tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Is it true that principles are never principles? Can't you listen?" Yang Hua knew that something was wrong. Wei Pai raised his hands and gently shook his sleeves. His sleeves fluttered like two balls of snowflakes, and it was wonderful. The incense essence at the Jiang Temple and the water essence at the Tiefu River condensed into two balls of golden and dark green, respectively, and were collected by Wei Pai. Wei Bo swaggered off. Yang Hua stood in the same place, stunned. Then they would continue north until they reached the coast of the sea in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. However, Li Baoping used some reason to persuade the saint of the academy, Mao Xiaodong, to stay in the small town. Shi Rou guessed that the ancestors of the Li family must have pleaded with teacher Mao. Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi had already left Longquan County. Before they left, this immortal couple who had already traveled half the continent hand in hand made a special trip to find Zhu Lian for a drink and to become sworn brothers. When Chun Pingan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Lu Qingshan didn't seem like someone who would cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper for others. He wasn't his first disciple either. Shi Rou smiled and revealed the mystery. It turned out that Lu Boqi had recognized Zhu Lian as his elder brother. He said that Zhu Lian had to go to Qinghuan country to attend her and Lu Qingshan's wedding banquet. Chun Pingan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. What was this? And what was this? In addition, there were a few serious matters that couldn't be considered small. However, Shi Rou didn't say much. She still hoped that Qin Pingan could chat with Zhu Lian. She had to admit that when Zhu Lian did things, regardless of whether it was big or small, he was steady and steady. It was just that his mouth was annoying, and his eyes made her feel that even a female ghost would be terrified. One was that Lu Zhongruan of the Pearl Island in the book Slip Lake didn't come personally. Instead, he sent a trusted disciple to visit Luapa Mountain with gifts. At that time, Wei Pai even took the initiative to show his face, which frightened the young woman who was only in the cave-dwelling realm. Later on, she couldn't even speak clearly. Then there were the two water gods of Huangting country, Yujiang and Bai Xiuzhang, who visited Luapa Mountain one after another. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng were in charge of receiving them. After listening to Shi Rou's orderly narration, Qin Pingan pointed to the main room and asked with a smile, "How are the faces of those two guys?" Shi Rou was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "Pei Qian is naughty, but I didn't think that Miss Li would also let Pei Qian fool around." "Young master, you don't know. When I saw their pitiful appearance in the shop, my mood was similar to that of the girl in Pearl Island. but they were quite happy. We also agreed that the next time we learned good martial arts, we would go to the dragon's pool and tiger's den. Chun Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure, Ro didn't know why, but it seemed that after settling down in the shop, she seemed to be more comfortable than on the other side of Luapa Mountain. She even teased Chun Pingon. "Young master, did you bring a gift for someone during this trip?" Chun Pingon grunted. Flipping his wrist, he took out the 3 small objects he bought at the D-Long Mountain Ferry and handed them to Shiro, the red bowl and tile inkstone, while he himself picked up a pair of seal engravings from a certain country in the southeast. He placed it by his ear and gently tapped it. Listening to the clear and melodious sound, he tilted his head and said with a laugh, "3 things. I spent 12 pieces of snow coins. If you like anything, you can pick one." Shiro glanced at the lovely red bowl a few more times and shook her head. "Forget it." Chun Pingon smiled. "Gifts are usually given in pairs. An odd number is not good. I'll be going on a long journey soon and won't be back in a short time. You can treat it as a red packet for next year's spring festival." Shiro gently raised the red bowl in her hand. "Then this one?" Chun Pingon nodded and reminded her, "Don't let it slip in the future. The little girl likes to keep accounts. She doesn't dare to nag in front of me, but you can't avoid being nagged by her for several years." Shiro put away the small bowl and handed the forever blessed tile inkstone back to Chun Pingon. Shiro was puzzled. "Young master, do you like to give gifts so much?" Chun Pingon smiled. "You may not know, but since I was young, I've always liked to earn money and save money. At that time, I worked hard to save copper coins. Sometimes when I couldn't sleep at night, I would pick up a small pottery jar and gently shake it. The sound of copper coins hitting the jar is something you haven't heard, right?" Later, when Zheng Dafeng was still guarding the east gate of the small town, I made a business deal with him. Every time I sent a letter to someone in the small town, I could earn a copper coin. Every time I went to Zheng Dafeng to get a letter, I couldn't wait for Zheng Dafeng to throw me a big wicker basket. But in the end, I couldn't earn more than a few coins. Later, because of some things, I left my hometown. Shiro smiled and shook her head. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward. "It's not that I've become extravagant now that I'm rich. It's not like that. The reason why I was so greedy back then was so that one day I wouldn't have to haggle over small matters. I wouldn't have to be restrained every time I have to spend money. For example, when I go to my parents' graves, I can buy better things when I buy things. During the new year, it's not like I can't afford spring festival couplets. I can only go to the gate of the courtyard next door and take a few more glances at the couplets. That kind of embarrassment that I'm used to, and that kind of joy in the midst of bitterness. Anyone who sees it would feel that it's very childish." Shiro already didn't know how to continue. Chun Pingon was silent for a moment. He thought for a moment. Some words might be a bit of a wet blanket, but since I'm about to leave Longquan County, you can just take it as listening to a few words. In any case, after listening to them, you probably won't bother me for at least 3 years. Shiro smiled and said, "Young master, please speak." Chun Pingon pointed at Shiro. "I've never felt that you've taken advantage of this immortal's shed skin, but the fortune under the heavens, once it's passed through the door, it's like the feng shui going around in circles. Most of it can't be kept. Since you've accepted this opportunity, you must first not hold any grudges in your heart. How you hold on to it firmly is your ability, of course, whether you believe it or not. And whether you feel that I'm deliberately saying some words to curry favor, I have to say that I don't expect you, Shiro, to rely on this shed skin to do anything for Luopa Mountain in the future. I only hope that you, Shiro, can blend in with others in Luopa Mountain and this small shop in Dragon Rider Alley. Don't always feel that you're out of place and that it's the other people's problem. You have to learn how to do as the Romans do. Of course, this isn't easy. Isn't that right?" Shiro thought for a while. "Young master, you're sincere and kind. I'll think about it more. Chun Pingon put away the calligraphy and tile and took off the blade-strengthening gourd to drink wine. Have you noticed that in Luopa Mountain, or rather in the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, there are so many people today? Their statuses and realms are different, but the closeness of relationships is not determined based on this. I'm telling you this, Shiro, not because I want you to become the kind of person in my heart, but because I don't want you to feel wronged in your heart. The grievances are real, but you misunderstand the truth. Shiro asked Chun Pingon, in the future, when there are more people in Luopa Mountain, will you also open your heart to people like this? Chun Pingon shook his head. In the future, if I really have my own sect on the mountain, there will be dozens or hundreds of people. At that time, I definitely won't be able to take care of them. But it doesn't matter, I have you guys. Moreover, I've always felt that reason doesn't have to be said. Stand upright and have a good attitude. You, Julien, Zheng Dafeng, and the others all have their own merits. Naturally, there will be reason. Chun Pingon suddenly raised his arm and stretched out his hand, just like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening things silently. It's better than a guy like me, who can't even be considered a scholar, talking endlessly. Shiro stared at the side of the young man's face. She was stunned and speechless. After that, Chun Pingon began to practice the sword furnace stance. Shiro returned to her room. Wei Pai appeared under the eaves and smiled. You go ahead, I can wait. An hour later, Chun Pingon opened his eyes and sighed. You've waited for a long time. Wei Pai asked, What's the matter? Chun Pingon said helplessly. In fact, when I went to the Gong Willow Island and saw Lu Laocheng, a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, and heard him personally talk about his experience of the inner demon, I realized that my state of mind was actually spoiled by excessive enthusiasm. Later, Senior Chui also said that the soul-questioning game at the Calligraphy Lake was a test that only a Jindan or even a nascent soul cultivator would go through. The biggest trouble was that after my natal porcelain broke, my state of mind was also fragmented. Although I was piecing together what I saw and learned along the way, there was still a long way to go before I could rebuild a longevity bridge that could withstand wind and rain. As a result, in the Verdant Gorge Island, I destroyed my courage and made things worse. Although I finally convinced myself at the Calligraphy Lake, in the process of convincing myself, there were many burdens on my body. The crux of the problem was that there was a fundamental conflict between facts and reason. This had nothing to do with the Calligraphy Lake. It was just my own business. Chun Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. This time, he really drank to drown his sorrows. I used to believe that as long as I knew more reasons, my punches and swords could be faster and faster. Chun Pingon murmured. But as I learned more about the complexity of the world and the uncertainty of good and evil in people's hearts, I hoped that before I made a move, I must look at the opponent's line or several lines and think about as many possibilities as possible, the best and the worst, and then use my swordsmanship to cut and circle. Only in this way can I reach the level where I think I'm not wrong. At that time, I can make a move faster. Chun Pingon said to himself, but once things happen suddenly, I must immediately distinguish right and wrong, life and death. It's not up to me to study people's hearts and the truth in order. What should I do? Wei Pai nodded and said, the more right the world's reason is, the more important it is. As a pure martial artist, you're spinning a cocoon around yourself because you know very well that you're not happy. Thinking back to those years when you were at your poorest, Chun Pingon, your state of mind was the most relaxed because at that time, you were very sure that there were only a few reasons you had to adhere to. So you could bear with it, and if you couldn't, you had to fight with your life. Therefore, whether it was facing Kai Chinchien Funan Hua or your enemies later on, the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain and Ma Kushuan of Apricot Blossom Alley, you had to show how much your fist intent was worth. With a clear conscience, your fist intent was pure, and life and death were not important. I would make the first move. Chun Pingan said in a low voice. That's right. Wei Pai leaned against the pillar. That's why you wanted to go to the North Continent. You wanted to be free and unrestrained, hoping that the sword cultivators and martial artists of Jianghu, they were really unreasonable and only knew how to act domineeringly. This was the solution you came up with after leaving Book Slip Lake. However, when you left Luapa Mountain and revisited old places and met old friends, you saw the world in a different light. In the end, you realized that you were wavering. You thought that even if you went to the North Continent, you would still be sloppy. Because at the end of the day, people are still people. They have their own joys and sorrows. Chun Pingan remained silent and took a big gulp of wine. Wei Pai said softly, looks like it's another unsolvable deadlock. Either you become another Chun Pingan, or you can only stagger forward and practice your fists and swords. Even if you can improve along with your realm, you are destined to not be able to achieve the fastest that you want. Wei Pai changed the topic. Do you suddenly feel that no matter how far you go or how much you see, there is something wrong with this world? But you can't put your finger on it, so you can only hold it in. And this is neither a big nor a small doubt. It seems that drinking is useless, and you can't even talk to anyone about it. Chun Pingan's eyes widened. Wei Pai's words hit the nail on the head. Wei Pai was still in his lazy posture. He looked up at the bright moon. There must be a sun and a moon in a person's heart. Wei Pai narrowed his eyes and smiled. You can't do without either. Chun Pingan fell in a deep thought. Wei Pai turned around and smiled. Since the general direction is right, it's just difficult. What are you afraid of? Chun Pingan, you're afraid of suffering? Why, it's not like you had nothing in the past. It's as if you suddenly have something to look forward to in life, and you're starting to have the burden of being strong. You might as well use the stupidest method to examine yourself. First, being reasonable is never a bad thing. Being reasonable is even rarer. Second, now that you feel that the reason is hindering your fists and swords, don't doubt that your first is wrong. It only means that you haven't done well enough, that the reason is not clear enough, and that your fists and swords are still not fast enough. Chun Pingan's eyes brightened, but he smiled bitterly. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Wei Pai spread out his hands. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. Chun Pingan smiled in relief. Listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. Wei Pai clicked his tongue, as expected of the mountain master of Flattery Mountain. Chun Pingan laughed. You think so of Luapa Mountain too? Chun Pingan quickly stopped laughing. He didn't want to disturb the people in the main room. Wei Pai suddenly said, in fact, the Dali Imperial Court had a lot of arguments about Gu Kan's father's promotion. The Ministry of Rights wanted to promote him to a state god, but Yuan Chao and Chao Chao didn't agree. So the Ministry of Punishments and the Ministry of Revenue joined hands to fight against the Ministry of Rights. Master Guan's Ministry of Officials also got involved. I didn't expect that a small state god would actually cause such a big trouble in the imperial court. All the other forces got involved. Obviously, no one is willing to let the vassal king and state preceptor Chui Shi join. At most, there will be a concubine in the palace, and the discussion will be over. Chun Pingan patted the bench under his buttocks and asked tentatively, for that vacant position? Wei Pai nodded. It has been too long. It is against the rules. That's why the 3 groups of Dali Iron Cavalry in the middle of the Aquarius continent have some people's hearts. Chun Pingan shook his head. I don't care about that. Wei Pai smiled. I am telling you this because I want you to know that every family has its own difficulties. Chun Pingan is not the only one who has difficulties. Chun Pingan said, don't just stand there. It is easy for you to talk. Wei Pai glanced at Chun Pingan. You are a guy who is sitting. How can you talk about me? Who is standing? Wei Pai stood up straight. That's enough. You don't have to worry about Tiefu River. I will beat her. Chun Pingan nodded. Chun Pingan thought of something. He took the Holy Water Country's Imperial Pine Smoke ink from Qingfu Square at the Earth Dragon Mountain Ferry crossing. Wei Ba smiled and said, "If it's priced at 5 small coins, it's a good deal." Qingfu Workshop is still too short-sighted and doesn't know what's good for them. But you can't blame them. I'm afraid not many people know about the wonders of this item. I will quickly send someone to Qingfu Square. Chun Pingon said, "This trip back and forth will also have expenses. This immortal money has to be included." Wei Pai laughed and asked, "What does it have to do with me? I don't need to pay. How many people do you think there are in the Northern Peak region who want to make this trip back to where they came from and spend this money for nothing? Dozens? 100? On the other hand, whether it is 5 small summer coins or 10 small summer coins, I will give them a favor. It is equivalent to a reassurance pill. No matter what, the other party will earn a lot." The current Chun Pingon naturally understood with just a hint. Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. Before he left, he reminded Chun Pingon that the cross-continent ferry would arrive soon. Don't miss the time. Arriving at the majestic ancestral temple at the peak of the cloud-covering mountain, Wei Pai lay on the eaves and fell asleep with the sky as his blanket. Rivers flow everywhere. Winding rivers flow. Mountains depend on each other. Dragons from 1,000 miles come to live. Fish gather in the deep abyss. Birds roost in the forest. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. Outstanding people. The sky was slightly bright. Pei Qian sleepily pushed open the door. Holding the mountain walking stick, he swaggered over the threshold. He looked up at the sky and said casually, "God, I will make a bet with you. If I don't master a peerless sword art today, Master will immediately appear in front of me. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Pei Qian nodded. "Not talking? Then you agree. If you lose the bet and go back on your word, you are not a good god." Pei Qian hopped into the courtyard. In the end, he was stunned on the spot. Under the eaves of Shiro's side room, Master seemed to be sitting there and looking at him. Chun Pingon looked at that tan face. Sure enough, it was still swollen like a steamed bun. This was even after applying medicine to reduce the swelling a little. One could imagine how pitiful it was when he ran back to Longquan County from Chiduan Mountain. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes. "Master, I'm not dreaming, right?" Chun Pingon smiled. "Then slap yourself." Pei Qian blinked and chuckled. "I'm not stupid." He turned his head towards the main room and shouted loudly, "Big Sister Baoping, my master is here." A slender and elegant lady in red walked out of the room quickly. Her face was even more red and swollen than Pei Qian's. Therefore, at first glance, she was not that beautiful. Moreover, she did not feel embarrassed because of her face. She shook off her arm and jogged all the way to Chun Pingon's side. She suddenly stopped and smiled brightly. "Little martial uncle." Chun Pingon stood in front of the 2 people of the same age. He stretched out his hands and gestured. Pei Qian had a long face. Why was Big Sister Baoping like this? Why was Master like this? Chun Pingon actually did not dare to believe it when he first saw little Baoping. How did that little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket grow so tall in the blink of an eye? Shiro moved 2 chairs out. Pei Qian wanted to sit on the bench with his master. He glanced at Li Baoping, who was already sitting on a chair. Pei Qian immediately lifted his, but again, and sat beside Li Baoping. Chun Pingon looked at the 2 guys' red and swollen faces. He held back his laughter and asked, "Li Huai, and the rest have already followed Maoshan Mountain Master to the north?" Li Baoping nodded vigorously. "Later on, my grandfather will personally bring me to catch up with the big group. Little martial uncle, you don't have to worry." Chun Pingon asked, "Have you met Dong Shuijing?" Li Baoping smiled. "Pei Qian and I have been to Mount Fengliang. The wontons there are not bad. They are not as good as little martial uncles." Pei Qian's face was stiff, and he did not move. The charcoal girl muttered in her heart, She remembered that Sister Bao Ping ate 2 big bowls of wonton at Dong Shuijing's wonton shop. However, she did not dare to say this in front of Sister Bao Ping. What if Sister Bao Ping despised her for being talkative in the future and did not bring her along anymore? Chun Pingan reminded her, when you pass by the capital, you must look for Shi Chunjia. Li Baoping made a sound of acknowledgement. I've already sent the letter. The girl with the goat horn is waiting for me. Chun Pingan then turned to look at Pei Qian. Have you thought about it? Do you want to go to the school to study? Pei Qian's head drooped. I've thought it through. Sister Baoping wants me to go to the school to study. She even dragged me to the school for a few days. She said that she wanted to find out what was true and what was false. She wanted to know both herself and her enemy. She wanted to know the temperament of every teacher so that she could avoid being punished and copying books. Sister Bao Ping also did not allow me to show off my book box to others. She also did not allow me to put a talisman on my forehead when I went to school. There were many other rules that Sister Bao Ping wrote down on paper. She wanted me to copy them every day. Li Baoping patted Pei Qian's head. This is called difficult at first, but easy later on. When you go to the school, you don't have to be afraid of the teachers. If you have any questions, you can ask them. If you are bullied by your classmates, don't just cry and complain to Sister Shiro. You must solve it at the school with your own abilities. When you go to the school, what is the most important thing? What is it? Pei Qian said weakly, it is to learn how to be a good person from the teachers. The specific content in the book is only a technique, not a Tao. It is best to have both. If you can't do it, you must choose the Tao over the technique. You must not lose the watermelon for the sesame. Li Baoping nodded in satisfaction. Pei Qian raised his head and frowned. He looked pitifully at Chun Pingan and said pitifully, Master? Li Baoping reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. Sister Baoping, I know. My memory is very good. Chun Pingan took out the tiled inkstone and the couplet and gave them to Pei Qian. He then smiled. I bought these for you on the way here. As for Baoping, I didn't find anything suitable. Please allow me to owe you for now. Pei Qian was overjoyed. He hesitated for a moment and held the inkstone in one hand and the couplet in the other. He turned to Li Baoping and asked, Sister Baoping, do you want to pick one? I'll give it to you. Li Baoping shook her head. It's okay. I'd just like to read some travel notes. Pei Qian nodded and was a little disappointed. Chun Pingan suddenly took out a stack of ancient books and handed it to Li Baoping. I picked it from Guanshui Street in Red Candle Town. It's not expensive. Don't mind it. Li Baoping was in high spirits. She held it in her arms and grinned. Little martial uncle, you're lying. Her smile was very unladylike. It was similar to when she was young. Chun Pingan began to put on the airs of a master and little martial uncle. It's not that I don't want you to poke a hornet's nest in the future, but you must think of an escape route first. If it's really not possible, you should carry herbs with you. Li Baoping crossed her arms and nodded heavily. Pei Qian sighed and poked the ground with his walking stick. It's all my fault. My crazy demon swordsmanship is still too weak. Shiro was already at the shop. She opened the door and walked into the backyard. She saw that Chun Pingan had already nodded, indicating that he understood. Shiro was not surprised. My young master is good at seeing one's temperament and martial arts in detail. His state of mind is as vast as the mountains and rivers, but as far as his eyes can see, he sees mustard seeds. This was Zhu Lian's flattery. Shiro felt that it was not entirely flattery. Chun Pingan stood up and said, Baoping, your grandpa is here? Li Baoping stood up and jumped. Little martial uncle, the next time we meet, I should be this tall. Pei Qian opened her mouth. She could not interrupt this kind of conversation, so she did not want to embarrass herself. Chun Pingan took out the clay figurine and said with a smile, Give this to Li Huai. Li Baoping carefully put it away. Chun Pingon led them to the entrance of the shop and saw the nascent soul realm earth, immortal Li ancestor. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Li." The old man smiled and nodded. He said with relief, "Very good, very good. You are promising. Otherwise, people will think that our Dragon Pearl Cave heaven has only produced a wolf cub like Ma Kushwan. Wouldn't it be a joke?" Chun Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The old man shook his head and said, "Don't worry, take your time. There are big and small houses, but when it comes to family style, it's only about whether it's right or wrong. It has nothing to do with the size of a house's door. Our family styles are not bad. Since that's the case, let's drink to our heart's content. In the future, if there's anything we need from each other, whether it's you or me, just ask." Chun Pingon nodded and agreed. This was the best for both sides. Li Baoping and her grandpa left together, but she walked backward and waved goodbye. Chun Pingon smiled and waved gently. Pei Qian suddenly said with a sigh, "The moon waxes and wanes, and people meet and part. It's so worrying that it makes one pull one's hair." Chun Pingon hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian could not care less about her worries. She grimaced in pain. When Chun Pingon brought Pei Qian to Luapa Mountain, Pei Qian held her sword and ran around her master with her walking stick. She talked about her recent achievements. Of course, stirring up a hornet's nest did not count. That was because she was careless. At Luapa Mountain, Julien was drawing a picture of a beauty. The woman in the picture was a little god he accidentally saw at the night banquet. Zheng Dafeng smiled strangely. The girl that Zhu Lian brought up the mountain felt that old immortal Zhu was proficient in everything. She admired him more. At the southern border of Huangting country, there was a slender man in snow-white clothes. He was elegant and had a narrow saber on his waist. Beside him was a pair of twins. They looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Both of them had beautiful eyes. However, they looked similar. The elder sister had a fierce look in her eyes, while the younger girl had a sharp look. She carried a self-made wooden spear on her back. The young man beside her looked more like a gentle scholar. He carried a book box and a water bottle. The brother and sister were disciples that the man took in during his travels. They were both good at martial arts. Tongye Continent, Jade Gui sect, on a secluded mountain that had not yet opened. The mountain was high into the clouds. A beautiful woman carried a long sword on her back. She was looking at the sea of clouds. In an immortal mansion surrounded by celestial fog on a mountain near this peak, there was a handsome young man wearing a tall crown. He had a noble status in Jade Almanac sect. At that moment, he was holding on to the railing and looking at the woman in the distance. He felt that his Taoist companion in this life would be her. It could only be her. In the middle of Aquarius continent, there was a mountain path that led to Lakeview Academy. A well-built man was walking behind a yellow ox. The man missed the eccentric charcoal lass a little. As for the yellow bull with a pair of buffalo horns, on one of its horns hung calligraphy scrolls and books. As for the other side, there was a white-clothed youth with his legs curled up and his hands clinging onto the bull's horn. He had a mole between his eyebrows, and he had an air of elegance about him. His appearance was so good that he looked like an immortal from the heavens. But at this moment, the white-clothed youth had a bored expression on his face as he wailed, "Wei Xian, I miss Mr. so much. What should I do? When I think about how Mr. doesn't have me by his side to serve him, I feel so anxious." Wei Xian did not speak. He had to get used to it. If he had to do this every few days, no matter how much Wei Xian admired this person, he would still feel annoyed. Along the way, apart from the proper business, this guy liked to stir up trouble when he had nothing to do. Naturally, he had his bloody means, and his ability to play with people's hearts made Wei Xian feel a chill run down his spine. Just some of the things he said made Wei Xian feel a headache. For example, when they passed by a well-hidden ghost sect, this guy played with a group of evil cultivators. From the lower 5 realms to the cave-dwelling realm, he slowly climbed up to the nascent soul realm. Every time he fought, he would pretend that his life was hanging by a thread, and then he almost destroyed the entire sect. After the dove took over the magpie's nest, he temporarily became the king of the mountain. He held a banquet and invited many heroes. At the banquet, he began to talk nonsense. When he mentioned his mister, he said one sentence, causing the people who had just survived a disaster to not know how to flatter him. In the end, after an awkward silence, he casually killed 2 people with a slap. What did he mean by, to tell you the truth, if I accidentally annoy my mister? Once we fight, I don't need half an hour to make Mr. beg me not to be killed by him. Autumn is leaving, winter is coming. The Kuwait pity the snake pity the wind pity the eyes pity the heart. Mr. Pity the student, the young man, was still hanging on Oxhorn Mountain, his legs kicking and howling, startling countless birds in the forest. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version. For 78. In the past, there were few people in the mountains to the west. Only woodcutters, charcoal burners, and kiln workers who dug earth came and went. Now, immortal mansions occupied the mountaintops, and there was also the immortal fairy of Oxhorn Mountain. Chun Pingon saw the local children squatting on the wall with their bowls in their hands, waiting for the fairy to pass by. Every time they happened to see it, they would shout and jump for joy. On the way back to Luapa Mountain this time, Chun Pingon and Pei Qian met a team of immortals going to Yidai Peak. However, as time went by, after Wan Xiong established the Dragon Spring Sword sect, he was no longer just a saint, but a leader who needed to spread the wind and make friends. He began to lift the ban slightly. He asked Dong Gu, a disciple of Earth Immortal of Jindan, to be responsible for selecting a few routes to ride the wind. Then he asked the Dragon Spring Sword sect for a few waste tokens in the shape of a pocket-sized iron sword, so that he could come and go freely in Longzhu, blessed land. However, until now, among the dozens of immortal forces that still stayed in Longquan County, there were very few who could get the small iron sword. It was not that the Dragon Spring Sword sect was arrogant, but the person who made the sword was not Wan Xiong, nor was it one of his direct disciples. It was Wan Xiong's only daughter. The speed at which Miss Xiuxiu made the sword was extremely slow. She dawdled and only made 1 sword in a year. However, who would have the nerve to come and urge her? Even if they had the nerve, they might not have the courage. Now, there was a rumor on the mountain. A few years ago, the director of the Department for Purging Officials of the Ministry of Rights personally led a group of Dali elites to the Book Slip Lake to reason. Miss Xiuxiu almost settled everything with her own strength. The Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Ancestral Master Hall was located in the Kingdom of Mengliang, where Mount Yinxiao is located. It was one of the second-rate powers on the Aquarius continent. Back then, when Great Li's cavalry was in a bad situation, it was not that the sect did not want to move, but it was because they could not bear to part with the immortal money needed to build a mansion. They did not want to waste it. Moreover, one of the ancestral masters of the Hall of Ancestral Masters was the only remaining Earth immortal of gold core on the mountain. He was currently cultivating on Mount Yidai with only a dozen or so disciples and granddisciples, as well as some servants and maidservants. This old cultivator did not get along well with the mountain master. The sect's move was to send this stubborn ancestral master away, so that he would not put on airs in front of the Hall of Ancestral Masters every day, and make the juniors feel uncomfortable. Chun Pingon did not walk in a hurry, but the carriage was not slow. He led Pei Qian to make way. Unexpectedly, the convoy also stopped. There were 2 carriages and more than 20 people in the convoy. There were only 3 real immortal masters of the Yidai Peak, and the rest were servants on the peak. A young cultivator and two beautiful female cultivators came down from the carriage. One of the female cultivators was hugging a young white fox that was lazily curled up. The young cultivator was one of the direct disciples of the Edai Peak's ancestral master. He came to Chun Pingan's side and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Mountain Master Chun, I am Edai Peak's Song Yuan. Previously, when my master brought me to visit Luopa Mountain, I stood at the back. Perhaps Mountain Master Chun does not remember me." These words were said politely but not greasily. It was very beautiful. Chun Pingan actually recognized Song Yuan. He had a good memory and was never the kind of person who was arrogant. Back then, he could even remember Cui Ying of Qingfu Fang, let alone the direct disciple of a Jindan Earth immortal on the neighboring mountain. In fact, when Edai Peak's Earth immortal visited Luopa Mountain that day, not only did Song Yuan not stand at the back, it was his senior martial brothers and sisters who stood at the back. Song Yuan stood beside his master. After all, he was a disciple who was in seclusion and was the most favored. Chun Pingan returned the greeting with a fist salute and asked with a smile, "Immortal Master Little Song, have you returned from outside?" Song Yuan was a little surprised. On Edai Peak, there was a martial uncle who also had the surname Song. Therefore, this Luopa Mountain's mountain master called him Immortal Master Little Song. Song Yuan nodded and said, "Junior Martial Sister Lu, and I just came back from Yunxia Mountain to watch the ceremony." A friend was also watching the ceremony at that time. He heard that our Longquan County is a rare and beautiful place in the entire continent. He wanted to tour our Longquan County and came back with Junior Martial Sister Lu and I. Song Yuan took 2 small steps back without leaving a trace and extended his hand towards the 2 young female cultivators. "Let me introduce you to Mountain Master Chun. This is Junior Martial Sister Lu, my master's most favored granddaughter. Mountain Master Chun can call her Runyan. This is Fairy Zhou from Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery. She is Junior Martial Sister Lu's best friend. We just came back from Chen School and plan to visit Mount Cloud's Deer Academy, first before returning to Edai Peak." Chun Pingan called out to Miss Lu and Fairy Zhou, then said with a smile, "Then I won't delay Immortal Master Little Song's journey any longer." Song Yuan smiled and nodded. He did not deliberately continue with the pleasantries. Relationships were not built like this. Among the cultivators on the mountain, as long as they were immortals of the middle 5 realms who had reached the mountainside, most of them were pure of heart and few of desires. They were unwilling to be contaminated with too many worldly affairs. Since Chun Pingan did not take the initiative to invite him to Luopa Mountain, Song Yuan did not open his mouth. Even if Song Yuan knew that Fairy Zhou from Green Plum Monastery beside him had already given him a meaningful glance, Song Yuan could only pretend he did not see it. Along the way to the north, this fairy, who relied on the catoptric deflection to make Nantang Lake's Green Plum Monastery gain a lot of benefits, was very stubborn. She did not want to miss out on any business connections and scenic views. Almost every time she arrived at an immortal's mansion or beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, Fairy Zhou would use the Green Plum Monastery's secret technique to intercept a picture and then embed her moving figure in it. During the holidays, she could send it to some rich and familiar spectators who spent a lot of money for her. Song Yuan accompanied her all the way. In fact, he was a little depressed. However, Fairy Zhou and Junior Martial Sister Lu had always had a good relationship. Junior Martial Sister Lu also looked forward to her own Edai Peak being able to open the restriction of the catoptric deflection in the future. Learning from this smooth and slick Sister Zhou, Song Yuan did not say much. Master doted on this granddaughter very much. However, he was unwilling to agree to this matter. He said that a woman dressed up like a flower branch, flaunting and showing her face in public all day long in front of a large group of lechers with evil intentions. What kind of words was that? Edai Peak did not lack this little bit of immortal money, so he firmly did not allow it. Fairy Zhou also did not want Chinpingan to move. She stroked the hair on her temples and said, "Mountain Lord Chen, I've heard Senior Marshall Brothers Song mention you many times. Senior Marshall Brothers Song admires you very much. He even said that Mountain Lord Chen is one of the top landlords in Li Zhu Blessed Land. I wonder if it's rude for me and Runyan to visit Luo Pa Mountain together?" Song Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had told this Green Plum Monastery's fairy, Zhou, more than once that Li Zhu Blessed Land was not as important as other immortal cultivation grounds. The situation was complicated, the roots were intertwined, and there were many immortals. He had to be careful with his words and actions. Presumably, Fairy Zhou did not listen to him at all. In fact, she might even be more motivated and eager to give it a try. But Fairy Zhou, oh Fairy Zhou, this Dali Longquan County is really not as simple as you think. Chun Pingan smiled at Song Yuan and signaled Little Immortal Master Song not to think too much. Then he said to the Green Plum Monastery's Fairy Zhou, "Unfortunately, I will be leaving the mountain soon. I might disappoint Fairy Zhou. The next time I return to Luo Pa Mountain, I will definitely invite Fairy Zhou and Miss Lu to visit." Just as Edai Peak's Lu Runyan was about to speak, Song Yuan quietly pulled her sleeve. Fairy Zhou bit her lips. "Is that so? Then I wonder when Mountain Lord Chen will return. Qiong Lin needs to prepare early." Chun Pingan shook his head and smiled. "It's hard to say for now." The graceful Green Plum Monastery's fairy, Zhou bent her body sideways and curtsied. After straightening her slender waist, she said delicately, "I am very happy to meet Mountain Lord Chen. You are welcome to visit the Green Plum Monastery at Nantang Lake. I will personally bring Mountain Lord Chen to appreciate the plum blossoms. Our Green Plum Monastery's plum blossom lake is the thickest in spring, has a long-standing reputation. We will definitely not disappoint Mountain Lord Chen." Chun Pingan smiled. "All right, if I have the chance to pass by, I will definitely disturb the Green Plum Monastery." Zhou Qianglin saw the charcoal girl holding the mountain walking stick and smiled. "Little girl, how are you?" Pei Qian pointed at her red and swollen face, looking silly and stupid. "I'm not so good." Zhou Qianglin still wanted to try to beat around the bush with this unlikable girl, but Chun Pingan had already taken Pei Qian's hand and left. Lu Runyan seemed to want to fight for Sister Zhou, but not only did Song Yuan not let go, she directly grabbed her wrist. Lu Runyan felt a slight pain and was extremely surprised, so she endured it and didn't say anything. Lu Runyan grew up under the protection of her grandfather, so she lived a carefree life. She had a naive temperament and was rarely shrewd. However, Lu Runyan was still a proper Immortals genealogist. Even if she hadn't reached the Immortals cave realm yet, she wasn't really stupid. The carriages slowly passed by. After a long distance, the coachman, who had been instructed in advance, dared to speed up. Zhou Qianglin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the adult and child walking on the side of the road. However, the two of them only focused on hurrying, which made her feel a little helpless. She was proficient in all kinds of martial arts to bewitch men, but she actually met an unromantic blind man. Song Yuan sat alone in the front carriage and sighed. This fairy, Zhou, really wasn't someone easy to deal with. When she returned to Dai Peak, she must talk to her master in private so that Runyan wouldn't lead her astray. On the road, after Pei Qian performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, he asked with a smile, "Master, guess which one of the three people I like the most?" Chun Pingan answered casually, "Dai Peak's Lu Runyan?" Pei Qian shook his head. "I'll give you 2 more chances." Chun Pingan smiled. "Same as Master. Song Yuan?" Unexpectedly, Pei Qian still shook his head like a rattle drum. Guess again, guess again. Chun Pingon felt a little strange. Why Zhou Qianglin? Chun Pingon didn't dislike Zhou Qianglin, who was good at currying favor, but he didn't like her either. The main reason was that her way of currying favor was too inappropriate and could easily cause trouble for Song Yuan. If she caused a bad impression, Zhou Qianglin could return to the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake and continue to be a fairy. However, Song Yuan, who was half a friend to her, and Yidai Peak, where Song Yuan lived, couldn't leave. This was the key reason why Chun Pingon didn't want to give Zhou Qianglin any face. Pei Qian stretched out a hand and gently shook it twice, indicating that he wanted to whisper something to his master. Chun Pingon smiled and bent down. Pei Qian covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to him, "That fairy Zhou, although she looks foxy, of course, she's definitely far less beautiful than Sister Guan and Yao Jinji. However, Master, let me tell you, I can see that in her heart there are many poor little people in tattered clothes. They're about the same as me in the past, skinny and starving to death. As for her, she's very sad, facing an empty big bowl, not daring to look at them." Chun Pingon's heart trembled. He suddenly looked up and saw that the carriage had gone far away. Chun Pingon murmured the words that the fairy had said before. "So it's like this." Chun Pingon walked slowly. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking staff and was a little puzzled. She raised her head. "Master, are you unhappy? Did I say something wrong?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and quickly thought of a remedy. She opened her mouth wide and shook her head, making a ravenous look. "All right, Master, I've already eaten all the words I wanted to say. Master, hurry up and be happy." Chun Pingon smiled brightly and gently reached out to press down on Pei Qian's head, shaking her until her entire body swayed left and right. "After Master leaves Luo Pa Mountain, go and take your clothes with you. Feng, find that Sister Zhou and invite her to Luo Pa Mountain as a guest. But if Sister Zhou wants you to help pay a visit to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, don't agree. Just say that you're a child and can't make the decision. You can go to your own mountain as you wish. If there are some things that you really can't be sure of, you can ask Julien." "Ooh," Pei Qian replied with an "Oh, don't worry, Master. Right now, I'm treating people very well. The business of the shop has earned more than 10 taels of silver this month, 14 or 3 coins of silver. How many baskets of snow-white steamed buns could he buy in the Nanyuan Kingdom? Isn't that right? Master, let me tell you something else. After earning so much money, I was afraid that Sister Shiro would be tempted by the money, so I deliberately discussed it with her, saying that I would secretly hide the money with her. In any case, no one knows about it, so we'll just treat it as a girl's private stash. I didn't expect that Sister Shiro would actually say that she would think about it carefully. In the end, she thought about it for many, many days, and I was almost anxious to death. It wasn't until 2 days before Master returned home that she said that it was better to forget about it. Sigh. This Shiro, fortunately she didn't agree. Otherwise she would have eaten my crazy demon sword technique. But seeing that she still has some conscience, I bought her a bronze mirror out of my own pocket. I hope that Sister Shiro won't forget her roots and look at herself in the mirror every day. Ha! Master, think about it. When Sister Shiro looks in the mirror, she sees an old man who isn't Shiro. Pei Qian was like a little sparrow circling around Chun Pingon, chattering nonstop. Chun Pingon touched his forehead, not wanting to speak. He really didn't know who was teasing who between the two of them. It seemed like neither of them had taken advantage of each other. Master, why don't you invite Zhou Qianglin yourself? Forget it with me. Master's first disciple personally taking action. She should feel very honored. She should have a lot of face. I only approve of her unknown good deeds, not that she is not careful in managing relationships. That's why Master can't appear. Otherwise, if she visits Luopa Mountain in Longquan County and mistakenly thinks that every mountain is like our Luopa Mountain with her style of doing things, she might be able to go smoothly at Green Plum Temple, but here she will sooner or later run into a wall and suffer. Once there is a conflict with an immortal cultivator who can buy a mountain here, they won't care about Nantang Lake or Green Plum Temple. In the end, wouldn't it be us who harmed her? Master, you're beating around the bush. I'm also diligent and eager to learn. I like to think about things seriously, but in the end, my head hurts. Then don't think about it. Just listen. But it goes in one ear and out the other. It's not a good thing. Alas, old Chef Zhu always says that I'm not enlightened. He also likes to say that I'm neither tall nor smart. Master, don't believe him. Don't gossip behind people's backs. Oh, I know. Actually, it's not that you can't say anything as long as you don't have any ill intentions. That's what a child's words are really like. The reason why Master seems unreasonable is because I'm afraid that you're young and will get used to it. You won't be able to twist it in the future. But what if I don't know that it's malicious, but it's actually really malicious? In the end, I do something wrong and do something bad. What should I do? Master is here. When they arrived at Luopa Mountain, Zheng Dafeng was still busy supervising. He didn't care to pay attention to Chun Pingan, the mountain master. In Zhu Lian's house, the walls were already hung with scrolls of paintings, all of which were in the style of court ladies. They were all female gods from the northern peak. They were lifelike and very lifelike. There were more than 10 kinds of hair buns. Chun Pingan held back for a long time and asked, "Didn't Sun Yuanji say that you're disrespectful?" Zhu Lian laughed and said, "The little girl only said that I'm a master painter." At that time, Chun Pingan held the bamboo hat and was speechless. The three of them went to the bamboo house together. Zhu Lian asked, "Young master, you're leaving just like that?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "The cross-continent ferry will arrive at Oxhorn Mountain in a few days." The stooped Zhu Lian rubbed his chin and smiled without saying a word. Chun Pingan was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" "Just say it." Zhu Lian scratched his head and said, "Nothing. I just thought of the partridges in our mountain for no reason. It's a bit sentimental before parting." Chun Pingan was confused. Zhu Lian said that he was going to take a look at Sun Yuanji's practice and left. Chun Pingan went to the bamboo house and did not rush to go up. He sat on the stone bench by the cliff. Pei Qian quickly ran over with the girl in a pink dress named Chun Chu Jian. Chun Pingan skillfully reached out and took a handful of melon seeds. Chun Chu Jian was the incarnation of the fire python of literary fortune. In fact, she read a lot. So Chun Pingan could not help but ask, ancient poems and literary writings. What's the story about partridges? Chun Chu Jian quickly stopped eating melon seeds and sat down. She talked a lot about partridges and poems. Pei Qian was sleepy and quickly ate more melon seeds to wake himself up. Chun Pingan felt that he did not really understand the meaning behind Zhu Lian's words. It was mostly similar to hearing partridges deep in the mountains and describing the pain of parting. However, Chun Pingan was too lazy to think too much about it. He still had to go up later and should worry more about himself. The little girl suddenly laughed and said, "There's another sentence. The stream is swift and the ridge is rugged. Can't walk, brother." Pei Qian had a flash of inspiration and said, "Oh, old chef is talking about Sister Xiu Xiu." Chun Pingan put down the melon seeds in his hand, got up quietly, and went up to the second floor. It was good to be fed some punches. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second to remember. Book guest house mobile version of reading website. For 79. On the second floor, the old man Chui Chung was still barefooted, but he did not sit cross-legged today, but closed his eyes and focused, pulling out a fist stance that Chun Pingan had never seen before one palm and one fist, one high and one low. Chun Pingon did not disturb the old man's stance. He took off his bamboo hat, hesitated for a moment, then took off his sword immortal as well, and sat quietly by the side. Chui Ching opened his eyes. His posture did not change, and spoke slowly. The world's fist techniques are either hard or soft. My fist technique can be said to be hard. In the past, when I roamed the world, I have seen many soft fists, but I have never seen a fist technique that could be called soft. Chun Pingon thought for a while, then said, other than the fist technique and the stance, one's temperament must be compatible compared to the old senior's fist technique. If one does not compete for the fist technique, the weight of the fist intent, and only wants to train to the soft realm, it should be more difficult. The disciples of the Taoist sects who cultivate in the mountains are willing to switch to fist techniques. The possibility of that is higher, but for pure martial artists, it is very difficult. The stance starts from the bottom. The intent starts from the inside. If one does not have the intent, they can forget about reaching the top. Chui Ching kept his stance and nodded his head. That's not bad. Seems like your comprehension of fist techniques is better than that kid. Chun Pingon was already used to it. Wanting to get a word from the old man was extremely difficult. It was probably similar to when Zheng Dafeng talked to old Yang for more than 10 words. Chui Ching sat down and looked at the young man. After returning from the Books Lake, after training in the building, and traveling to the central region of the Aquarius continent, he was no longer haggard with sunken cheeks, but his eyes were the focus of his chi. The young man's eyes were deeper, like an ancient well. If the well was dry, it would be pitch black, but if the well was overflowing, it would be even harder to see the bottom of the well. Chui Ching asked, if you were given another chance, if time flowed backwards, your state of mind would not change. How would you deal with Gu Kan? Would you kill him or not? Chun Pingon replied, I would still not kill him. Chui Ching frowned. Why not? If he killed them, he would have a clear conscience. Even if he kept the displeasure of killing his loved ones in his heart, it was very likely that in the future his fists would be heavier and his sword would be faster. Only when one's heart is filled with great grief and indignation can one have great willpower, and not a blunt knife in one's heart that can wear away one's willpower. Killing Gu Kan was also a way to stop his mistakes, and it would save him a lot of trouble. You can still make up for it afterwards. You can continue doing what you did before. Do you think Gu Kan do better than you in the water and land dojo and the grand cyclic ritual? Chun Pingon, let me ask you, why is it that when other people do evil, they can die under your fists and swords, but you can't kill Gu Kan, who is indebted to you for a meal and a set of clothes? The old man's tone and words became heavier and heavier. In the end, Chui Cheng's chi power was like a mountain pressing down. What was even stranger was that Chui Cheng clearly did not have any fist intent on him. Not to mention a martial artist of the 10th state. He was not even a martial artist now. Instead, he looked more like an old teacher of the academy who was sitting upright and wearing a Confucian robe. A clear conscience? You're not even Chun Pingon of Mud Bottle Alley. How can you walk the world with a sword and speak for the world on her behalf? Chun Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth, as if he was sneering. Putting righteousness before family at Calligraphy Lake? Is it difficult to kill Gu Kan and walk away? Yes. Was it as difficult as spending 3 years at the Bookslip Lake? No. Did my choice make the world at Calligraphy Lake a little better in the end? Yes. After Gu Kan survives and makes up for the evil karma he owes, will his nature remain unchanged, and he will continue to do evil things, so that it will still be a bad thing for the world in the future? I'm not sure, but I'm watching. Even if I travel far away in the North Continent, Tseng Yi and Ma Dui are not the only ones watching. Lu Jimao of Verdant Gorge Island, Lu Laoqing of Gong Willow Island, and Guan Iran of Pondwater Town are all watching. The old man was still not satisfied with this answer. It could be said that he was even more annoyed. He glared at Meng Qi, put his fists on his knees, and leaned forward slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, whether it's difficult or not, and how you view Gu Kan, That's your problem. Now I'm asking you about your conscience. Is there a difference in reason between close and distant? If you don't kill Gukan today, what will Chinpingan do when Pei Qian, Julien, Zheng Dafeng of Luapa Mountain, Li Baoping, Li Huai, or I, Chui Cheng, commit evil deeds in the future? Chinpingan looked calm. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Chui Cheng asked, then what's your doubt now? After talking to Wei Pai. There's one less, Chinpingan answered. So now I'm just thinking about how to be the strongest martial artist and how to become a sword immortal. Chui Cheng shook his head. A child carrying a big basket is not promising. Chinpingan smiled. Then I implore you to live for another 100 or 1,000 years. When the time comes, we'll see who's right. Chui Cheng glanced at the door that Chinpingan intentionally left open and mocked, looking at the way you came in. It doesn't seem like you have the guts to say such words. Chinpingan patted his stomach. There are some big words that I have to say at the last moment. Chui Cheng nodded. You're still itching for a beating. Chinpingan suddenly asked, Senior, do you think I'm a good person? Chui Cheng nodded. Yes. Apart from being chivalrous, he did not ask for anything in return. Naturally, he was a good person. Chinpingan asked again, do you think I'm a moral saint? Chui Cheng glanced at the young man. Yes. Chinpingan turned his head to look outside and smiled. Then it seems that there are, indeed, too many smart people in this world. Chui Cheng laughed heartily. It was as if he was waiting for Chinpingan to say that. Chinpingan said slowly, the old Taoist from the East Sea monastery deliberately imparted to me the Venology, as well as the Buddhist karmic enlightenment and the Confucian's fundamental knowledge. Of course, in order to break through the situation, I also thought about the imperial tutor Cui Dong's kung fu. It was very difficult for me to think about it. I can only say that I gained some enlightenment by chance, but I still only know the surface. However, during this period, I had a very strange idea. At this point, Chinpingan casually took out a bamboo slip and placed it on the ground in front of him. He stretched out his finger and gently drew in the middle. If the entire world is one, then can we say that whether the world is good or bad depends on the good and evil thoughts of all living beings, as well as good and evil deeds converge and then tug of war between both sides. If one side wins completely one day, the world will be turned upside down, and another kind of existence will be replaced. Good and evil, rules and morals will all change. Just like when the divine path was destroyed, the celestial court collapsed, and thousands of gods collapsed. The 3 sects and hundreds of schools rose up to stabilize the mountains and rivers. But after cultivators achieve immortality and obtain the immortality of heaven and earth, they are completely cut off from the mortal world. They are no longer human, and the world has changed. What does it have to do with the me who has long transcended the mortal world? Chui Cheng pointed to the slender bamboo slip in front of Chinpingan. Perhaps the answer has already been found. Why do you need to ask others? Chinpingan looked down on the yellowed bamboo slip. There was a sentence that he had personally engraved. Victory and defeat for a moment depends on strength. Victory and defeat for eternity depends on reason. Chinpingan murmured. But how many ordinary people at the foot of the mountain, even the cultivators on the mountain, can see this eternity? Why is it so difficult to be a good person? Why do you have to pay the price for being reasonable? Why do you have to pin your hopes on the next life? If you can't live well in this life, why do you have to rely on status, power, cavalry cultivation, fists, and swords to reason? Chui Cheng smiled. You can't figure it out. Chinpingan was silent. Chui Cheng stood up and pointed up. If you can't figure it out, then go and ask someone who might have figured it out. For example, the old Xiozai. The old Xiozai claimed that he was full of untimely knowledge and was able to invite the Taoist and Buddhist ancestors to sit down. You, Chinpingan, have 2 fists and a sword. Why don't you give it a try? Chinpingan raised his head. Chui Cheng withdrew his hand and smiled. You believe such big words? Chun Pingan smiled. Chui Ching asked, what do you think of a scholar in a peaceful and prosperous time, pointing at a martial artist in a chaotic time who has plunged the people into misery and suffering, scolding him that even though he has unified the mountains and rivers, he is still killing the innocent and is not a good person? Chun Pingan replied, let's not talk about good and evil. He's just stupid and bad. The key is that even though he said the other party's merit, he didn't actually acknowledge it. The reason why he said that was just to make it easier to say the second half of the sentence. Therefore, he was stupid and bad. Chui Chung pointed outside the house. With this answer, the person who came to Luopa Mountain and didn't know whether to meet or not is probably willing to meet you. Next, it depends on whether you are willing to meet him or not. How to talk when you meet him is your own business. Remember to close the door after you go out. Chun Pingan turned his head and looked. The old scholar was dressed in a Confucian robe. He was neither shabby nor noble. Chun Pingan stood up and walked out of the house. He gently closed the door. The old Confucian stood by the railing and looked to the south. Chun Pingan and the former first disciple of the sage of literature, Dali Xiu, who stood side by side. Chui Dong took the lead and went downstairs. Chun Pingan followed behind. The two climbed up the mountain and went to the mountain god temple. Song Shanshen had already retreated with his golden body. After leaving the bamboo building, the two still walked slowly side by side and climbed up the stairs. Chui Dong's first sentence was unexpectedly a digression. Wei Pai didn't greet you because I pressured him with my power. You don't have to bear a grudge. Chun Pingan said. Of course. Chui Dong asked, how did you feel about the trip to Calligraphy Lake? Chun Pingan said, to be polite, it was okay. Although it was a bit bad, it wasn't all for nothing. Sometimes I have to thank you. After all, bad things don't come too early. If you say something harsh, then I'll remember it. When I have the chance in the future, I'll ask the imperial tutor for repayment. Chui Shi made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not care at all. He continued, Fuyao continent is starting to fall into chaos. Tong Yi continent has profited from this disaster. The plans of the few great demons have been exposed early on, and they are starting to stabilize. As for the distance, it's hanging upside down. The South Hassa continent, which is closest to the mountain, has Chen Chunan, so it shouldn't be chaotic. Once the Great Wall of Sword Qi is breached, the inverted hanging mountain will be taken back by Taoist number 2, and the South Swirling Continent and Fuyao Continent will most likely fall into the hands of the demon race. Therefore, the demon race will be able to occupy the fate of the two continents. After that, there will be a short period of stability before they attack the Central Divine Continent. When that happens, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Countless Confucian sages and gentlemen will perish, and the 100 schools of thought will also suffer great losses. Fortunately, a scholar who is not affiliated with any branch of the Confucian school has left an isolated island in the sea and cleaved open the pass of a secret realm with his sword. This secret realm can accommodate a large number of refugees, and the disciples of the Confucian Academy from the 3 continents are already preparing for the migration. Chui Dong paused for a moment. This is only a part of the truth. The complicated plan behind this, the bets of both sides, the vast world, the Confucian school, and the 100 schools of thought is a mess. This is much more difficult than picking up a thread in someone's mind at Bookslip Lake. People's hearts are different, so you can't blame the heavenly Tao for its impermanence. Chun Pingan was expressionless. He subconsciously reached for the blade-strengthening gourd to drink, but he quickly stopped. Chui Dong walked up step by step and said slowly, the silver lining is that we still have time. Chui Dong said, Chui Dongshan probably didn't tell you this in the letter. He probably wanted to wait for you to return from the North Continent before mentioning it. Firstly, it would prevent you from being distracted by your sword practice. Secondly, at that time, his disciple, even with Chui Dongshan's identity, would be rich in our Aquarius continent. That's why he came to you to show off. I can even roughly guess that at that time, he would say to you, Mister, don't worry with your disciple here, the Aquarius continent will also exist. Chui Dongshan would feel that it would make him feel at ease. Chui Dongshan being able to do things willingly is far better than me scheming against him and making him lower his head and leave the mountain. I also need to thank you. Chen Pingon did not say anything. Chui Dong glanced at the jade hairpin in Chen Pingon's hair. Chen Pingon, what should I say about you when you are smart and cautious? You are not like a young man back then. Now, you are not like a young man who has just turned 20. But when you are foolish, you will also be in the dark. It is the same for people and things. Why did Zhu Lian remind you that the partridges are chirping in the mountains? If you are truly calm and act like a Buddha, why are you afraid to say goodbye to a friend? Whether it is resentment or love in the world, it is not what is said, it is what is done. Moreover, have you ever thought that in the Battle of Old Dragon City, the person who attacked was the Ascendant Realm Du Mao, and it was his natal item, the sword-swallowing bow, so even the jade tablet she gave you was destroyed. If it was an ordinary hairpin, would it still exist? Chui Dong put his hands behind his back and raised his head. One small clue reveals the general situation. You have been looking at the bright sun. Your heart is like flowers and trees borne towards the sun. Then, the shadow behind you. Do you want to look back? Chen Pingon reached out and touched the jade hairpin. After retracting his hand, he asked, why did the imperial tutor say these sincere words to me? Chui Dong smiled and said, half of me is now your disciple. My grandfather is still living in your house. As the Dali imperial tutor, do you want to talk about separating public from private interests? Oh, Chen Pingon believed, but not completely. Chui Dong walked to the top of the steps and turned to look into the distance. Chen Pingon took off the blade, strengthening gourd, raised it, said that he wanted to drink some wine, and then sat on the steps. Chui Dong asked, who do you think will be the new emperor of Dali? Song Zhengqiang, the vassal king? Song Jisun, who is raised in Lishu Cave, or the prince Song He, who is favored by the empress? Chen Pingon shook his head. Chui Dong smiled and said, Song Zhengqiang chose Song Jisun, and I chose my disciple, Song Jisun. Then we made a compromise. A temporary capital will be built somewhere south of Lakeview Academy. Song Jisun will be a vassal king in Old Dragon City, and he will be in charge of the temporary capital. Among them, the empress, who has been eating vegetarian meals in Changchun Palace for several years, couldn't say a word. She didn't dare to say anything for fear of death. Now, she probably still thinks that she's dreaming and can't believe that such a good thing can happen. In fact, the former emperor hoped that his younger brother, Song Zhengqiang, could directly ascend the throne after supervising the country. However, Song Zhengqiang didn't agree and burned the edict in front of me. Chen Pingon drank wine and wiped his mouth. In that case, everyone is happy. Chui Dong asked, after you left Red Candle Town, you went all the way south to Book Lake. What do you think? Chen Pingon said, many people died. Chui Dong gently lifted his foot and stepped on it. The joys and sorrows of the world naturally have no distinction between high and low. Even the weight is not much different. However, there is a difference in position. Chui Dong asked, do you know why I chose Dali as my base? And why did Qi Jingchun want to build Cliff Academy in Dali? At that time, Qi Jingchun didn't have no choice. In fact, there were many choices that could have been better. Chen Pingon said, I only know that it wasn't like the rumors. Mr. Qi didn't want to restrain you, the senior apprentice brother who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. As for the truth, I don't know. Chui sure smiled and said, Qi Jingchun's favorite thing to do in her life is to do strenuous and thankless things. He was afraid that I would cause too much trouble in Aquarius continent and implicate the old scholar who has already distanced himself from it. Therefore, he had to personally see what I was doing before he could be at ease. He had to be responsible for the people of the continent. He felt that no matter who we are, if we have to pay the price when pursuing something, as long as we put our heart into it, we can make fewer mistakes. Correcting mistakes and remedying them are the responsibility of a scholar. A scholar can't just talk about serving the country. This is the same as you at Book Lake. You like to take responsibility. Otherwise, where would you have died in that deadlock? If you killed Gu Kan directly, when you become a sword immortal in the future, it would be a great story. Chen Pingan didn't say a word. Chui Dong smiled. I know you don't believe me. It's okay. I'm telling you this because it's a private matter, so I have my own motives. Chui Dong asked, have you ever thought about why Alliance and Qi Jingchun were so close? Back then in Dali's capital, why didn't he kill me? Or even the late emperor of Dali? Why did he only destroy the fake Baekhyun building and let the late emperor live for 3 years? Chun Pingan shook his head. I don't know. Chui Dong smiled. Why don't you follow a certain smelly cow nose's logic and think about the facts that you have already seen? It's not hard to deduce a thing or two. Chun Pingan said slowly. Dali's steel cavalry went down south earlier than expected. That's because Emperor Dali had his own selfish motives. He wanted to be with Dali's steel cavalry when he was alive and see the Aquarius continent's southern sea coast. Chui Dong pointed to a place. Let's take a look at the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chun Pingan frowned. The great battle that decided the ownership of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was because of Alliance. The Yin Yang Lu clan's deduction did not look at the process, only the results. In the end, there was a huge mistake. Chui Dong shifted his finger. So what if it's the Tongyi continent? Chun Pingan said. It seems that fate protected the continent, causing the demon race's plan to surface prematurely, allowing them to escape. If we assume that the demon race can really break through the Great Wall, then the Tongyi continent is not suitable to be the first to attack. The danger is leaning towards the South Whirlpool continent and the Fuyao continent, especially the latter. Chui Dong pointed to the ground. How's the territory of the Aquarius continent? Chun Pingan took a sip of wine. It's the smallest of the 9 continents in the vast world. Chui Dong asked again. There are big and small territories. Is there a difference in the size of each continent's fate? Chun Pingan shook his head. No. Chui Dong's finger kept pointing south. You're going to the North Continent. Is the Aquarius continent and the Tongyi continent considered far apart? Chun Pingan gripped the blade, strengthening gourd tightly, and said, compared to the other continents, it's extremely close. Chui Dong raised his hand and pointed behind him. Previously, the sword cultivators of the North Continent covered the sky and rushed towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Did you see it with your own eyes? Chun Pingan's forehead was covered in sweat as he nodded with difficulty. Chui Dong smiled. No wonder you couldn't see the world situation clearly. Now, one of the leads has appeared. Let me ask you first, does the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head want to compete with the Tao ancestor in terms of Tao techniques? Chun Pingan nodded. Chui Dong asked again, then do you know why people like to joke and call Taoists the stinky old Taoists? Chun Pingan said, because it's rumored that the Tao ancestor once rode a green ox and traveled the world. Chui Dong sighed softly. This is one of the leads. That old monastery head is one of the oldest living people in the world. You can't imagine how old he is. Chun Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and rubbed his face with both hands. His palms were sweaty. So that's the true identity of the East Sea Monastery's old monastery head. Chui sure smiled and said, why don't you think about the worst outcome? The one that brought the best outcome to the Tongyi continent was the young man who unintentionally ruined the plan of the Fushang sect's great demon, the work of the old Taoist. Of course, the young man didn't mean it, but the old Taoist did. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He used the sword furnace as a pillar to settle his mind. His thoughts were chaotic, like snowflakes. Even if he didn't care about the survival of the Tong Yi continent, what about the people he knew? Let me give you a word of advice. Don't go overboard. Believe it or not, those who won't die may even benefit from the disaster. After you say that, most of them will die. As I said before, luckily we still have time. Chui Dong obviously didn't care much about this. He didn't care what Chun Pingon did. He only said indifferently, I once traveled the world. One of my fundamental knowledge, other than the old scholar looking down on the theory of merit, was in the word fine. So before I stepped into the Aquarius continent, I already believed in two things. The demon race will definitely break through the great wall of sword chi. Once the demon race invades the world, they will definitely attack the Tong Yi continent. As long as they take down the Tong Yi continent, what is the small Aquarius continent? Half of the top sword cultivators in the North Continent. What is it? A pure jade continent full of merchants facing a strong enemy. How much backbone do they have? Chui Dong waved his hand. At least 3 continents will be in our hands in the blink of an eye. Once the pure jade continent judges the situation and chooses to surrender without a fight, even if the pure jade continent chooses to be neutral and not help either side, who will lose more? In that case, how many continents will the demon race occupy? Will that be considered as having a firm foothold? How many continents are there in the world? The demon race will then slowly plot against the northwest Lu Xia continent. Is it really what some self-proclaimed intelligent people think, that the moment the demon race enters, they will be locked up and beaten? The world will then have the opportunity to take over the savage desolation world? Chun Pingon slowly stood up. I understand. Not only did he understand why Chui Dongshan had that problem when he was at the Cliff Academy, he also understood why Alliance did not kill the Dali dynasty that year. Chui Dong laughed out loud and looked around. You say that I, Chui Dong, am ambitious and want to spread my knowledge to the entire continent, to be the imperial advisor of a continent and a country. Is this considered a great ambition? Chui Dong's face was full of ridicule and shook his head. One fist to break a mountain, one sword to kill millions of people. Is it powerful? Is it refreshing? In the big picture, you, Chun Pingon, can wait and see. Count with your fingers the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of Tong Yi continent, whether you are good or evil. In the end, how many mountains can you leave behind? How many immortals can survive? Then look at the demon race that is pouring into Tong Yi continent like a tide, whether they accept money, whether they are reasonable. Chui Dong's mouth curled up. Everything has to be repaid. Chui Dong stretched out a palm, and like a knife, quickly cut down. When Alliance was at Dali's capital, he did not say a word to me about this. But at that time, I was even more certain that Alliance believed that the worst outcome would come, just like Qi Jingshun that year. This has nothing to do with whether they recognize me, Chui Dong, as a person or not. So I want all the scholars of the vast world and those bastards of the savage world to take a good look. How I, Chui Dong, use my own strength to convert the resources of a continent into the strength of a country. And with Old Dragon City as the fulcrum, I will build an impenetrable defense line on the southern coast of the Aquarius continent. Chui Dong waved his sleeves, and the wind and clouds changed. The peak of Luopa Mountain was instantly covered in clouds. The world was pitch black, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. At the same time, Chun Pingon discovered that under his feet, a map of mountains and rivers gradually appeared like the stars in the sky, like the lights of a city. South Pasua Continent, Southwest Fuyao Continent, East Aquarius Continent, Southeast Tong Yi Continent, North Ju Lu Continent, North Baifeng Continent, West Jinjia Continent, Northwest Lu Xia Continent. Finally, there was the Central Plains Divine Continent that was surrounded by stars. The sky was round, and the earth was round. This was not strange, because the vast world was one of the fragments, and so were the Qing Ming world and the savage world. Chun Pingon wanted to speak but stopped and did not ask the question because he already had the answer. Why didn't you, Chui Dong, announce this to the world? No one would listen, and they might not believe it. And once it was revealed, the Yao would naturally have a countermeasure. Chui Dong changed the topic and smiled. There was once an ancient prophecy, but it was not widely circulated, and there are probably not many people left who believe it. When I was young, I accidentally flipped through a book, and when I happened to read that sentence, I felt that I really owed that person a cup of wine. This prophecy was masters of the world. It was not the master of the yin-yang branch, but the lowest of the 100 schools of thought, the master of mathematics that was looked down upon even more than the lowly Shang family. The master of mathematics was the master of knowledge and was ridiculed as the Shang family's accountant, that abacus. Our 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought have so much knowledge. Do you know where the flaw is? It is impossible to measure, and it is more inclined to ask one's heart, and they like to seek the great way from the void, and are unwilling to measure the path under their feet accurately. Therefore, when the later generations pursue knowledge and start walking, there will be problems, and the sages are not good at it and are unwilling to talk about it in detail. The 3,000 words left by the Tao ancestor were already a lot, and the Buddha simply did not write. The fundamental knowledge of our holy master was also compiled into a sutra with the help of the 72 students. Chui Dong turned to look at the dazzled Chin Pingon. You, Chin Pingon, suffered so much at the book slip lake. Why? Do you know little? Do you know little? Is the order of the old scholar bad? I don't think so. Chun Pingon was unwilling to talk about this. Instead, he asked, why did you reveal the secrets of heaven to me? Chui Dong smiled and said, before the chess game at the book slip lake began, I made a promise with myself. As long as you win, I will tell you these things, and you and Qi Jingchun will come to an end. Chun Pingon asked, win? Are you joking? Chui Dong nodded and said, yes, it is a joke. Chui Dong shook his sleeves, and the map of mountains and rivers disappeared in an instant. He sneered and said, you Qi Jingchun, Alliance the old scholar, and the future Qin Qingdu and Qin Chunan, aren't the things you have done a joke in the eyes of so many self-satisfied smart people? Chui Dong turned his head and looked at the young man in green with the blade-strengthening gourd. A swordsman, a paladin, and a scholar? Chui Dong stretched out his finger and pointed to his head, saying, the chess game at the book slip lake has ended, but life is not a chess game. There is no new game. The good and the bad are still with you, according to your current state of mind. If you go on like this, your achievements may not be low, but you are destined to disappoint some people and also to make some people happy. The 2 sides of disappointment and happiness have nothing to do with good or evil, but I am sure that you don't want to know the answer and don't want to know who the 2 sides are. Chun Pingon looked at the Dali Imperial tutor. He was indeed very similar to the young Chui Dongshan, but they were indeed 2 different people. Chui sure seemed to have some thoughts, and finally said a few words that did not affect the overall situation. The mansion of the rich and powerful, 100 feet tall building, can hold up a round of moonlight. In the market, carrying water home can also bring back 2 bright moons. Since ancient times, the drinkers have been the most difficult to get drunk. Chun Pingon sat on the steps again and took off the blade-strengthening gourd. He raised his hand several times, but did not drink. Chui Dong said, in your heart, Qi Jingchun as a scholar and Alliance as a swordsman are like the sun and the moon in the sky, showing you the way and helping you to travel day and night. Now, I have told you all this. You already know what happened to Qi Jingchun, and you also know whether Alliance's sword was good or not. Then the question is, Chun Pingon, have you really thought about what to do in the future? Chun Pingan was silent. Chui Dong left, because Chui Dong was not interested in the answer. Chun Pingan lay back, put the blade-strengthening gourd beside him, and closed his eyes. He suddenly thought of the words carved on the wall of the Huang Liang Tavern on the inverted mountain. The words were crooked and crawling. It was written by Alliance to Mr. Chi. There was nothing good in Jianghu except for the wine. Chun Pingan suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and said in his heart. A long golden line swept out from the bamboo building on Luapa Mountain and came to the top of the mountain. Chun Pingan held it in his hand, pointed the sword downwards, and gently picked up the blade, strengthening gourd. Finally, he stretched out his arm and held the sword forward. He smiled and said, "Wine is enough. It's enough." Chun Pingan went down the mountain with the sword and drank. After drinking to his heart's content, he was really drunk and staggered. When he passed by Zhu Lian's house, he happened to see Cin Yuanji, who was practicing boxing under the moonlight. When she discovered that he reeked of alcohol, her eyes flinched and she stopped her stance, breaking off her fist intent. Chun Pingan smiled and walked away. After he staggered away, he did not stop. On the mountain path, he turned his head and said, "Cin Yuanji, your fist is really not good." Cin Yuanji closed one eye and extended a finger, as if wanting to speak. There was a bang. Chun Pingan fell to the ground. Cin Yuanji sighed in her heart. Why was he pretending to be an expert and boasting? The young mountain lord hurriedly picked up the sword immortal and the blade-strengthening gourd, and his footsteps became much faster. Look, he was clearly pretending to be drunk. Cin Yuanji turned to look at old Immortal Zhu's house and felt indignant. To have such an impudent mountain lord, he was really on a pirate ship. On the other side of the cliff, Chun Pingan lay on the stone table. His burning face was pressed against the cool surface of the table, and he just looked into the distance. He blinked and shook his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In Longquan County, was there anyone who dared to travel with the wind in such a hurry? Extremely far away, a white streak of light hung in the sky. Its momentum was astonishing. It must have already alarmed many of the cultivators on the mountain. Chun Pingan closed his eyes and ignored it. What was there to be afraid of in Luapa Mountain? He fell asleep just like that. That night, a white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows was bewitched just to see the mister. He used all of his abilities and arcane treasures and hurriedly returned north. He was even more destined to hurriedly head south. He gently carried the green-clothed mister who was already sound asleep on his back. With light steps, he walked towards the bamboo house and called out softly, "Mister," he set a small target first, such as 1 second. "Remember, book guest residence." .480. As one of the tallest mountains in Liju Grotto Heaven, Luapa Mountain was the best place to admire the moon. Chui Dongshan, dressed in white, gently closed the bamboo door on the first floor. When the handsome young man stood still, it was truly the return of the moon and the clouds. Chui Dongshan tiptoed to the second floor. Chui Cheng was already in the corridor, the moonlight washing the railing. Chui Dongshan greeted him, and the old man nodded with a smile. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, while Chui Dongshan leaned on the railing, his 2 sleeves hanging over the railing. Chui Cheng didn't want to talk too much with Chui Shi. Instead, Chui Cheng wanted to get closer to this Chui Dongshan, who was split into 2 halves. Perhaps it was because Chui Cheng's memories were more similar. Chui Cheng asked, "Why did you come back?" Chui Dongshan said softly, wandering around outside, "I always feel that there's nothing exciting about it. When I reached the boundary of Lakeview Academy, I wanted to meet the teachers, but I couldn't talk to them. I was annoyed, so I sneaked back." Chui Cheng laughed. "Since you're doing great things with a clear conscience, you must have perseverance. You can't always think about what's interesting and boring." Chui Dongshan used his chin as a rag, wiping the railing back and forth. I know, Chui Ching asked. You're leaving tonight? Chui Dongshan nodded. I still have to do proper things. The old bastard likes to be serious, and he's willing to admit defeat. Since I've chosen to lower my head to him, I naturally won't delay his great undertaking. I'll be diligent and honest. I'll treat it like I was doing homework with my teacher when I was young. Chui Ching didn't say much. The old man didn't think he had the right to tell them what to do. Back then, he was pedantic, inflexible, and liked to put on airs. That was why the little bastard left home and traveled far away. He left the Aquarius continent in one breath and went to the Central Divine Continent to acknowledge a poor old scholar as his teacher. This was beyond the old man's expectations. Back then, every time Chui Dong sent a letter home asking for money, the old man was both angry and distressed. How much good knowledge could a dignified grandson of the Chui family learn in a shabby alley? That was fine. Since he admitted defeat to his family and asked for money, how could he have the nerve to ask for so little money every month? How many books could he buy? Even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, would he be able to gather a decent set of documents? Of course, the old man didn't know that the old scholar's knowledge was as high as the sun in the sky until much later. Chui Ching said, Chui Dong went to Si Chin Pingon just now. He should have told him everything. Chui Dongshan made a sound of acknowledgement. He was not surprised that Chui Dong could see through him. In fact, Chui Dongshan saw Chui Dong the same way. After all, they were once the same person. Chui Dongshan turned his head. Why don't I leave later? Chui Ching laughed and said, If you leave early or later, can I stop you? Other than when I locked you up in the attic to study when you were young. When have you ever listened to your grandfather's words? Chui Dongshan said, I'll listen to Grandpa this time. Chui Ching said, Fine. If he nags you later, you can just push the blame to me. Chui Dongshan was beaming with joy. He skillfully climbed up the railing and landed on the ground floor. He swaggered toward Julien's residence and went to Pei Qian's courtyard first. He made a series of strange noises, rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and bared his fangs and brandished his claws. Pei Qian, who had just woken up, was startled. He quickly took out a yellow paper talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Then, without even wearing shoes, he rushed to the window sill with his mountain walking stick in hand. He closed his eyes and performed a set of crazy swordsmanship, shouting, Go, go! I'll spare your life. Chui Dongshan shouted angrily, You broke my master's window. You have to pay for it. Pei Qian was stunned. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pressed the talisman on his forehead to prevent himself from falling. If it was a demon who deliberately changed into Chui Dongshan's appearance, he couldn't let his guard down. She asked tentatively, Who am I? Chui Dongshan smiled and said, Eldest senior sister. Pei Qian was relieved. It seemed that it was the real Chui Dongshan. She ran to the windowsill and stood on tiptoe. She asked curiously, Why are you here again? Chui Dongshan asked back, Why do you care? Pei Qian took off the talisman and put it in her sleeve. She ran to open the door, but Chui Dongshan was gone. She looked around but couldn't find him. When she looked up, she saw a guy in white hanging upside down under the eaves. Pei Qian was so scared that she sat on the ground. Tears were already in Pei Qian's eyes. Just as she was about to cry, Chui Dongshan was like an icicle hanging under the eaves on a snowy day. Chui Dongshan fell from the eaves in an upside-down position. His head hit the ground with a thud, and then he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Qian's tears turned into laughter. The grievance in her heart suddenly disappeared. Chui Dongshan got up, shook his snow-white sleeves, and asked casually, Where's that blind bee asterisk teach? Pei Qian said carefully, Sister Shiro is now busy with business at the shop. She helped me make money. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. You can't bully her anymore, or I'll tell Master. Chui Dongshan sneered and said, "Tell, your master is me. Sir, it's obvious that you're closer to me. When I met Sir, you were still playing in the mud somewhere." Pei Qian didn't want to be inferior to him in this matter. After thinking for a while, she said, "Master went to the Jishui country to travel to Jianghu and brought me a lot of gifts. Do you have any? Even if you do, can you have more than me?" Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "You want to compare your wealth with mine?" Pei Qian said seriously, "Our own doesn't count. We only compare what our masters and masters gave us." Chui Dongshan spread out his hands and said, "It's not shameful to lose to eldest senior sister." Pei Qian nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Chui Dongshan stretched out a finger and poked Pei Qian's forehead. "You can talk nonsense and anger the ancient sages to death." Pei Qian slapped away Chui Dongshan's dog paw and said timidly, "Impudent." Chui Dongshan was amused. Little Charcoal used such a good phrase without any pride. Chui Dongshan started to walk out of the courtyard. "Let's go and play with the pig." Pei Qian was no longer sleepy. She happily followed behind Chui Dongshan and told him about her and Sister Bao Ping's heroic deed of poking a hornet's nest. Chui Dongshan asked, "It's fine if you're naughty, but you even implicated little Bao Ping. Master didn't beat you?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Chui Dongshan sighed and said, "My master really treats you like his own daughter." Pei Qian was overjoyed. The big white goose was better at talking than the old chef. As for the big white goose, it was a nickname Pei Qian gave Chui Dongshan in private. She had only told Sister Bao Ping, who was the most tight-lipped. When they passed by a house, there was the muffled sound of punching from inside the wall. Chui Dongshan stepped into the air and climbed up step by step. When he stood outside the wall, he saw a slender and beautiful girl practicing his master's best move, the six-step pile walk. Pei Qian leaned the walking stick against the wall and took a few steps back. She jumped high and stepped on the walking stick. She grabbed the wall with both hands and exerted a little strength in her arms. She successfully stuck her head out. Chui Dongshan rubbed his face and muttered, "This punch really stings my eyes." Pei Qian lowered her voice and said, "Cun Yuanji is not a bad person. He's just a little stupid." Chui Dongshan nodded and said, "I can see that. After all, Cun Yuanji was a potential martial artist that Zhu Lian had his eyes on. She was a woman who had the potential to become a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. Only in a place like Luapa Mountain, where ghosts and immortals roamed, she was not the least bit conspicuous. Otherwise, if she was casually thrown into Comb Country or Tsai Country, once she climbed to the seventh realm, she would be a true grandmaster. It was just that Cun Yuanji had just started practicing. It was not easy to immerse herself in the practice. Therefore, it was not until she took a short rest and stopped practicing that she heard the whispers on the wall. She immediately turned sideways and stepped back. She opened her hands into a boxing stance and looked up angrily and shouted, "Who?" When she saw the head of the handsome young man, she frowned. Where did this stranger who looked like a banished immortal come from? She then saw Pei Qian grinning at the side. Only then did Cun Yuanji feel relieved. Chui Dongshan put his elbows on the wall and asked, "Are you a registered disciple of the Luapa Mountain selected by Zhu Lian?" Cun Yuanji did not answer, and looked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian smiled and introduced, "He is called Chui Dongshan. He is my master student. We are the same generation." Cun Yuanji began to murmur. The young master student and disciple? Was this handsome young man in front of her stupid? Of all people, why did he have to find that ignorant and incompetent guy to be his teacher? All year round, he only knew how to wander around outside and be a hands-off shopkeeper. Occasionally, he would return to the mountain. She heard that if he was not messing around, he would drink and sell himself in the middle of the night. What could you learn from that guy? That guy was really blind. He dared to be someone's teacher. Was he that short of money? Sun Yuan sighed in her heart and looked at the handsome young man in white with some pity. Cui Dongshan said softly, "He is really stupid. He is not pretending." Pei Qian said, "I didn't lie to you." The two heads almost disappeared from the wall at the same time. They had a great tacit understanding. Sun Yuanji could not hear clearly and was too lazy to care. Anyway, there were many strange people and strange things on the Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan did not go to find Zhu Yan. He took Pei Qian to the top of the Luopa Mountain. He stamped his foot and angrily shouted, "Come out!" The mountain god of the Luopa Mountain, Song Yuzhang, quickly showed his true body. Facing the young man whose true identity he had known in the past, Song Yuzhang bowed at the bottom of the steps outside the ancestral temple, but did not call him anything. Cui Dongshan's face was gloomy and his body was full of killing intent. He strode forward. Song Yuzhang stood in the same place. Pei Qian saw the situation. Wonderful! Cui Dongshan is going to start a demon again. She hurried to catch up with Cui Dongshan and whispered, "Speak properly. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. When the time comes, the one who will be embarrassed will be master." Cui Dongshan sighed and stood in front of the mountain god of the Luopa Mountain with a calm expression. He asked, "Being an official is like dying. You finally became a mountain god, but you still don't understand?" Although Song Yuzhang was in awe of this imperial advisor Cui Shi, he had a clear conscience about how he conducted himself in society. Therefore, he would never show the slightest bit of cowardice. Slowly, he said, "Let's not talk about the greatly lacking people who know how to conduct themselves, from the fallen Lu dynasty to the struggling Gao clan of great sway, to the small vassal states like Huangting Kingdom. When have we ever lacked such people?" Cui Dongshan asked, "Then let me ask you, whether being an official or a mountain god, you have been placed in these positions by the Song clan. Are you pursuing moral self-perfection or wholeheartedly for the country and the people?" Song Yuzhang asked, "Imperial tutor, can't I have both?" Cui Dongshan waved his sleeves and said impatiently, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." Song Yuzhang bowed and said goodbye. Meticulously, his golden body returned to the clay statue and took the initiative to close the door, temporarily giving up the patrol of the Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan took Pei Qian for a walk at the top of the mountain. Pei Qian curiously asked, "Why are you angry?" "I'm not angry. I'm never angry for stupid people. I'm just worried that I'm not smart enough." Cui Dongshan shook his head, spread out his hands, and gestured. Everyone has their own way of living, knowledge, principles, old sayings, experience, and so on. Adding them together, it's like building a house for yourself. Some are small, like the small houses in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Some are big, like the mansion on Peach Leaf Alley and Fullew Street. Pei Qian nodded. "I like to see big and small houses so I can understand what you're saying. That mountain god, who's not afraid of you, is obviously a closed-minded guy. He's stubborn and obstinate." Cui Dongshan turned his head and glanced at Pei Qian's eyes. He smiled. "Not bad, very clever." Pei Qian crossed his arms and held the mountain walking stick. "Of course, I'm about to go to school to study." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Then I have to remind you that the space in a house is limited. You can't fit this in. Why do many scholars become stupid from studying? It's a kind of network of reading too many books. Every book you read will cover more windows and doors. So the more you read, the more you can't see the world clearly. In the blink of an eye, your hair will turn white, and you'll still be scratching your head. Why do I still live worse than pigs and dogs, even though I've studied so much? In the end, I can only comfort myself that it's not my fault that the world's morals are deteriorating day by day. Pei Qian looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he whispered, I'm going to school so that master can be more at ease when he goes on a long journey. It's not like I'm really going to study. Study my ass. My head hurts. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, then laughed loudly and ran down the mountain. I'm going to complain. Pei Qian was stunned. Then he burst into tears. He began to run as fast as he could to chase after the big white goose. Cui Dongshan suddenly stopped and stood at the bottom of a flight of stairs. He turned his head and saw a charcoal lass. In order to catch up to him, she didn't care if she would fall and hurt herself. She kicked off the mountain peak and leaped high. She looked very much like the straw sandals youth from Clay Bottle Alley, who flew like an eagle. Cui Dongshan smiled. Teacher, student, disciple. So the three of us are the same. We're all afraid of growing up, but we have no choice but to grow up. Ew. Suddenly, someone slapped the back of Cui Dongshan's head. The uninvited guest laughed angrily. You're bullying Pei Qian again. Before she finished speaking, a man in a green robe, who had just rushed over from the Luo Pa Mountain bamboo house with a tap of his foot, his figure flew over, hugged Pei Qian, and put her on the ground. Cui Dongshan smiled and bowed. Student was wrong. Pei Qian wiped the sweat off her face. She turned and began to speak up for Cui Dongshan. Master, I was just playing with him. We didn't actually talk about anything. Cui Dongshan pecked at the rice. Yes, yes, yes. Chun Pingon smiled. Do you believe it yourselves? Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan said in unison, yes. Chun Pingon didn't get to the bottom of it. They were just fooling around anyway. The three of them went down the mountain together. Teacher's student, master's disciple, the green-robed and white-robed little charcoal first set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. So in this trip to the North Continent, other than training in the sword, he wanted to give it a try, to be a true wild cultivator, to visit the ruins of the immortal residence, to search for the Dragon Palace secret realm in the water, to see if he could earn some unexpected wealth to supplement his family. Cui Dongshan was about to speak. Chun Pingon waved his hand and said, 2 different things, even brothers of the same family, need to settle accounts clearly. Cui Dongshan was a little resentful. As long as he was willing to learn from his teacher's ability to be the child of wealth, perhaps in the vast world, only the person surnamed Lu in the White Jade Continent could compete with him. Chun Pingon asked casually, Wei Xian has followed you all the way. How is his state now? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, after Wei Xian left the lotus flower-blessed land, his ambition was not to reach the peak of martial arts. The talents that I can use now are pitiful and can be counted on one hand. Since Wei Xian has that ambition, I will give him a push. When I return to the Lakeview Academy, I will quickly throw Wei Xian into Dali's army. As for whether to choose to rely on Su Gaoshan or Chao Gui, we will see. It is not particularly urgent. When Dali goes south, there will not be many battles to the death like the Zhuang dynasty, but there will be many tough battles. Wei Xian can catch up, especially in the south where many immortals are used to abusing their power. Those 1,000-year-old residences are even tougher, and Wei Xian's opportunity to stand out will come. Teacher, in the future, even if Luo Mountain becomes an abode on the mountain, And even if it is full of immortal qi, there will still be a need for 1 or 2 bridges up and down the mountain. Wei Xian will be in the temple, Lu Baixiang will be in the Jianghu, and Zhu Lian will stay by your side to perform their duties. At present, it seems that this is the best choice. Chen Pinggan nodded. Pei Qian asked, "What about Sister Sui?" Cui Dongshan did not answer Pei Qian's question, but said seriously, "Teacher, don't be anxious." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "The sentence in your previous letter, shake the great and destroy the strong, plan slowly. In fact, it can be applied to many things. Tongye Continent, Inverted Mountain, and Great Wall of Sword Qi." 482. In fact, Pei Qian was not sleepy, but Chen Pinggan urged him to sleep. When Chen Pinggan passed by Sun Yuanji's house, there was still the dull sound of fists shaking clothes in the courtyard. Zhu Lian stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at Chen Pinggan with a smile. The two walked side by side with a great difference in height. The northern men of the Bao Ping continent were tall, and Dali was a young man with a tall and sturdy body and outstanding strength. He was famous in the continent. Dali's standard armor and saber followed the Chao family style and Yuan family style, respectively. They were famous for being heavy, and only northern elite soldiers could wear them. Chen Pinggan was now tall and slender, while Zhu Lian was habitually stooped. Just by looking at their backs, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Pinggan intended to let Zhu Lian rush to the book lake to deliver the Gu money to Gu Ken and Zheng Yi for the preparation of the water and land dojo and the grand ritual of Zhou Tian. Zhu Lian had no objections. During this time, Dong Shuijing would accompany them. Dong Shuijing would stop at Qi Shui City and privately meet with the Pillar State Guan family's direct great-grandson, Guan Yiran. Whether it was Zhu Lian or Dong Shuijing, they were both people who made Chen Pinggan feel at ease. When the two of them traveled together, Chen Pinggan did not need to deliberately remind them of anything. Chen Pinggan did not hide the general trend of the world from Zhu Lian. After Zhu Lian heard about it, he did not lament. He only said that in the lotus blossom-blessed land, his actions were just a dojo in a snail's shell. Now that he was in the vast world, he did not think about these magnificent things. Zhu Lian, could only sweep the snow in front of the door and add frost to the roof. When they reached the first floor of the bamboo building, Chen Pinggan asked Zhu Lian to take a seat while he began to pack his belongings. The day after tomorrow, they would board the ferry at the ferry port of Ox Horn Mountain. They would board a cross-continent ferry between Old Dragon City and North Continent. The destination was a famous place called the Land of Spiritual Beauty. It was so famous that Chen Pinggan had read about it in the Inverted Mountain Immortal Book. Moreover, the book was not small. It was called the Bone Beach. It was an ancient battlefield site in the south of North Continent. The immortal sect that oversaw this place was called the Hemp Sect. It was a subsect of a great sect of the Central Continent. The sect had 100,000 Yin soldiers and Yin generals. Although they dealt with Yin spirits and ghosts, the Hemp Sect had a good reputation. The disciples of the sect would go down the mountain to gain experience and gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect's disciples went down the mountain to gain experience, they would gather malicious spirits and evil spirits. When the sect opened, they set down an iron law. The disciples of the sect were to go down the mountain to give orders to deities and ghosts, suppress demons, and subdue demons. They were not allowed to ask for any reward from those who helped them. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials, dignitaries, or commoners, they were not allowed to take a single cent. Those who violated this rule would have their longevity broken and be expelled from the sect. That was why the cultivators of the Linen sect at the Skeleton Beach were also known as the Little Celestial Master in the North Continent. Within 1,000 miles of the Linen sect, there were many righteous ghost cultivators stationed there. That was why Chen Pinggan wanted to explore. for a few more days after arriving at the Skeleton Beach. After all, occupying an island in the Book Slip Lake and building a sect suitable for ghost cultivators had always been Chen Pingan's greatest regret. Zhu Lian saw Chen Pingan take out the neatly folded golden wine robe. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to keep it and not bring it to the North Continent. Zhu Lian glanced at the folding fan that Chen Pingan had placed on the table. It was a gift from Cui Dongshan. Even if Zhu Lian used his, but to think, he knew that it was undoubtedly a magic weapon. He smiled and said, "Young master, the golden wine paired with the folding fan is a perfect match for the beauty in her prime and the glazed mirror that reflects her delicate features." Chen Pingan sat behind the desk and meticulously counted the immortal money. He said unhappily, "I'm going to the North Continent to practice my swordsmanship, not to sightsee. Moreover, it's said that in the North Continent, people fight and kill if they don't like you. If I dare to roam the Jianghu like that, wouldn't I learn from Pei Qian and stick a talisman on my forehead and write the words I'm asking for a beating?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Young master, no matter how chaotic the Jianghu is, it's not all about fighting and killing. Even the Book Slip Lake has its own culture. It's better to keep the golden wine with you in case you need it. It doesn't take up much space anyway." Zhu Lian suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, "Why, young master, have you thought about who you want to lend this item to?" Chen Pingan nodded. "I want to find an opportunity to send it to Lu Xianyang from the Mellow Scholar Chen family in the South Saw Continent." Zhu Lian asked, "Is it through the Chen family from the Dragon Tail Stream, who open a school in the small town?" Chen Pingan gently twirled a small coin. It was a topaz copper coin with seal script on both front and back. It was no longer the seal script of one of the four evil spirits of the Shu Shui country, Wei Wei, who had spent money to avoid disaster in the dilapidated ancient temple. The seal script of the small coin was engraved with 9 dragons spitting water and 8 divisions divine light. The seal script content of the small coin was like this, varied and indefinite. It was not like the snow coin, which was the only one in the world. This was, of course, the power of the god of wealth Lu Shur of the Snow Mountain continent. As for the origin of the small coin, it was scattered all over the place. Therefore, the exchange of the small coin and the snow coin was slightly fluctuating. Chen Pingan said, "When the Mellow Scholarchen family came to Liju Paradise and examined the tombstone, his name was Chen Dui. Although his temper was not very good, and his tone was harsh, his nature was not bad. The scholar that the Chen family from the Dragon Tail Stream of the Great Yong dynasty contacted Chen Dui was Chen Songfeng, a friend of mine named Lu Baqiao. We had a very good relationship. Although Chen Songfeng's temper was a bit soft, and he lacked confidence when facing the legitimate daughter of a noble family from the South Saw continent, Chen Songfeng was cultured and refined and could not be faked. I believe that the 1,000-year-old reputation of a noble family is more valuable than a half-immortal weapon. Zhu Lian did not feel that there was anything wrong with Chen Pingan sending the golden wine robe to Lu Xianyang, whether it was a gift or a temporary loan. However, the timing was not right. Therefore, he persisted in his opinion in front of Chen Pingan, saying, "Young master, although you are now a warrior of the 6th realm and are only one step away from the golden wine robe becoming useless or even a burden, how can you not care about this one step away? The journey to the North Continent is bound to be filled with both danger and opportunity. To put it bluntly, if you really encounter a powerful sword cultivator with great killing power, even if you wear the golden wine robe and use it as the military do armor, it will still be a good thing to block a few sword strikes. When young master returns to Luapa Mountain next time, whether it is 3 years, 5 years, or even 10 years, it will not be too late to send it to Lu Xianyang. After all, as long as you are not a pure warrior, even if you are a cultivator of the pure jade realm, not to mention the earth immortals of the Jindan and Yuaning realms, you would not dare to say that wearing the golden wine robe is degrading. Chun Pingon nodded and kept the golden wine robe into the Flying Sword 15 of the Fengzuan item. Zhu Lian said, since Cui Dongshan said that there is still half a century for us to operate steadily, and young master also agrees with this point of view, why did you change your mind at the last moment? This is somewhat unlike young master's temperament. Chun Pingon stared at the lamp on the table and suddenly laughed. Zhu Lian, let's drink some wine and talk. Zhu Lian bowed and rubbed his hands. That would be great. Chun Pingon took out 2 pots of precious osmanthus wine and moved the items on the table. He sat opposite Zhu Lian with a desk between them. Chun Pingon then told Zhu Lian about the matter of rebuilding the longevity bridge, the obstacles of the state of mind, the gains and losses, the blessings and misfortunes during the period. He told Zhu Lian everything, no matter how big or small, about the shattering of the natal porcelain when he was young, the tug-of-war with the hierarch Lu Chen, the 300 years he spent with the old Taoist in the lotus flower-blessed land, the hold in his state of mind caused by the Wei Jin dynasty in the Wind Snow Temple and the Flood Dragon Valley. He also talked about his own reasoning, how he was badly battered at the calligraphy lake, why he had to shatter the golden body literary courage that had already shown signs of being virtuous, the gentle stinginess outside his heart, the farewells, and the more ghostly cries and wails outside his heart. This was the foundation of a person's Tao, and was extremely taboo. It should be known to the heavens, the earth, and himself, and then it should not be known to anyone else. Many immortal Taoist companions on the mountain may not be willing to disclose this matter to each other. However, Chun Pingon spoke so casually that Zhu Lian did not feel restrained. He only listened attentively and occasionally took a sip of wine. Chun Pingon bent down and took out a small clay jar from the drawer. He gently poured out a small pile of broken porcelain pieces. He did not pour it directly on the table, but placed it in his palm. Then he gently placed it on the table. These are the natal porcelain pieces that my father personally shattered. After that, my mother died of illness soon after. When I got them back then, I was in a daze. I did not think much about how they ended up in my hands. I was just sad. Chun Pingon picked up one of them with 2 fingers. His eyes were dark and gloomy. He said softly, before leaving the Lizhu cave, I relied on this to kill Kai Qinqian of Mount Yunxia in the alley. If I had failed, I would not have everything I have today, everything that happened before, and after was actually a gamble. Before I became an apprentice in the dragon kiln, I learned how to survive. After I learned how to make porcelain from old man Yao, at least I did not have to worry about starvation or freezing to death. I began to think about how to survive. I did not expect that I would have to leave the town in the end, so I began to think about how to survive. After I left the blessed land of lotus flowers in the Taoist temple, I turned back and thought about how to live well and what was right. Chun Pingon lowered his head and stared at the texture of the desk under the light. In my life, there were many forks in the road. I took a long detour. But there was a good thing about being ignorant. Chun Pingon raised his head. That is, when I meet someone I respect from the bottom of my heart, I will know where they stand. I will be very curious as to why they can walk to that place. Then it will be simple. I will identify the general direction and just focus on my work. I will be honest with myself and think more about my parents, Mr. Qi, and Liang. If they encounter the same situation, what would they think, and what would they do? After that, I actually kept learning. I wanted to take everything that I thought was good in others and make it my own. I was like a thief, because I was afraid of being poor. I was too afraid. I wanted to keep all the things that I cherished. It's not that I didn't care about money at all. It's not that Chun Pingon, was born to be a child of wealth. It's just that to me, I had nothing left. Suffering was too normal. I wasn't afraid at all. Even if I lost Luapa Mountain today and was beaten back to its original state, leaving only the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, I wouldn't be afraid. I stole a lot from all of you, and I also learned a lot. Other than you, Julien, there were also Senior Song from Swordwater Villa, Fan Air from Old Dragon City, Lu Yuzhou from Yuanxian Residence, Chao Ci from Great Wall of Sword Energy, Lu Tai, and even Imperial Tutor Zhong Qiu from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Zhou Fei from Chunchao Palace, Gentleman Zhong Kui from Taiping Mountain, and our mortal enemies Lu Laocheng, Lu Jimao, Zhang Yi from Book Slip Lake, and so on. I've been watching all of you silently. I'm very envious of the most outstanding aspects of all of you. Chun Pingon sighed. That's why Senior Chui saw the crux of the problem. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others. Regardless of whether one's actions or methods are good or bad, there will be consequences. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands. Being a person is different from practicing boxing. If you study hard and practice hard, the true meaning of boxing can be acquired. As a person, you take a little here and a little there. It's very easy to form. My state of mind, once my natal porcelain was shattered, it was already scattered. As a result, I've been reduced to a situation where I've been isolated. If I hadn't forcefully separated the primary and the secondary, the problem would have been even bigger. If I hadn't been dreaming and wanted to become a great sword immortal, it would have been fine. I'm a pure martial artist who climbs to the top step by step and doesn't care about these things. However, once I learned from the Qi cultivator, entering the middle 5 states is one hurdle, forming the Aurus core is another hurdle, and becoming the nascent soul is another hurdle. This is not the New Year's Eve of the common people. Every year, they will be able to endure it. If you don't mind it, you won't be able to overcome it. Chun Pingon emphasized, I've never thought that I've been overthinking. I still firmly believe that the victory of a moment is based on strength. This is the road to the top. Victory and defeat throughout the ages is based on reason. This is the foundation of standing. Both are indispensable. In this world, there's no such thing as waiting for me to lead a good life before talking about reason. If you achieve great things by being unreasonable, you'll only be more unreasonable in the future. In the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, the old Abbey Dean was a scheming person. I've been watching silently, hoping to see the results of 3 things. But in the end, I didn't manage to do it. 2 things were skipped, and the last thing was cut off. I left the bank of the River of Time and returned to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. That thing was about a scholar in the history of Songshi Kingdom. He was extremely intelligent and had the background of Jinshi. He had great ambitions, but he had bumps and bruises in the officialdom. So he decided to toughen up his temperament and learn the rules of the officialdom. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I really want to know if the scholar succeeded or gave up. Chun Pingon stood up without realizing it. Holding the pot of wine that he had not drunk much, he paced back and forth behind the desk and muttered to himself, I know a lot of principles, and I know a lot of right and wrong. Even if I only look at the results and everything I did was not bad during this period, I know my own joys and sorrows. It can be said that I have mixed feelings and am in a mess. For example, whether I should kill Gu Can at Book Slip Lake back then, whether I should become an ally with Lu Jimao, who is my sworn enemy, or whether I should feign civility with Lu Laocheng of Gong Willow Island. After I learn a lot of skills, how should I settle accounts with my enemy? Should I press forward without caring about anything else? Or should I think carefully, take a step back, and think about whether to make some changes? If I make these changes, things will be right and reasonable. But deep in my heart, will I, Chun Pingon, really be happy? Chun Pingon stood still and shook his head. His eyes were firm and his tone was firm. I'm not very happy. There was a moment of silence. Chun Pingon raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He wiped his mouth. What should I do? In the beginning, I thought that as long as I went to the North Continent, I would be free. But Senior Chui exposed me. This move is useful, but not very useful. It treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. This makes me very hesitant. I'm not afraid of taking risks, suffering, or being wronged. But I'm most afraid of the feeling of being at a loss. Ooh, Chun Pingan's eyes were sad. The world is big, but I'm all alone. I have no family. I look around. No one praises me when I'm right, and no one scolds me when I'm wrong. And these seemingly small knots in his heart would become more and more obvious as his martial arts reached a higher level and he reached a higher cultivation realm. When you, Chun Pingan, become stronger and stronger, you can shatter bricks and shatter walls with one punch. In the future, even the walls of the secular dynasty's capital will be smashed to pieces with one punch. When you brandished your sword in the past, you could help yourself escape danger and intimidate the enemy. In the future, when your sword Qi reaches the river, the immortal ancestral hall on a mountain will be obliterated. How can you be faultless? If you were Ma Kushuan, a very annoying person, or even Lu Xianyang, your best friend, you wouldn't have to be like this. But it's precisely because of this that Qin Pingan is the current Qin Pingan. Zhu Lian pointed at Qin Pingan. You are you. Zhu Lian drew a circle on the desk and said with a smile, at the book slip lake, you only learned how to make your knowledge and principles harmoniously interact with the world. Not only can you solve problems, but you can also live a good life. You can also barely feel at ease without asking for external help. But in the following mind-examining game, you have to ask yourself who Qin Pingan really is. Since you've chosen this path, then whether it's right or wrong, you have to know it all first. You have to see it clearly. Only then will you have the possibility of correcting the mistakes and perfecting the good. Otherwise, everything is lost. Zhu Lian pointed at Qin Pingan again, this time slightly higher, pointing at the top of Qin Pingan's head. Previously, you said that Wei Pai's words benefited you greatly. It's said that in a person's heart, there must be a sun and a moon. Zhu Lian's fingers slowly moved downwards, pointing behind Qin Pingan. You also said that the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, said that a person's heart is bright and resplendent, like grass and trees facing the sun. Shouldn't he also look at the shadow behind him? Zhu Lian asked, what are these two sentences talking about? Zhu Lian asked and answered his own question. One is the future, the other is the past. So, I have another question. How is the present? Who do you think you are? There's a common saying that I, Zhu Lian, value the most. Just right now, I can take it out and bask it in the sun, the lantern light, and the moonlight. Those who know others are wise. Those who know themselves are bright. Understand why. What's the meaning of this word? It means that the state of mind is bright and untainted. It also means that the sun and the moon are both bright. Qin Pingan returned to his seat and drank his wine. He seemed to have understood something, but also felt relieved. Zhu Lian finally smiled and said, there are some things that you can't understand, even if you think about it. Don't be afraid. Move forward, move slowly. If you make a mistake, correct it. If you don't make a mistake, seek for something better. If you're right, seek for the best. Don't all martial arts and all knowledge fall on the word attainment. He went to the inverted hanging mountain, Tongya continent, lotus blossom blessed land, and Book Lake. Is it the North Continent, which has been full of heroes since ancient times, the best place for Qin Pingan to practice his swordsmanship? Bring a few more jugs of wine. Wear a green robe and wield a sword. Just travel north with a heroic spirit. By the time you return south, you might have already won the title of sword deity. Let the Jianghu remember the name Qin Pingan for 100 years, 1,000 years. When Qin Pingan heard the first part of the speech, he deeply agreed. When he heard the last part, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This wasn't something he would think about. Zhu Lian said in all seriousness, "There are many infatuated beauties in the Jianghu. Young master, you have to be careful." Chun Pingan was helpless. Zhu Lian, who said these words, seemed to be more familiar with him. Zhu Lian raised the jug of wine. "I had a great time chatting with young master tonight. This old servant has been enlightened. May I be so bold as to finish the wine in the jug before leaving?" Zhu Lian was even more familiar with this side of him. Chun Pingan smiled as he raised the jug of wine and finished the osmanthus wine in their respective jugs with Zhu Lian. After Zhu Lian carried the empty jug of wine and closed the door and left, Chun Pingan began to pack his luggage again. The matter of the immortal money was stored in the jade pendant that Zheng Dafeng had given him in Old Dragon City. He had asked for 30 grains of grain rain money from Wei Pai, who helped to manage the money. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not use it, only when he had the opportunity to refine the 3 natal items outside of water. And earth would he use the money to buy a magical treasure that he liked and was suitable for him. In addition, he would bring 50 grains of small heat money and 1,000 grains of snow money. As a sword immortal, he naturally carried the blade, strengthening gourd with him. He wore the green robe called spring grass. According to Zhu Lian's instructions, he carried the golden wine gourd in case of an emergency. The core condor bracelet given to him by Wu Yi of the Purple Sun Mansion was equivalent to an attack from an earth immortal. It was an offensive magical treasure that was extremely suitable for him. The true body talisman of the day and night wandering god had already damaged its foundation. He heard that big brother Li Baoping was currently studying in the North Continent to see if it could be repaired. After that, whether the Li family would take back the talisman or keep it for Chun Pingan would be up to Li Shixing. Although Cui Dongshan had vaguely reminded him to draw a clear line with the Li family of Fortune Street outside of the little treasure bottle, Chun Pingan was still willing to be close to Li Shixing. There were also 3 faces carefully made by Zhu Lian. They were the faces of a young man, and an old man. Although they could not fool Earth immortal cultivators, they were more than enough to traverse the Jianghu. There was also Li Huai's elder sister, Li Lu, who was liked by both Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing. She should be cultivating in the Lion Peak of the North Continent now. It was time for him to visit this family of 3. Then he would personally explore the route into the sea. This was an exchange with the Taoist sect's Master Lu Chen. Of course, Lu Chen did not even discuss it with Chun Pingan. But no matter what, this was an open scheme. Chun Pingan would not shirk from it. In the future, the opportunity for the green-robed child, Chun Lingjun, to attain Tao would depend on whether this route was smooth or not. Flood dragons, pythons, fish demons, and the like. Traversing the river was never a simple matter. The Eel River demon in the Tongyi continent had its path blocked by the buried river goddess. It was unable to ascend to the Golden Core realm. Of course, there were people and things that he wanted to meet. There were also people that he did not want to meet. For example, He Xiaoyang, the fairy of the Shun Ao sect. When he thought of this Taoist sect's female champion, who was once the most blessed in the Aquarius continent, he felt that compared to Tongyi continent's Yao Jinji, Baihu River's water goddess Shaowan, and Zhuchai Island's Lu Zhongruan added together, she gave Chun Pingan a headache. He only hoped that he would not touch her. Chun Pingan roughly finished packing his luggage for this trip to the north. He let out a long sigh. He could not help but think of the serious Zhu Lian. His elegance was unparalleled. It was unimaginable that the young Zhu Lian was a banished deity in the lotus flower-blessed land. Zhu Lian wandered over to the house and found that his silly daughter, Sun Yuanji, was still practicing her fists. It was just that her fists were unstable. She was forcing herself to hold on. She was clumsy and was not likable. With a tap of his toes, He leaped over the wall and landed in the courtyard. He said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When you practice boxing, you only know how to release and not retract. This is very troublesome. Practicing boxing is like cultivating the mind. It's good to be willing to endure hardships, but if you don't know how to control the intensity and propriety, the more you practice, the more you'll die. You'll train until you're stupid. How can you let your fists grow?" His words were not very polite. It was similar to how Qin Pingan told Sun Yuanji that her fists were not good. It was one thing for Sun Yuanji to be with the young master of Luapa Mountain, but it was another thing for old immortal Zhu. She was convinced and immediately began to admit her mistakes. Zhu Lian nodded. "Anyway, it is good that you can endure hardships by yourself, but since you are a registered disciple of Luapa Mountain, you must think highly of yourself. You might as well go to the top of Luapa Mountain to practice your fists from time to time. Look at the magnificent scenery around you. Keep telling yourself, who said that a woman's heart can't hold the beautiful mountains and rivers, who said that a woman can't reach the top of martial arts and overlook the heroes of Jianghu." Sun Yuanji's mind swayed and tears filled her eyes. After all, she was a girl from the Nian family, on Luapa Mountain. It was no wonder that she respected old immortal Zhu the most. He not only saved her from the fire and water, but also gave her such a martial arts future. After that, he treated her like a kind elder. How could Sun Yuanji not be moved? She wiped her tears and said in a trembling voice, "I will remember every word Senior said." Zhu Lian reminded her, and was about to leave. Sun Yuanji hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why do you have to endure humiliation in Luapa Mountain?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "How can I endure humiliation?" Sun Yuanji was shy and embarrassed to say those words. It was not that she was too afraid of the young mountain master, but she was afraid that her words would hurt old immortal Zhu's face. Zhu Lian pointed at Sun Yuanji. "Fortune favors fools. Just like this. It's good. You don't need to change it. Well, it's best not to change it. Keep it. The longer the better. Our Luapa Mountain should have someone like you." Sun Yuanji smiled slightly. Old immortal Zhu didn't say a few words to her. Even if he beat and scolded her, it would be with good intentions. Sun Yuanji asked, "Senior, are you used to living here?" Zhu Lian nodded and said, "Savages are used to living in the mountains. I am a lazy person. I am used to it. I can't be more comfortable." Sun Yuanji praised sincerely. Senior is really a free cloud and a wild crane. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin. "The feng shui of Luapa Mountain is a bit strange." Zhu Lian didn't jump over the wall this time. He opened the door and left. Sun Yuanji locked the door and gently clenched her fist, murmuring, "Sun Yuanji, I must live up to old immortal Zhu's expectations. Practicing martial arts is tough. I have to be diligent and flexible." Zhu Lian didn't return to the house directly. Instead, he went to the peak of Luapa Mountain and sat on the steps. He shook the empty wine pot and remembered that there was no more wine. No matter, he just had to wait for the sunrise. Zhu Lian suddenly looked over and saw an unexpected person. It was the barefoot old man who rarely left the bamboo house, Cui Cheng. Zhu Lian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Cui Cheng slowly climbed up and gestured for Zhu Lian to sit down. Zhu Lian plopped down. Cui Cheng and Zhu Lian sat side by side. He had brought 2 pots of wine with him and threw one to Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian opened the mud seal and drank a mouthful. He smiled and said, "If young master knew that you secretly dug out 2 pots of wine, he wouldn't dare to blame you. Instead, he would scold me for stealing." Cui Cheng said expressionlessly, "If Qin Pengan didn't like someone, he wouldn't even say a word." Zhu Lian nodded. "That's true. Cui Qing looked into the distance and asked casually, Zhu Lian, since you don't have the lotus flower blessed land's heavenly Tao bottleneck, why do you still deliberately walk so slowly? Zhu Lian put down the 2 pots of wine, one on the left and one on the right. He leaned back and rested his elbows on the ground. Languid, he said, living like this is the most comfortable. Cui Qing asked again, Chen Pingon isn't bad, but is he worthy of your treatment? Zhu Lian was still frivolous in the face of a peak 10th level martial artist question. I'm willing. I'm happy. Cui Qing wasn't angry. He would just give him a few more punches when he returned to the bamboo house. Cui Qing smiled. You've always been showing your face to others? Even hiding it from your young master? Zhu Lian chuckled. In my hometown, I relied on my face to make a living. I've eaten too much. Let's forget about it now. I'm old and have to admit that I'm old. It's not good to let the young ladies worry about me. Cui Qing shook his head and left. There was really nothing to talk about with this kind of guy. If it wasn't for Zhu Lian's words on the first floor of the bamboo house, Cui Qing wouldn't have made this trip to deliver this pot of wine. After Cui Qing left, Zhu Lian simply leaned back and rested his head on his hands. He closed his eyes to rest. When the sun was about to rise, Zhu Lian slowly sat up. There was no one around. He stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them against his temples. He gently lifted the skin of his face to reveal his true face. Wei Pai appeared beside Zhu Lian without anyone noticing. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhu Lian. He sighed. I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. Zhu Lian covered his face and pretended to be shy. He imitated Pei Qian's tone. I'm so embarrassed. Wei Pai also left after holding it in for a long time. He only said, disgusting. Zhu Lian laughed heartily and stood up. He straightened his back and put his hands behind his back. The sun rose from the eastern sea, illuminating Zhu Lian with radiance. He looked like an immortal among immortals. Zhu Lian quickly covered his face again. After carefully combing it, he carried 2 pots of wine and walked down the mountain. Sun Yuanji was practicing her boxing while climbing the mountain. When she saw the stooped old senior, she almost broke her fist in tent and stopped to greet him. But when she thought of their heart-to-heart talk last night, Sun Yuanji forced herself to take a deep breath. She maintained her fist intent and continued to punch. Zhu Lian nodded and brushed past her. Sun Yuanji didn't stop until she reached the top. She turned around and saw a thin figure as small as a grain of rice. The girl thought that when a man like old immortal Zhu was young, even if he wasn't handsome enough, he must have been liked by many girls. When Zhu Lian arrived at Pei Qian and Chen Rusha's house, the girl in pink was already busy. Pei Qian must still be sleeping in. In her words, the best friend in the world is the bedding at night. The most difficult opponent in the world is the bedding in the morning. Fortunately, she was clear about gratitude and hatred. After Zhu Lian greeted Chen Rushu with a smile, he knocked on the door. Pei Qian woke up in a daze and asked, Who is it? Zhu Lian smiled and said, Young master has already left Luo Mountain. Pei Qian's heart tightened, and he suddenly said angrily, Old Chef Zhu, master will leave by tomorrow's cross-continent ferry. Who are you trying to fool? Zhu Lian said, Then you can continue to sleep. Pei Qian sat on the bed in a daze and then scolded, Old Chef Zhu, don't run. If you have the ability, you can fight me with both hands and legs. You can't even blink. Eat my crazy sword technique. I don't have the ability. Zhu Lian left. Pei Qian didn't know whether to sleep or not. He could only roll around on the bed and hit the bedding with all his strength. On this day, Chen Pingon left Luo Mountain at noon. He took Pei Qian with him and chatted with Zheng Dafeng at the mountain gate for a while. In the end, Zheng Dafeng disliked this pair of master and disciple and drove them away. Now that the construction of the mountain gate was about to be finished, Zheng Dafeng was very busy, which made Pei Qian very angry. After that, Chun Pingon took Pei Chien to the small town. First, they went to his parents' graves. Then, that night, they stayed at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley as if they were keeping vigil. After dawn, he didn't let Pei Chien follow him and went directly to the immortal ferry in Oxhorn Mountain. Wei Pai followed him and boarded the cross-continent ferry at Skeleton Beach. He told Pei Chien in his heart, "There may be someone who wants to see you on the way. In Dali, you are considered to have a very honorable status." Chun Pingon understood in his heart, but he was still a little suspicious. He looked at Wei Pai, and the latter nodded gently. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Wei Pai said, "Of course I'm not worried. After all, it's the territory of Beiwei." After Wei Pai's figure disappeared, Chun Pingon ignored the complicated eyes around him and went to the cabin on the top floor. Chun Pingon went to the room and came to the railing of the observation deck. The ferry rose slowly. Chun Pingon was wearing a green robe, carrying a sword fairy on his back and a blade cultivating gourd on his waist. He looked down at the land, mountains, and rivers of the former territory of the Black Pearl Cave. Everything was in his eyes. He was going to be thousands of miles away from home again. On a cliff surrounded by clouds, from top to bottom, there were 4 big words, Tian Kai Shinxiao. A woman in green with a ponytail and a little charcoal sat on the first horizontal line of the word Tian side by side. Pei Chien shook his legs that were hanging outside the cliff and said with a smile, "Sister Xiuxiu, these 2 bags of fried dough twists are delicious, right? They are crisp and crispy. Master bought them in a very, very far place." Wan Xiu also smiled and nodded. "Delicious. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house." For 83. This cross-continent ferry from the Skeleton Beach's linen sect was shaped like a river ship and was no different from the many small and medium-sized ferries that Chun Pingon had ridden before. However, after it rose into the air, there was something mysterious about it. Around the huge ferry, smoke billowed, and illusory armored warriors appeared. They were like movers pulling the boat, rushing through the sea of clouds in the void. The speed of the ferry was as fast as lightning, far surpassing the Dage mountain ferry of the North Continent Celestial sect. Chun Pingon had already taken the sword deity and blade, strengthening gourd, and placed them on the table. When he was practicing in the house, he would take out a few bamboo slips and go to the viewing platform to enjoy the scenery. He would often rub them. The yellowing bamboo slip in his hand was engraved with the words, "Clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens." Chun Pingon was very familiar with the words, "Clear when nothing happens, cut when something happens." Although Cui Dongshan gave him a jade bamboo folding fan before he left, Chun Pingon always felt that the folding fan was wronged when he thought of the famous scholar lying on the rattan chair and waving the fan. He could not imagine how awkward it would be if he waved the fan. After the ferry flew out of the territory of Liju, Blessed Land, it would temporarily dock at the ferry of Changchun Palace in the north of Dali's capital. Changchun Palace was the first-class immortals cave in Dali. The cultivators there were all women. After the lady in the palace lost her power, she cultivated there. At that time, the imperial court in Dali thought that the lady who was far away from the central government would not be able to climb back up. Unexpectedly, she was the biggest winner in the end. She gave birth to 2 sons. One was supported by the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and became the new emperor of Dali. The other one was closer to the vassal king, Song Jianqiang, and was about to be conferred the title of king in Laolong City. After the death of the former emperor, she was clearly imprisoned. It was as if she did not do anything and things had already turned out the best. It was no wonder that the people liked to say that good people would be rewarded, but they often did not believe it in their hearts. Chun Pingon was different from Gu Ken and Pei Chien. He did not record everything on paper. If there was too much, he would not remember it well. When Chun Pingan first went out for a long trip, the Lady of Dali had a strong desire to kill. She directly sent a group of Dali's top assassins to tail him. If it was not for Alliance, 100 Chun Pingan would have been dead. Of course, that woman had her reasons. Her son, Song Jisun, had suffered greatly at the hands of Chun Pingan. He was almost strangled to death by a kiln worker's apprentice in the rain in Clay Bottle Alley, after passing through the lotus flower-blessed land and the book-slipped lake. Chun Pingan could already roughly sort out the lady's thoughts. Obviously, when the Lady of Dali was at the peak of her power, she began to plot to raise her son, Song He, who was by her side in the capital, and to rope in the civil and military officials. As for Song Jisun, who thrived for the good fortune of the Song clan, he fought for opportunities in Liju Cave and earned as much as he could for the clan. If Song Jisun died, she would probably cry bitterly. However, he died young, not long after he was born. Song Mu, whose name had long been erased from the genealogy of the Song clan, died. It was just another death. However, at least half of Song Jisun's credit was due to her, his mother. Her credit was naturally the credit of her other son, Song He. These inside stories were not known to the pillars of the country and the important officials of Dali, but it did not matter. The late emperor acknowledged it, Cui Dong acknowledged it, and Song Zhengqiang acknowledged it. That was enough. It was even better that Song Jisun left Liju Cave alive. Of course, the premise was that this Song Mu, whose name had been restored to the genealogy, was not greedy. He had to be well-behaved and knew not to fight for the throne with his older brother. Therefore, when Chun Pingan and Song Jisun, who was on a diplomatic mission to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, met by chance at Cliff Academy, they did not have any conflict. When Song Jisun and Chun Pingan were neighbors, they often talked sarcastically. He said that in Chun Pingan's big house, the only thing that made noise was bottles and jars, and the only fragrance that could be smelled was the fragrance of medicine. However, except for the matter of lying to Chun Pingan and breaking the oath, Song Jisun and Chun Pingan generally lived in harmony. They just did not like each other and minded their own business. As for those sarcastic remarks, they were as light as goose feathers in places like Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. Whoever cared about them would suffer losses. In fact, Song Jisun had suffered a lot because of the trivial remarks of these women in the marketplace. Because they cared too much, they formed a knot in their hearts that could not be untied, even by the gods. When the ferry approached the capital of Dali, Chun Pingan sat on the railing of the observation deck. He looked up at the sky and drank silently. When he was young, Chun Pingan was most afraid of illness. After he familiarized himself with the mountain to collect herbs, he later became an apprentice of a kiln worker and learned how to make porcelain from old Yao, who looked down on him. Chun Pingan was the most vigilant about his health. Whenever there were signs of illness, he would go up the mountain to collect herbs and boil them. Lu Xianyang used to joke that Chun Pingan was the most delicate person in the world. He really thought that he was the daughter of a rich family in Falu Street. It wasn't just the young Chun Pingan. He had watched his mother fall sick in bed. Her treatment was ineffective, and she was as thin as a match. In the end, she passed away on a snowy day. Chun Pingan was very afraid that once he died, there would be no one in the world who would miss his parents. Back then, his mother always said that illness would not hurt, but she was often sleepy, so little Pingan was not afraid and did not have to worry. At first, the young child really believed it, but later he knew that it was not like that at all. His mother gritted her teeth and endured it because she wanted him to think less and do less. Most of the old bedding had been torn to shreds in the corners. In a rich family, they did not have to worry about food and clothing. It was said that children who remembered things early would have great prospects. In a poor family, children who matured early could not do anything but suffer early. Chun Pingan did not, and neither did Zhu Lian. Chun Lingjun was still unruly and wandered around. Last time at the night banquet, he was in the limelight, so he gained a few more Jianghu friends. Big and small hills were all very attentive to this green-clothed boy, who could sit in the high position of a distinguished guest. For example, the Jindan earthly, immortal elder of Yi Dai Peak liked Chun Lingjun to be a guest. The elder and the child drank and chatted freely, boasting about their heroic deeds in the past. They hit it off very well. Regarding this matter, Chun Pingan had specially told Chun Lingjun in private that he could visit Yi Dai Peak often. So Chun Lingjun was very confident. After Pei Qian gave Sister Xiuxiu 2 bags of fried dough twists, he remembered his master's instructions and accompanied Chun Lingjun to Yi Dai Peak, bringing the green plum temple fairy, Zhou Qianglin, down the mountain. Lu Yinrun, who was carrying a young white fox, loved to join in the fun and also followed them to Luo Pa Mountain. However, every time the charcoal girl wanted to touch the little guy, the white fox would shrink back and tremble. This made Pei Qian feel very embarrassed and wronged. What was this little thing afraid of? It was so timid. Wasn't there a saying in the books that many armpits make a fur coat? She just wanted to skin it and make clothes that would definitely be worth a lot of money. It was not like she would really kill it. When Zhu Lian was entertaining the guests, he reminded Pei Qian that he could go to school, to study. Pei Qian was self-righteous and ignored him, saying that he still wanted to bring Zhou Qianglin and the rest to Sister Xiuxiu's Dragon Spring sword sect to play. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Then I'll give you 5 days to play around. You should have finished touring the hills of my house and Miss Ruan's." Pei Qian started to bargain with Zhu Lian. In the end, Zhu Lian reluctantly added 2 more days. Pei Qian was overjoyed, feeling that he had made a profit. Actually, Chun Pingan and Zhu Lian had said that Pei Qian would definitely dawdle. Then they would let her delay for another 10 days to half a month. After that, they would bring her to school, even if she had to be tied up. Therefore, when the little fox met the old fox, she was still lacking in skill. 2 days ago, Pei Qian walked with the wind, laughing nonstop. Whatever she saw was beautiful. She held a walking stick and led the way for Zhou Qianglin and Lu Yinrun. She was familiar with the mountains in the west. Earlier, when she chased the dog, all the sweat was not for nothing. On the side of the Dragon Spring sword sect, not to mention the Green Plum Temple Fairy, who was born with an exquisite mind, even the fearless Lu Yinrun was very reserved, especially when they saw the girl in green, the only daughter of the legendary Saint Wan Jiao. One was more honest than the other. Pei Qian almost held her stomach and laughed. She could only keep a straight face. Wan Xiu only glanced at the 2 unfamiliar girls and smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian jogged all the way over. Wan Xiu naturally bent down. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and whispered in Sister Xiuxiu's ear, "Master doesn't like them very much and doesn't want them to go to Lapa Mountain as guests. However, Master has a good impression of a young cultivator called Song Yuan, so he let me, the first disciple of the sect, lead them to Sister Xiuxiu's place for a stroll." Wan Xiu smiled. Zhou Qianglin and Lu Yinrun were flattered that he actually stopped forging and personally led the way. Zhou Qianglin and Lu Yinrun were especially flattered, especially Zhou Qianglin. She felt that just this blessing that seemed to have fallen from the sky was enough for her to win countless benefits, both real and fake, when she returned to the Green Plum Temple at Nantang Lake. However, when he thought about how this kind woman, who always had a smile on her face, was the only daughter of the great Li dynasty's chief consecrated saint, he felt that he had to be more reserved when he returned to the Green Plum Temple and not turn a blessing into a disaster. Lu Yinrun was even more naive. She had an Earth Immortal Patriarch as her grandfather and knew more about the inside story of Dragon Pearl Paradise. Therefore, She sincerely admired this fairy Yuan who had a high status, many stories, and a particularly good temper. Even Donggu, who was now an earth immortal known by everyone in the Dali dynasty, could do nothing about it. The only one who dared to talk about senior sister Yuan was their master, but it was useless. During this period of time, Pei Qian played crazily for 3 days, living the life of an immortal. On the 4th day, little Charcoal began to worry. On the 5th day, he was already sickly. On the 6th day, he felt as if the world was falling apart. On the last day, on the way back from Yidai Peak, he began to droop his head and drag his walking stick. It was rare for Jing Dafeng to take the initiative to greet her. Pei Qian only responded with a grunt and climbed the mountains silently. The next day, Pei Qian took the initiative to look for old chef Zhu early in the morning. She said that she could go down the mountain by herself and wouldn't get lost. Zhu Lian agreed. In order to show her sincerity, Pei Qian dashed down the mountain. However, when she was slightly away from the boundary of Luopa Mountain, she began to swagger and leisurely. She went to the stream to see if there were any fish, climbed up a tree to admire the scenery. When she reached the small town, she wasn't in a hurry to go to Riding Dragon Alley. Instead, she went to the bank of Dragon Whisker River to pick up stones and play with water. When she was tired, she sat on the big green rock cliff and ate melon seeds. Only when the curtain of night fell did she happily go to Riding Dragon Alley. In the end, when she saw Zhu Lian sitting on a small stool at the entrance, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be limping. She leaned on the walking stick and said with a bitter face, "Old Chef Zhu, when I was going down the mountain, I ran too fast halfway and fell flat on my face. I only just arrived." Zhu Lian said, "It's okay. It's okay. Recuperating is more important. I'll write a letter to your master later and say that you hurt your leg and foot. Don't go to school for the time being." Pei Qian frowned and sat on the doorstep. Inside the shop, Shiro was sitting behind the counter. She was very annoying. Pei Qian said gloomily, "I'll go to school tomorrow, not to mention the wind and rain. Even if it's a knife falling from the sky, it won't be able to stop me." Zhu Lian asked with a smile, "Then, do you want me to send you to school? Or do you want your sister Shiro to send you?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and squeezed out a smile. "Let Sister Shiro do it." "Old Chef Zhu, you have a lot of things to do on the mountain." Unexpectedly, Shiro had already said softly, "I won't go. Let him send you to school." Pei Qian rolled her eyes. "This unloyal guy. Don't even think about eating my melon seeds in the future." Shiro sighed softly. It wasn't that she was too lazy to take this route, but that she was a little afraid. Shiro was indeed not very willing to go to the school of the Chun family in the Dragon Tail Commandery. Even when she walked into the Cliff Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom with fear and trepidation, Shiro was actually very repulsed by this kind of place where sages and scholars gave lectures. It was not only the reverence of a ghost, but also a kind of inferiority. But in fact, in this matter, Chun Pingan had the best impression of Shiro. Shiro couldn't help but feel proud of wearing an immortal's shed skin. So when she was in the academy, she felt that the children like Li Baoping and Li Huai, as well as the young boys and girls like Yu Luxi, didn't know what was important. Looking at those children, Shiro's gaze was condescending. Of course, after that, Shiro suffered a lot at Cui Dongshan's place. But putting aside the matter of vision, Shiro's state of mind and her reverence for the place of books were very precious. Tsing Yuanji was the same. She also had her own merits that she didn't realize. After ascending the mountain, she knew that the old immortal Zhu in her heart was just an old servant of the young hill master Chun Pingan. At most, he was a steward in a noble mansion. But from beginning to end, Tsing Yuanji's gratitude towards Zhu Lian did not decrease at all. Instead, she would always stand up for the old man. Chun Pingon hoped that Pei Qian would discover the value of kindness that was easy to overlook. He wanted Pei Qian to discover the good in others. Chun Pingon didn't force Pei Qian to do this, but he had to know. Chun Pingon almost never left half a grain of rice when eating. But whether it was Pei Qian, Zheng Dafeng, or Zhu Lian, they were not particular about this. If there was too much rice, there would be too many dishes on the table, and they couldn't eat any more. Then there would be leftovers. Chun Pingon wouldn't deliberately say anything. In fact, deep in his heart, he didn't think that they had to change. This was a small matter. This wasn't a small matter. This was also something that Chun Pingon himself didn't think was valuable. Back then, Gu Kan and Lu Xianyang might have felt comfortable interacting with Chun Pingon, even if they knew that Chun Pingon was an extremely rigid and stubborn person. But in the eyes of Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, these seniors, they saw it clearly. They just didn't say it. It was just like how Chun Pingon made important decisions. Even if in the eyes of others, it was clear that he was the one giving and showing kindness, he still had to ask Sui Yu, Shiro, and Pei Qian first. This kind of calmness wasn't something that was taught in books. It wasn't even something that Chun Pingon had deliberately learned. It was something that came out of his family's traditions, as well as the bitter days when he was like a medicine jar. It was something that had been slowly worked out. In the end, it was still Zhu Lian who accompanied Pei Qian to school. Early in the morning, Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and stared blankly at the table full of his most beloved belongings. Other than the small bamboo box that he was carrying on his back, he couldn't bring the mountain walking stick, the yellow paper talisman, the bamboo knife, and the bamboo sword on the table. He really went to a hammered school, studied a hammered book, and met a hammered teacher. Pei Qian sighed heavily. She stood up and opened the door. She raised her head. It wasn't until this moment that she felt somewhat enlightened. She finally understood the essence of the sage's saying, even if there are millions of people, I will go forward. But she secretly hid a bag of melon seeds. Of course, she didn't dare to do so when the teachers were teaching. Once the school ran to Luo Pa Mountain to complain, Pei Qian knew that she was in the wrong. In the end, her teacher wouldn't help her. But when she was free, she couldn't be treated unfairly, right? She couldn't find a place where no one was around to eat melon seeds. Pei Qian didn't say anything along the way. As she walked through the streets, she saw a big white goose. Pei Qian didn't do anything, but the white goose began to run away. Pei Qian's mood finally improved. She was about to leave Jianghu, but there were still some difficult existences who knew her strength. Zhu Lian sent Pei Qian to the school gate and said, "Quarrel more, fight less." Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Why are you quarreling? I'll just be a little mute." Zhu Lian waved his hand. Pei Qian was a little uncomfortable. Her legs didn't listen to her. How about she continued to study tomorrow? It was just one day later. It didn't matter. She secretly turned her head and saw Zhu Lian still standing there. Pei Qian was a little annoyed. This old chef was really bored. He should go back to Luo Pa Mountain to cook. There was a young teacher at the school. He had been waiting there for a long time with a smile on his face. The young hill master of Luo Pa Mountain had already greeted the school. Because of this, the two old teachers from the Chun family of Dragon Tail Stream thought about it and felt that it was not a small matter. They sent a letter back to their family. It was the eldest young master Chen Songfeng who personally replied. He asked the school to treat them with courtesy. They didn't have to treat them as if they were facing a great enemy, and they didn't have to deliberately curry favor with them. There were rules, but some things could be handled with discretion. Pei Qian was actually not afraid of strangers. Otherwise, how could she, a little kid in the early years, deceive several experienced arresters in Hure Town on the border of the Great Spring Dynasty? They didn't dare to say a word and respectfully sent her back to the inn. Pei Qian just didn't like studying. The young teacher introduced Pei Qian. He only said that his name was Pei Qian and that he came from Dragon Riding Alley. When they heard the funny name, Pei Qian, which was a homonym for money, many people in the classroom laughed. The young teacher frowned, and an old teacher who was in charge of teaching and dispelling doubts immediately scolded him. The whole classroom was silent. Pei Qian didn't care. She quickly glanced at them from the corner of her eyes and remembered their faces clearly. She thought, "Don't fall into my hands." Pei Qian walked to an empty seat, took the bamboo box, and put it next to the desk. She began to pretend to listen to the class. Pei Qian endured 2 classes and was sleepy. It was really difficult for her to endure. After class, she took an opportunity to tiptoe to the side door instead of the main entrance of the school. She saw Zhu Lian sitting on the side of the road and eating melon seeds. Pei Qian squeezed out a smile and deliberately looked left and right. She asked, "Old Chef Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Lian was eating melon seeds and smiled. "Waiting for rabbits." Pei Qian laughed and said, "It's not a deep mountain or an old forest. There's no little brother here." Pei Qian turned and left. This old Chef Zhu was haunting her. She couldn't help it. It seemed that she shouldn't skip class today. In the next few days, whenever Pei Qian wanted to escape, she would see Zhu Lian. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate. At the school, although Pei Qian wasn't young anymore, he looked like a child in his teens. Therefore, her current classmates were also much younger than her in terms of actual age. Pei Qian began to get used to the life of studying in the school. When the teacher taught, she listened attentively. After class, she crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't pay attention to anyone. Everyone was silly. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment in deceiving them. Today, Pei Qian began to daydream in class again. She suddenly turned her head and looked. A moment later, a young man wearing a scholar's robe came. He was accompanied by several old teachers who were in charge of things. They didn't stop, but Pei Qian found that this guy glanced at her. That evening, Pei Qian refused the invitation of 2 little girls. Alone, she carried the small bamboo box and ran back to Dragon Riding Alley. She found that Zhu Lian had run from Luopa Mountain to the backyard of the shop. Not only that, the young man she saw at the school was also there. He was sitting there talking and laughing with old Chef Zhu. Pei Qian carried the small bamboo box and bowed. "Hello, teacher." She couldn't help it. Her master was very polite in Jianghu. As the first disciple, she couldn't let others mistakenly think that her master didn't know how to teach disciples. The young scholar smiled and said, "You must be Pei Qian. Are you used to studying at the school?" Pei Qian pecked at the rice. Her eyes were sincere. She said loudly, "Very good. You are very knowledgeable. You should go to the school to be a gentleman. Classmates study hard. In the future, you will all be scholars." Shiro held back her laughter at the counter. Zhu Lian didn't expose this fence-sitter's special skill. The young scholar seemed to be a little uncomfortable. This flattery was a bit too much. It made it difficult for the grandson of Dragon Tail Stream Chun to respond. But the child should be sincere, right? He couldn't ignore the little girl's good intentions. Chun Songfeng, who came from afar, could only smile and nod at her. Pei Qian bowed again and then ran into her room. She gently closed the door and began to copy books. Pei Qian was the most serious about this matter outside of the school. After copying the books, Pei Qian found that the guest had left. Zhu Lian was still sitting in the yard, holding a lot of things in his arms. Pei Qian held the mountain staff and practiced the crazy demon swordsmanship. After standing still, she asked, "What's the matter?" Zhu Lian said, "Something good." Pei Qian blinked. "What? You're here to give me money?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Your mouth must have been blessed. You really hit the nail on the head." Pei Qian asked, "Can I get a share?" "It's not for you." Zhu Lian held the 3 boxes in his arms. He raised one of his sleeves and shook it. He shook his head and said, "It's your master's friend, Lu Xianyang, who is studying in the Hassa continent. He asked someone to send a letter and 3 things to our Luopa mountain. The letter said that one of the things he sent was a book for young master. There was a touch of flipping book style hidden in the book. Then he sent a magic treasure bamboo fan made of divine cloud bamboo to Gu Ken from the Mud Bottle Alley. He said that Gu Ken was timid since she was a child, so the fan could defeat all the ghosts and monsters in the world. As for the last thing, when Lu Xianyang heard that you have your own mountain, he gave you a very high-quality cuttlefish to keep and raise." Pei Qian was all smiles as he gave Lu Xianyang a thumbs up. "This Lu Xianyang is really smart. He deserves to be my master's best friend. He is generous and generous." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Besides being a friend, he is also a smart person. It seems that this trip to study is not in vain. This is good. Otherwise, after many years, the situation will be different. When we meet again, we don't know what to talk about." Pei Qian asked, "Can I have a look at the flipping book style and the cuttlefish?" Zhu Lian got up and said, "You can't touch the flipping book style. You can talk about it when you return to Luopa Mountain. As for the cuttlefish, I will raise it first when you return to Luopa Mountain next time. You can look at it." Pei Qian suddenly asked, "Did our family pay for it? Or did Lu Xianyang pay for it?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "The letter directly said that you should pay for it. He said that now that you are the lord of the land, don't worry about this little money. If you really want to, just bear with it." Pei Qian said angrily, "It's easy for you to say. Hurry up and return the cuttlefish. Sister Shiro and I are guarding 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley. We only earn 12 taels of silver a month." Zhu Lian squinted and said, "If you have the ability, why don't you talk to your master yourself?" Pei Qian immediately squeezed out a smile. "Flying sword messages cost money. What's there to talk about? This Lu Xianyang, my master may not be able to talk to him. I will talk to him later." Zhu Lian sneered and said, "You? When the time comes, the entire Luopa mountain will be able to smell your ass right." Pei Qian sat on the steps and did not make a sound. Zhu Lian did not care about her. Children were all like this, happy for a day, sad for a day. After that, groups of people came from Luopa Mountain. Even Zhu Lian was a little surprised. One was Lu Baixiang. Not only did he come, this guy also brought 2 burdens behind him. At that time, Zhu Lian was accompanying Zheng Dafeng to bask in the sun at the mountain gate. Lu Baixiang was right. Zheng Dafeng was not unfamiliar with it. He moved a stool and sat at the side. This made the pair of brother and sister who revered their master a little confused. An old man and a hunchbacked man did not show the slightest respect or fear when they saw their master. The young man was fine, but the young girl with a wooden spear on her back had a cold look in her eyes. She, who was already showing off her ability, had an even more unapproachable feeling. Lu Baixiang did not care about this. As for the 2 beside him, he naturally did not care about them. After chatting for a while, it turned out that Lu Baixiang had stopped at the south-central area of the Aquarius continent. He first gathered a group of bandits and bandits who had nowhere else to go. They were the elite cavalry of a vassal state in the south of the Zhou Ying dynasty. After that, Lu Baixiang brought them to occupy a mountain. It was the hidden nest of a Jianghu demon sect. It was isolated from the rest of the world. During this period of time, Lu Baixiang accepted the pair of siblings as his disciples. The young girl with a wooden spear on her back was called Yuan Bao. The younger brother was called Yuan Lai. He had a warm temperament and was a scholar. His talent in martial arts was good, but compared to his sister, his temperament was lacking. Lu Baixiang treated it as a free opportunity. He brought them to Luo Pa Mountain to gain experience. Whether they would return to the Jianghu or stay on the mountain, it was up to the two disciples. When Lu Baixiang heard that Chen Ping'an had just left Luo Pa Mountain and was heading towards the North Continent, he felt a little regretful. Don't drink too much wine that will make you happy. Lu Baixiang planned to stay on Luo Pa Mountain for a month. There was no lack of houses on the mountain. Using Zhu Lian's words, it was because he had a large family and business. Zhu Lian told Lu Baixiang to go up the mountain to find a house. He still had to accompany Brother Defeng to chat. Lu Baixiang laughed and bid farewell. Sheng Defeng told Lu Baixiang to come over to drink whenever he was free. Lu Baixiang agreed. The young girl, Yuan Bao, snorted. The young boy, Yuan Lai, was slightly shy. When they were climbing the mountain, Lu Baixiang was extremely emotional. This time, he had come to Li Zhu blessed land. Everything he had seen and heard naturally was not something that the two children could compare to. The young girl's face was black, her body emitting a sharp qi. The young boy had always been afraid of this decisive sister. He did not dare to walk side by side. His master walked in front, his sister followed, and he was at the bottom. Lu Baixiang did not turn his head. He smiled and said, "That stooped old man is called Zhu Lian. He is now a far-travel realm martial artist." The young girl felt that she must have misheard. Lu Baixiang continued, "As for that hunchbacked man who looked at you lecherously, he is called Zheng Defeng. When I first met him in a medicine shop in Old Dragon City, he was a peak realm martial artist. He was only one step away, or even half a step from becoming a 10th realm martial artist." Yuan Bao pursed her lips tightly. Lu Baixiang had a narrow saber at his waist. Dressed in white, he continued to climb the mountain. He said slowly, "I am not telling you this because I want you to be afraid of them. Master will not feel guilty when interacting with them. Master still has some confidence in reaching the peak of martial arts. So I just want you to understand one thing. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a sky beyond a sky. If you want to be strong in the future, you have to have enough ability. Otherwise, you will be a joke. It is fine if you lose face, but if you lose face for master, once or twice is fine. After the third time, I will teach you how to be a disciple." Yuan Bao raised her eyebrows. "Master, don't worry. There will be a day when Master will think that taking Yuan Bao as a disciple was the right decision." Yuan Lai secretly laughed. This sister who liked to compete the most since childhood. Alas! Lu Baixiang suddenly stopped and turned his head, looking down at the young girl. "Everything else is easy, but there is one thing you must remember. In the future, when you see a person called Chen Ping'an, remember to be polite." A fine layer of sweat seeped out of Yuan Bao's forehead. She nodded. "I will remember." After Lu Baixiang and his disciples settled down, because the master of Luo Pa Mountain was not present, the matter of Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai being recorded in the ancestral hall could only be temporarily put aside. In this matter, Lu Baixiang and Zhu Lian were the same. They had accepted people and brought them to Luo Pa Mountain, so they had to be recorded under Luo Pa Mountain. There was no need to discuss. After that, 3 people visited Luo Pa Mountain. It was the blind old Taoist, the crippled young man carrying the banner, and the round-faced girl whose nickname was Xiao Jiu. However, the 3 of them first went to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley. Pei Qian led the way, and they returned to Luo Pa Mountain together. The blind old Taoist was still a little uneasy in his heart. When he heard that Chen Ping'an was not on the mountain, he felt that the matter of relying on him was not very reliable. However, after discussing with Steward Zhu of Luo Pa Mountain, he felt a lot more at ease. After chatting, the blind old Taoist was surprised to find that he seemed to have gained some face. He was not yet a consecrator of Luo Pa Mountain, but he received a salary as an immortal cultivator as a guest and settled down at the grass shop in Dragon Riding Alley. As for the old Taoist disciples, they could only obtain the status of guest after they reached the middle 5 realms. However, before that, Luopa Mountain would give them a lot of financial subsidies. They could each get a sum of immortal money in advance. These were all negotiable. Since it was the exchange of favors, it was also business. Both sides were equal. The key was that even an old blind man like him could see a bright future under his feet. This made the blind old Taoist feel as if he had drunk a large bowl of ice wine in the middle of summer. His whole body felt comfortable. When they went down Luopa Mountain, they felt like they were floating. After all, Steward Ju of Luopa Mountain did not listen to any persuasion. He insisted on personally sending them all the way to the mountain gate. Pei Qian still accompanied the 3 of them to leave Luopa Mountain. He did not feel tired from this trip. Moreover, he could reunite with Whitey after a long separation. It was quite good to play around. At this moment, Pei Qian turned his head and saw that the old chef was slowly climbing up the mountain with his hands behind his back. Pei Qian scratched his head. Standing on top of the tall building in the old chef's heart lake, there seemed to be an additional young man with a blurred face. There was a phrase in the book. How did it go? Anyway, that was the general meaning. Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, capital city of Nanyuan Kingdom. It was drizzling in that alley. A slender young man in a green robe was walking slowly with an old oil paper umbrella in his hand. Today, he was going to borrow books from Zhong Qiu, who was both his teacher and the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. He wanted to read some books that could not be found anywhere else in the world. Regarding the imperial examination, Zhong Qiu had already admitted that whether he could get 1st or 3rd place in the court examination depended on fate. After all, he was too young. The imperial court and His Majesty had some concerns. However, it was definitely not difficult to get 2nd place. As a result, he no longer focused on the matter of the imperial examinations. He began to flip through many dusty ancient books and miscellaneous books. After Zhong Qiu had a heart-to-heart talk with him, he allowed him to read his private collection. At the corner of the alley, a familiar person that he had not seen for many years walked out. He was extremely handsome. With a smile on his face, he looked at the young man, holding the umbrella. With one hand behind his back, he held a folding fan and gently patted his abdomen. Lu Qiu, the world's most famous young Master Lu. The young man smiled brightly and walked over quickly. For so many years, Zhong Qiu would occasionally mention this foreigner who had not shown up after leaving the capital. He was always worried. He was neither friend nor foe. It was a very complicated relationship. However, to the young man, this Mr. Lu was a very important person. He was close to and respected him. Lu Qiu looked at the young man in green robe and said, "A cup of wine in the spring breeze of peach blossoms and plum blossoms. A cup of wine in the spring breeze of the Jianghu night rain for 10 years. This sentence is really appropriate. Little Qinglang, we haven't seen each other for 10 years, right?" Chao Qinglang put away the umbrella and bowed. Then he held the umbrella for Lu Qiu and smiled. "I often hear about Mr. Lu's deeds in the Jianghu. In the past 10 years, the Jianghu and the battlefield were really turbulent and bloody. Mr. Lu had already unified the demonic sect. His disciples were now either powerful figures of the demonic sect, the pillars of the army beyond the Great Wall, or the legendary imperial tutor who could call the wind and summon the rain. Then Mr. Lu had officially challenged the world's most powerful person not long ago. He was going to challenge the immortal Yu Shini, who was recognized as a transcendent being who was not inferior to the devil dinging. 10 years was not short, but it was not long either. In fact, there were many grudges in the world because of Mr. Lu. However, Chao Qinglang only focused on reading and cultivating quietly. He guarded this alley and that ancestral house. Lu Qiu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to hold the umbrella for him. Chao Qinglang took a step away and held the umbrella alone. He did not insist. There was no need to be polite with Mr. Liu. The two walked together on the deserted street. Lu Qiu asked with a smile, "Do you have any plans?" Chao Qinglang raised the umbrella slightly, moved back, and looked up. "I want to go out and have a look. I want to meet Mr. Chen." Lu Qiu laughed. "That's not easy. You can't just rely on reading. Even if you learned the Imperial Tutor's Fist and the bits and pieces of immortal chants he found for you, it's still not enough." Chao Qinglang smiled. "There's a Baek Kyung building in the book. It's 48,000 feet high, and the immortal is leaning against the railing." Lu Li raised his head and looked over. This silly look is very much like him. Chao Qinglang finally showed some naivety that matched his age. He said excitedly, "Do we really look like him?" Lu Qiu joked, "You look like him. Do you have to be so proud? Do you know that if you were in my hometown and you would have a very, very good aptitude for cultivation? He, on the other hand, only has the aptitude of an earth immortal. Well, to put it simply, according to common sense, the highest achievement he could achieve in his life would only be slightly better than the *T immortal Eugenie. You were young back then, and the lotus blossom blessed land back then was not as suitable for cultivation as it is now. So he left in a hurry. That was why it was so glorious. If it were now, it would be much more difficult." Chao Qinglang shook his head and pointed at the highest point in the sky. The young man in green was in high spirits. "In my heart, Mr. Chen is higher and higher than the sky." Lu Qiu laughed. "Well, Chen Pingon, you're really something. After a trip to the temple, there's still a little idiot who admires you so much." Lu Qiu said seriously, "Do you know that the ascension in your hometown is still very risky?" Chao Qinglang nodded. "So, in the future, if I fail like my predecessors, I'll have to trouble Mr. Liu to help me pass on a message. Just say, 'Chao Qinglang has been living well for so many years, but I miss you.'" Lu Qian sighed. With a crisp sound, he closed his fan and smashed it on Chao Qinglang's head. "Go talk to him yourself if you dare." Chao Qinglang held the umbrella in one hand and touched his head with the other. He said helplessly, "I'm not as good as you." The ferry at Skeleton Beach had already stopped at Eternal Spring Palace. The other party still did not appear. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry. He continued to practice. When the ferry was about to leave the territory of Aquarius Continent, Chun Pingon kept his stance and went to open the door. At the corridor, there was a beautiful woman in palace attire, a young emperor who was not wearing a dragon robe, and a person that Chun Pingon was more familiar with. It was the Mahist wanderer, Su Ruo, who held his sword behind him. Chun Pingon opened the door. He did not stand at the door to welcome them. He pretended that he did not know them. Walking back into the house, Chun Pingon stood at the table. He did not take the lead to sit down. After the three of them entered the house, the woman went straight to the opposite side of the table. She smiled and extended her hand. "Young Master Chen, please sit." Chun Pingon smiled. The young man was full of smiles but did not speak. He turned slightly and looked straight at the people of the same age who came from Clay Bottle Alley to Luopa Mountain. Su Ruo smiled softly. "Chun Pingon, long time no see." Chun Pingon then cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Su, long time no see." In the small house, the atmosphere was strange. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. "What are we doing? Sit down. After all, we're family. Let's not be so polite." But when the four of them sat down, the atmosphere became heavy again. Su Ruo had already closed her eyes to rest. The new emperor of Dali, Song He, who now owned half of Aquarius Continent, looked around. This was the first time he boarded a cross-continent ferry. At first, it was a novelty, but after looking at it for a while, it was normal. The graceful woman, who had changed from consort of Great Li to Empress Dowager of Great Li, smiled at the green-robed man sitting opposite her. Her first sentence was to curry favor with him. "Thank you for taking care of my moo-er in Mud Bottle Alley all those years, Mr. Chin." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's nothing." From her expression to her choice of words, it was watertight. It was not disrespectful, but it was definitely not respectful. However, Chin Ping cursed in his heart, "Good your mother?" Su Ruo's lips curled up slightly, but she quickly wiped it away. It disappeared in a flash, and no one noticed. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 484. The woman who was the Empress Dowager of Dali seemed to have finally remembered her son's song. He, the new emperor of Dali. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, this is my son's song. This should be the first time you've met. I hope you can interact more in the future. Mr. Chen, you're the pride of Dali. And Dali was founded on martial arts. Both my uncle and Song He will and should treat Mr. Chan with respect." The young emperor leaned forward and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Chun." He didn't put on any airs of the emperor. This trip was a private visit to make friends with the so-called masters in the mountains. He could put aside the etiquette of the world. Song He was able to win a good reputation among the civil and military officials of Dali in his early years. Other than Empress Dali's good teaching, he also did a good job. Chun Pingon nodded. "If I have the chance, I'll definitely go to the capital to take a look." The woman smiled. The imperial court plans to promote Longquan from a county to a province, and Wu Yuan will be promoted to a provincial governor. I wonder if Mr. Chin has a suitable candidate in mind for the position of governor left behind? Chun Pingon smiled. "Shouldn't I choose one of County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chow? County Magistrate Yuan is diligent and clear in his rewards and punishments. He governs the county well. Supervisor Chow is close to the people. He focuses on the big and lets go of the small. The dragon kiln is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. There are no mistakes. Both of you are good officials. The people of Longquan will be happy to see who gets promoted." The new emperor Song He glanced at Chun Pingon without showing any expression. Was he really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? Yuan and Chow, the surnames of the two pillars of the country, couldn't even compete in the imperial court. How many generations had they been at each other's throats? If he were to give it to one party, it would be equivalent to giving the other party the cold shoulder. The official position of the governor of a county was actually not that high. However, if he were to embarrass a certain pillar of the country, it would not be a small matter. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Clan Head Yuan and 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 Clan Head. One side was proud, the other side was sullen. Was the imperial court adding fuel to the fire? The woman smiled calmly. "Perhaps, Mr. Chen, as a cultivator in the mountains and someone who likes to travel the world, you don't have much contact with the two local officials. You're a selfless friend, so I can't say much. But there's one thing that Mr. Chen should have some thoughts. In the future, the 3 city gods of the province, county, and province. The mountain god of Luo didn't inform Mr. Chen, and chose Song Yuzhang, the old supervisor, to be decided. Song Yuzhang to be decided. So this time, Mr. Chen doesn't have to worry about the three city gods. My son Song He, and the imperial court all believe in Mr. Chen's character and vision. Just treat it as asking Mr. Chen to help Dolly pick out one or two unseen pearls. The woman continued to persuade. Mr. Chen, you're going to travel again this time, but Longquan County is your hometown after all. If you have one or two trustworthy people, they'll take care of Luopa Mountain and other mountains. Mr. Chen, you'll feel more at ease when you're outside. Chun Pingon shook his head and said regretfully, I'm not familiar with the gods of the mountains and rivers around Liju Cave, and the local officials, as well as the other martyrs who died to become gods. Every time I come, I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd really have to be selfish and ask the imperial court for a city god who's close to me to oversee Longquan County. Chun Pingon, grew up in the city and haven't read a single book. I'm also not familiar with the rules of the officialdom. It's just that after wandering in Jianghu for a long time, I still know the vulgar principle of a local official is better than a local official. Song, he smiled in his heart. What he said was true. You, Chun Pingon, really only know one Beiwa god, Wei Pai. They're so close that they're wearing the same pants. The woman's face was also full of regret. The Ministry of Rights is arguing fiercely about the candidates for the three city gods. They're about to be finalized. In fact, the Ministry of Works is already discussing the location of the three city god pavilions and temples. It's really a pity that Master Chen missed this opportunity. After all, once these ancient gods take root in the mountains and rivers, they're not like those Yamen officials who change their seats frequently. They won't change their seats for at least a few decades, or at most a few hundred years. Chun Pingon sighed and said, I appreciate the imperial court's good intentions. The road of Jianghu is long, and the mountains are high, and the rivers are long. I hope there'll be similar opportunities in the future. The woman stood up slowly. It was a simple movement, but it was full of grace and grace. Then we won't disturb Master Chen's journey and cultivation. Chun Pingon followed and stood up. I'm not a sword cultivator now, and I'm also not a martial artist who travels far. I can't send you off on the ferry. Please forgive me. The woman nodded, indicating that it's okay. She turned and smiled at Su Ruo. Anyway, the ferry hasn't left the territory of the Aquarius continent yet. I think our journey back will be very safe. Since Master Su and Master Chen are familiar with each other, why don't you stay and catch up? Su Ruo shook her head and smiled. No need. Concise and to the point, she didn't even give a reason. But the woman and the new Emperor Song, he didn't seem to feel offended. It was as if it was natural for Master Su to express his attitude. In the end, Chun Pingon sent the three of them to the railing. Near the linen sex ferry at the Skeleton Beach, there was a huge ferry that was as tall as 6 stories. In comparison, the linen sex ferry that was already huge seemed a little slender. Between the two ferries, there was a painted corridor bridge that was covered in green mist. It was more than 20 feet wide and filled with fairy aura. One could faintly see fairies dancing gracefully on the pillars, just like the corridors of the ancient heaven. The three of them walked on it, as if they were walking on flat ground. Every time their soles touched the bluestone road, there would be circles of colorful halos spreading out and rippling. Chun Pingon didn't move. He looked up and saw that the ferry corridor bridge was kept by an old laurel cultivator on the opposite ferry. He flipped his wrist and held it vertically in his palm. It was as small as a seal, and then he slowly hid it in his sleeve. The two of them disappeared from the ferry staircase. Su Ruo turned and stood on the railing. Chun Pingon clasped his fist and bid farewell. The other party smiled and nodded in return. Chun Pingon returned to the house. He stopped practicing and began to close his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the house at the mountain gate of the Verdant Gorge Island and became an accountant. He began to silently calculate the accounts. Some things seemed very small but were not easy to investigate. Once investigated, the enemy would be alerted, and a slight move would affect the whole situation. But some big things, even if it involved the top inside story of the Song clan, Chimpingon could ask Chui Dongshan without any scruples. But after careful calculation, it was nothing more than the word wait. Chun Pingon opened his eyes and gently tapped the blade strengthening gourd with his finger. This mother and son pair actually didn't need to make this trip. They even took the initiative to show their goodwill. Perhaps they were pursuing the greatest interests. After the situation changed, the grudge of the past was not worth mentioning in the eyes of this woman. For example, killing Chin Pingon would cost 10 taels of silver. If she roped him in, she could earn 5 taels of silver. This was actually a transaction of 15 taels of silver. Of course, it could also be a smokescreen. This woman was a person who was used to using all her strength. Otherwise, Chen Pingon, who killed a second realm martial artist, would not have mobilized that group of assassins. It was also possible that she was testing him. She first determined Chun Pingon's strength and, of course, his attitude toward the assassination on the spot. Then, the Dali Imperial Court would make a decision. Chun Pingon's thoughts gradually drifted away. He thought a lot. He couldn't help but think of a scene that he was very envious of when he was young. From afar, he watched his peers gather around the immortal tomb and play. They liked to play the roles of good people and bad people. Of course, there were also those who played house and played the roles of husband and wife. Most of them were rich boys who played the role of the husband, beautiful little girls who played the role of the wife, and the rest of the people who played the role of the housekeeper, servant, or maid. When he grew up and looked back, he was full of innocence. But when he looked again, it was not so beautiful. It seemed that in childhood, the children had already learned the knowledge that they would use for the rest of their lives. Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd, drank wine, and walked to the observation deck. The night was dark. The ferry had just passed the top of the old north peak of Dali. He could vaguely see that the mountain was extremely steep, just like the style of Dali. The bright moon was in the sky. Chun Pingon opened his eyes wide and looked at the mountain and the moon. When the mountain was close to the moon, he felt that the moon was small from afar. He thought that the mountain was bigger than the moon. If someone's eyes were as big as the sky, he would see that the mountain was higher and the moon was wider. Inside a gorgeous house covered in the most exquisite lichen of the colorful clothes nation, a woman poured herself a cup of tea. She suddenly frowned. The chair was a little too high, causing her feet to be off the ground. Fortunately, her greatest ability in this life was to adapt. Her heels were even higher off the ground. She used the tip of her foot to lightly tap the precious lichen that came from the hands of a female cultivator from the colorful clothes nation. She smiled and asked, "How is it?" Songhi thought for a moment and said, "It's a stubborn one." The woman took a sip of the tea and thought about it for a while. It seemed to be inferior to the spring tea in the Changchun Palace. That place was not good at anything. It was even more deserted than a cold palace. There were women there who did not even know how to talk. It was boring and boring. Only the good tea made those years of cultivating in the mountains not too torturous. She deliberately took a sip of the tea and chewed a leaf in her mouth. In her opinion, the taste of the world could only be tasted with bitterness. After swallowing the chewed leaf, she slowly said, "Without some ability and temperament, how could a lowly person who grew up smelling chicken shit and dog shit in the mud bottle alley live until today? How old is he? A young man who is only 21 years old. How much family business has he made?" Songhi did not care much about the master of the Luapa Mountain, but his mother insisted on dragging him, so he had to follow. As an emperor, Songhi knew clearly what kind of blessings he would enjoy and how much trouble he would have to go through. Just after he became an emperor, how many red tape did he have to go through in a year? Fortunately, Song He was so skilled that he did not seem like a new emperor. It was no wonder that some old bastards in the imperial court, who did not think highly of him, would open their eyes wide to find fault with him. Their presbyopia eyes would probably be sore, but they could not find fault with him. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. Song He smiled and said, "If I had those opportunities, I would not be much worse than Chinpingon." The woman asked, "Do you really think so?" Song He smiled and nodded. The woman narrowed her eyes and twirled the beautiful teacup with 2 fingers. "Think carefully and then answer me." Song He hurriedly raised his hands and said with a smile, "Your son is angry." "Mother, don't be upset." The woman did not return to her usual doting expression. When the mother and son were alone, she did not treat Song He as Emperor Dali. She said sternly, "Will Qi Jingchun choose you? Song He, can you bear hardships?" Song He shook his head. "No. If you are not as good as others in some aspects, then you are not as good as others. There is no one in the world who is better than others in every aspect and has a big advantage." The woman said angrily, "Since you are born to enjoy happiness, then you should think about how to enjoy it. This is a good thing that many people in the world envy but can't get. Don't forget, this has never been a simple thing. If you think that you dare to slack off in the slightest because you have finally become Emperor Dali, I will say it here today. If one day you make a mistake and lose the dragon throne, Songmu will take it and sit on it. Mother will still be Dali's Empress Dowager. Who will you be then? Others may not know the truth, or even if they know, they don't dare to mention it. But your husband Chui Dong and your uncle Song Zhengqiang, how can they forget when they want to talk about it? Can we stop them?" Song He said guiltily, "It is your son's fault. I should not have been so complacent. If it was in the past, the woman would have comforted him with a few words. But today was very different. Her son's docility and obedience seemed to make her angrier and angrier." The woman slammed the teacup heavily, tea splashing everywhere. Her face was gloomy and cold. "What did I teach you in the beginning? Living in the depths of the palace, it was very difficult to see the outside world. That was why I begged His Majesty and asked the state preceptor to personally teach you. Not only that, whenever Mother had the chance, she would secretly take you out of the palace and walk the streets of the capital. It was so that you could see how a poor family rises, how a rich family falls, how a stupid person lives, and how a smart person dies. Everyone has their own way of living and their own advantages and disadvantages. It was to let you see the complexity and truth of this world. Do you still remember why I hit you for the first time in your life?" In the streets, ignorant people laughed and said that the old emperor's family must use a golden shoulder pole and eat several large plates of steamed buns in one meal. When you heard it, you thought it was funny and couldn't close your mouth. Was it funny? Did you know that Xiao, who was traveling with us, looked at you the same way you looked at those common people? Can a dragon chair and a dragon robe be eaten? When you reach the end of the line, can it be compared to a few steamed buns? What did the imperial tutor teach you? In the world, those who achieve great things must have a solid foundation. In the dark place unknown to people, the more compatible it is with the common sense of the world, the more difficult it is to be blown away by wind and rain. Who was the imperial tutor's example? It was the old master of the Guan family, who seemed to be sleepy all year round. Who was the counterexample? It was the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families who seemed to be famous in history. He clearly taught bad people how to live well. How dare you, Song He, not pay attention to it? The woman stood up and was furious. Those lousy books that were kept secret by the kings of the world, the so-called imperial tutor's book, and the so-called southern face art that was hidden and didn't dare to be seen by others, they were fart. Are those great principles not good? Are they wrong? No, they can't be any better. They can't be any better. But do you understand Why is it that in the Aquarius continent there were so many emperors and kings, but only a few are left? How many of them had become wise rulers who ruled from the bottom of their hearts? It is because those fellows who sit on the dragon chair with their little vision and temperament, with their little tricks to control people, they can't support the principles in those books. When Xiao, who taught him all those years ago, which one of his words, which one of his great principles didn't start from the most insignificant and trivial matter. The woman's face was ashen. She pointed at the young Dali emperor's face. Today, you are competing with a bastard. You think you are better than him. Tomorrow, are you going to compete with your brother? You think you are better? Competing with the imperial tutor in knowledge, competing with your uncle in martial arts, you think you are not bad? Who gave you the guts to let you, Song He, be so arrogant? The me who lived with my tail between my legs? The late emperor, who died young because of the Lu family of the Central Plains? Or the imperial tutor, who looked down on your disciple from the bottom of his heart? Song, he also stood up. He was silent. There was no resentment or resentment. He humbly listened to the teachings. Even if he was now the man sitting on the dragon chair, the woman sighed and sat back in her chair. She looked at her son, who was unwilling to sit down, her eyes filled with resentment. Here, do you think mother is annoying? Song He then sat down and laughed softly. If not for the fact that I am worried about the criticism of the court, I would want mother to sit behind the curtain and listen to politics. I would have enjoyed it. This way, mother can leave more ink in history. The woman laughed angrily. Nonsense! Song He, Song Mu, harmony, 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 harmony in the family. Everything will prosper. The door of the marketplace, the family of the emperor. The threshold was as different as heaven and earth, but the principle was actually the same. However, the woman had to make a difficult choice at that time. She had to give up one son and keep one. She had to send her son, who was still in swaddling clothes, to the Pearl Cave for the sake of the Song family's throne. After he died of illness, the name Song Mu, which should have been Song He, was crossed out on the registry of the imperial clan court. The second son was not only able to stay in the capital, but also received the name Song He and the identity of the eldest son. Later, there was the Song Jisun of the Mud Bottle Alley. Song Yuzhong left the capital and became the supervisor of the kills. After he succeeded, he returned to the capital to report on his work at the Ministry of Rights. When he returned, his head was personally cut off by the surrendered general of the Lu family, who was by the woman's side, and put it in a box sent to the late emperor. The late emperor spent the night alone in the imperial study, flipping through a file until dawn. Later, he issued an imperial edict, ordering the Ministry of Rights to confer Song Yuzhong as the new mountain god of Luopa Mountain, and the statue in the ancestral temple only had the head gilded. In the end, on the top and bottom of Longquan Mountain, there was also the name Golden Head Mountain God. The imperial clan court, which was responsible for compiling the Jade archives and managing the list of the Song clan's members, had a few old people die more than 20 years ago. 20 years later, another group died last year, and this year, all of them died of old age. However, at that time, it was the late emperor's decree that they had to die. For some women, love was like a seasoning for cooking. It was best to have it, but it did not matter if they did not have it. There would always be something else to make up for it. The old immortal master in white, who had previously kept the immortal corridor bridge in his sleeve, stroked his beard and smiled. It seems that our Empress Dowager has started to teach her son again. Su Ruo smiled, but did not say anything. The Dali ferry turned back to the south, and the Skeleton Beach ferry continued to the north. The old man turned his head and glanced at the north, and softly said, "Why did you choose Dong Shuijing and not this person?" Su Ruo smiled and said, "The merciful do not command soldiers, and the righteous do not command wealth." The old man sneered and did not hide his disapproval. Su Rua's hands held the sword hilt and sword head horizontally behind her, and she looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance leisurely, below the ferry, in the north of the Aquarius continent. The source of the river was like a broom scattered widely. The old man was the person in charge of the Aquarius continent after the main branch of the Mahis clan bet on Dolly. He had a good relationship with Surua and the old carpenter, but the latter lost the fight for the Mahis clan's position and moved away from the central divine continent. In the end, he chose the Song clan. At that time, their branch of the Mahis clan was together with the Inyang Sek's branch of the Lu clan. Both sides hit it off and began to build the replica of the Beko Keikyung building, which was enough to kill the immortal cultivators. Not only that, the great cultivator of the Inyang sect had an even more hidden and insidious method. He deceived the late emperor of Dali to violate the etiquette of the Confucian school and cultivate to the middle 5 realms without permission. Once the emperor broke through the realm, he would retain his spiritual wisdom, but he could secretly become a puppet. Moreover, his realm would disappear, and he would return to the body of a mortal teacher. At that time, whether it was the Cliff Academy in the capital of Dali or the Lakeview Academy in the central part of the Aquarius continent, even if they noticed the clues, they would not be able to find any traces. Such a big deal of the immortals. Only the Lu clan of the Inyang sect with a deep foundation could think of and do it. Regarding this matter, even the old carpenter with the surname Wan was deceived. Even though they lived together day and night, he still did not notice anything. One had to admit that the cultivator of the Lu clan's branch was meticulous, and of course, the late emperor of Dali was shrewd. The imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and Qi Jingchuan's Cliff Academy chose the Song clan after these 2 branches. Then, he talked about the subtle changes in the attitude of the top forces of the Aquarius continent, such as Lakeview Academy, Marshall Mountain, and Wind Snow Temple, and when divine grandeur sects Qizhen would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. After that, Cui Shi talked about the Great Li's resurgence in the future territory of the Great Li, the repeated tug-of-war with the Great Li's garrison, how the fuse was started, how it should be ended, and the Great Li's gains and losses during this period were all detailed. Then, he talked about the subtle changes in the attitudes of the top forces of the Aquarius continent, such as Lakeview Academy, Marshall Mountain, and Wind Snow Temple at different stages, and when divine grandeur sects Qizhen would finally agree to meet the Great Li's envoy. At the end, Cui Dong told everyone to wait and see if they would believe him or not, and whether he would give up halfway or increase the bet. They were not in a hurry and only cared about watching the fire burn across the river. They wanted to see if the Dali cavalry would follow Cui Dong's instructions and take down the Zhuiying dynasty. Reality proved that Cui Dong was right. It was only at that moment that the old cultivator had to admit that Cui Dong was really good at playing chess. However, the old cultivator was also a stubborn person. He did not believe in superstitions and went to ask Cui Dong how he did it. He did not believe that there was a god in the world who could predict the future. After all, the victory of a continent was not a matter of a real chess player playing a few chess pieces. Cui Dong took him to a heavily guarded Dali archive, secretly built on the outskirts of the capital. There were almost 500 people, and half of them were cultivators. They were all doing one thing, which was to collect intelligence, extract information, and communicate with all the spies and death warriors in the continent. The military allocation of all the dynasties and vassal states in the Aquarius continent, the distribution of power on the mountains, the personal information of the civil and military officials were all categorized. The belly of a mountain was emptied and filled with these 100 years of accumulated files. This was not the thing that shocked the old cultivator the most. The thing that really scared the old cultivator was a small matter that was easily overlooked. At that time, the imperial tutor of Dali, dressed in a scholarly robe, led him to explore the forbidden area of Dali called Book Mountain. Along the way, the people who came and went without exception were all in a hurry. When they saw the imperial tutor, they only slightly avoided him and then said their goodbyes. They did not kneel or exchange pleasantries. Even if the imperial tutor had questions, they would only ask and answer. Both sides spoke concisely and then went their separate ways. As an expert of the school of Moism and an outstanding machinist, the old cultivator felt that when he looked around and realized that he was in the middle of this book mountain, it was like he was in the middle of an enormous and complex mechanism that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Everywhere was filled with an aura of precision and coordination. The grandiose cultivators of history who went down the mountain to support the dragon were like children playing house compared to this embroidered tiger. They would be overjoyed with just a little achievement. After the infamous first disciple of the second sage left the star-studded Central Plains divine continent, he remained silent for 100 years. It was funny to say that when the 8 mountain fairies slowly rose into the sky and Dali's cavalry officially headed south, almost no one cared about what Chui Dong was doing in the Aquarius continent. Along the way, Qin Pingan was learning the language of the North Continent. In this aspect, the North Continent was better than the Aquarius continent and the Tongya continent. The language of the North Continent was widely used, and there were official languages and local dialects of various countries. However, it was far less complicated than the other 2 continents. Moreover, when outside, people were used to communicating in the language of the Aquarius continent. This saved Qin Pingan a lot of trouble. Over at the inverted mountain, Qin Pingan had suffered. To the cultivators of other continents, the language of the Aquarius continent could not be understood. When the fairies of the hemp sect were about to land, Qin Pingan tidied up his luggage and went to the railing on the first floor. The army of strong men pulling the fairies and flying in the sky were very mysterious. They did not seem to be pure otherworldly items, but a kind of existence that was between ghosts and talisman puppets. Under his feet was the vast territory of the Skeleton Beach. It was not the ghostly and eerie atmosphere that Qin Pingan remembered. Instead, there were a few brilliant lights that shot up into the clouds and lingered without dissipating. It was like an auspicious sign. The Skeleton Beach had a radius of 1,000 miles. Most of it was plains and tidal flats. There were very few tall mountains and peaks that were common to immortals. There was only one big river that ran from north to south in the Skeleton Beach's territory. It was not like the meandering of an ordinary river. It was as if a sword had slashed down, and there were almost no tributaries. There was only one immortal shop on the ferries of the hemp sect. There were a lot of goods, and the treasures of the shop were 2 magic weapons of high quality. They were the damaged swords of ancient immortals. If it was not for the fact that the blades of the 2 swords were broken and the damage to their foundations, causing the 2 swords to lose the possibility of being repaired, they would be worthy of being half-immortal weapons. The most praiseworthy thing was that the 2 swords were the so-called Taoist companions on the mountain. One was called Rainfall, and the other was called Lantern Chime. It was said that they were the swords of a pair of sword immortal companions in the North Continent. Therefore, the fairies were not sold separately. The price of the 2 swords was 100 grains of grain rain money. There was another gimmick to this deal. If an Earth Immortal Sword cultivator bought it, he could get a 20% discount. If an Upper 5 Realms Sword Immortal bought it, he could get a 40% discount. However, compared to an Earth Immortal cultivator, the price was a little too expensive. For an Upper 5 Realms Sword Immortal, it was even more useless. Qin Pingan was just looking at it. He was shy of money. Besides, even if he had money, Qin Pingan would not be a sucker. The North Continent was really a good place. For 85. The Skeleton Beach Immortal Ferry was an important hub in the southern part of the North Continent. It was bustling with commerce and business. In Chunpingan's eyes, they were all immortal money with legs. He could not help but look forward to the future of his Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. The ferry slowly approached the shore. The impatient customers could not wait any longer and rushed off in a mess. According to the rules, those who boarded and disembarked at the ferry should walk regardless of their realm or status. It was the same in the Aquarius continent, the Tonga continent, and the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was different here. Even if they followed the rules, they fought to be the first. Most of them rode on their swords and turned into a streak of rainbow light. Some rode on their magic treasures, some rode on their immortal birds, and some jumped off. It was chaotic and noisy. The steward of the Hempsex ferry and the people at the ferry on the ground saw these unruly bastards again. Both parties were cursing each other. A sea-viewing cultivator, who was in charge of guarding the ferry, was so angry that he hit a chi refinement warrior who flew over his head to the ground. Chunpingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was under the watchful eyes of the hemp sect. If it were somewhere else, how chaotic would it be? Chunpingan was not in a hurry to get off the boat. Furthermore, the old shopkeeper was still talking about the Skeleton Beach and a few other places that he had to visit. Since the shopkeeper had kindly introduced him to the scenic spots of this place, Chunpingan did not want to let him speak halfway. Therefore, he patiently listened to the old shopkeeper's explanation. Although Chunpingan was curious about the scenes of getting off the boat, he had understood one thing since he was young. When you were talking to someone, if you were to look around while the other person was speaking earnestly, that was called lacking in manners. Therefore, Chunpingan only took a few glances before looking away. The old shopkeeper had been in the ferry business for 200 to 300 years. He had trained a pair of sharp eyes to welcome customers and send them off. He quickly ended the previous topic and explained with a smile, "Our North Continent may seem chaotic, but after staying here for a long time, you will feel refreshed. Indeed, it is easy to start a feud for no reason. However, there are many people who will keep their promises and dare to entrust their lives to each other. I believe young Master Chen will understand in the future." When the old shopkeeper said this, his weathered face was full of unconcealable pride. Chunpingan was no stranger to this. Therefore, his heart clenched, and he felt a little sad. Once, there were people like this who were proud of being born in the North Continent. Even if they were just chi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms and servant girls on the ferry. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment as he recalled the private meeting between the northern mountain god of the Great Li Wei Ba and himself. He then said softly, "Child Chen, may I say something unpleasant?" Chunpingan smiled. "Go ahead, shopkeeper Huang." The old shopkeeper said slowly, "The North Continent is more xenophobic and likes to have internal strife. However, when they are united against outsiders, especially when they are in a group, they hate a few types of outsiders the most. One is the Confucian students who have traveled here from afar. They feel that they have a sour stench and are very difficult to deal with. Another type is the disciples of the rich families of other continents. They are all arrogant. The last type is the sword cultivators from other continents. They feel that this group of people does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and have the guts to come to the North Continent to sharpen their swords. Of the 3, the second one is the most annoying. Throughout history, there have been countless young people who were able to call the shots in their hometowns on other continents. They relied on their families' patriarchs or preachers to do whatever they wanted, but almost none of them were able to get anything out of it. They fled the North Continent in disgrace, which was still considered good. There were many who had their cultivation paths cut off, and some even died here. Among them, there were nobles from the Celestial Master's residence on Longhu Mountain, direct disciples of the 100 schools of thought, the last disciple of the Ascendant Realm Patriarch of the Liuxia continent, and the younger brother of the God of Fortune from the White Border continent, who was beaten to death here. There are so many of these old scores, and so many shocking disasters have happened. Those cultivators on the mountaintops of other continents who lost their relatives and disciples still haven't figured out who their enemies were. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I will remember shopkeeper Huang's reminder." The old shopkeeper's smile returned. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Some taboos are like a few hemp ropes in the marketplace. They can't restrain a real dragon in the human world. The North Continent has never rejected a true hero. Then, I wish you success in the North Continent, Child Chun." Chun Pingon cupped his fists and returned the gesture. "Thank you for your auspicious words, shopkeeper Huang." Chun Pingon put on his bamboo hat, green robe, and sword as he left the Jama Sex Ferry. According to shopkeeper Huang, there were 3 places in the Skeleton Beach that had to be visited. Otherwise, the trip would have been in vain. The first was the Temple of the Swangyi River, which was not of high rank, but occupied a large area. As a river god, the temple where the golden body was worshipped was more majestic than most of the water gods in the North Continent. There was also a huge city that extended from the entrance at the foot of the Jama Sex Mountain all the way to the depths of the ground. It was called the City of Murals. There were 8 high walls under the city. There were 8 beautiful ancient fairies painted on the murals. They were vivid and lifelike. Rumor had it that there was also a great fortune waiting for the fated person to go there. The 8 fairies were once the remnants of the female official spirits in a palace in the ancient heavenly court. If there was a person who liked the murals, they would walk out of the murals and serve him for life. Their cultivation levels varied. Now, only 3 of the 8 female officials were left. The other 5 murals had lost their spiritual chi. The one with the highest cultivation level was in the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms, while the one with the lowest cultivation level was an Earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. However, after seeing so much, he still felt that his home's environment was the best. At this moment, when he heard the words of a nascent soul cultivator, the old shopkeeper laughed and said, "Don't treat me like a basket. I don't accept complaints here." The old nascent soul cultivator didn't take it seriously. He remembered something and asked with a frown, "What's going on with this Jade sect? Why did they move their sect to the Aquarius continent? According to common sense, the Tong Yi sect's Du Mao's death should barely be able to maintain the sect. As long as Sun Yuan moved his sect to the north of the Tong Yi sect and casually took their lives while they were weak, the Tong Yi sect would be completely finished in less than 300 years. Why didn't Sun Yuan do such a free thing? No matter how great the potential of the Aquarius continent's location is, how can it be compared to completely devouring half of the Tong Yi sect? This old man's son was said to be a playboy when he was young. Could it be that his brain was damaged by a certain woman's legs? The shopkeeper of the House of Void Hatred with the surname Huang shook his head and said, "Anyone in the Jade sect can be a fool, but Sun Yuan isn't. Even if we've never met before, just by seeing how this old senior could tame Jiang Shangzhen, we can tell that he's not simple. What kind of temper does Jiang Shangzhen have? Back then, he was only a gold core cultivator and traveled alone in our North Continent. In the end, how many mountains and fairies did he harm? In the end, he even ate up all of them and successfully ran away. I don't have a knot in my heart in this life. Only my martial aunt died of depression, and I can't let it go. Back then, junior martial aunt protected me, and protected me. If it weren't for her care, I would have been buried long ago. This damned Jiang Shangzhen. My junior martial aunt was such a good woman. Sigh. Damn it, whenever this guy is mentioned, I'm filled with anger, but I can't help but be convinced. The old shopkeeper's usual manner of speech was actually quite elegant, unlike the cultivators of the North Continent. When he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen, he actually gritted his teeth. The old nascent soul cultivator gloated. My basket is full. The old shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he wanted to spit out all his pent-up anger. He asked curiously, from the looks of it, the Song clan seems to have the intention of raising the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and has no intention of expanding the Changchun Palace Ferry. When the time comes, which local snake will you have to deal with? Will it be Dolly's military generals or worshipped cultivators? The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head. Dolly's biggest taboo is spying by outsiders. Our Hall of Ancestral Masters has specially instructed that many of the methods we're familiar with are not to be used in Dolly's Northern Peak territory, lest we become enemies. Dolly is no longer the same as it was in the past. They have the confidence to stop the Skeleton Beach Ferry from going south, so I'm not sure who the other party is yet. But anyway, it's the same. I'm not interested in messing around with these things as long as both parties can maintain their image. The old nascent soul cultivator clicked his tongue and said, It's only been a few years. Back then, Dolly was the first immortal fairy that could accept intercontinental ferries. After it was officially opened, the cultivators and military generals stationed, there were all first-class talents in Dolly. Every one of them was a powerful and influential figure. When they saw us, they smiled obsequiously and never straightened their backs. You've seen it too. Now, there's a righteous deity of the Northern Peak called Wei Pai, right? How about it? Has he bent his back? I don't think so. Every dog has its day. Soon, we'll be the ones asking for help. Ew. The old nascent soul cultivator's heart suddenly tightened. He gave the shopkeeper a look. The latter looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be too nervous. As long as it was within the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, there wouldn't be any major trouble. Did they think that the mountain protecting formation of the hemp sect was just for decoration? The two of them turned their heads to look. A middle-aged guest was boarding the ferry against the current. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He looked very flirtatious. This person walked slowly and looked around. He seemed a little regretful. He finally appeared and stood not far behind the two of them who were chatting. He looked at the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked, What's the name of your junior master's aunt? Maybe I know her. Other things could be discussed, but when it came to personal privacy, especially when it came to his junior master's aunt, the old shopkeeper couldn't say anything. His face darkened. Who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from. The person spoke in fluent North Continent language. He nodded and said, I'm Zhou Fei from the Spring Tide Palace. The old shopkeeper laughed angrily. If you're not Jiang Shangzhen, then get lost. The middle-aged cultivator thought for a while and smiled. All right, then I'll get lost. He really turned around and got off the ferry. The old shopkeeper looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a serious expression and asked doubtfully, Could he be a nascent soul cultivator like you, old Sue? The old nascent soul cultivator raised a finger and pointed upwards. The old shopkeeper wasn't afraid. At least he didn't panic. He rubbed his chin. Why don't I hide in your ancestral hall for a month or so? If a fight really breaks out then, I'll definitely pay for the damages to the hemp sex ancestral hall. But on account of our old friendship, can you give me a 20% discount? The old nascent soul cultivator patted his shoulder. The other party doesn't look like a good person. You're on your own. Good luck. That person hasn't gone far. Why don't you go and apologize to him? You're just a businessman. If you dare to say that I'm not cut out for that, why do you need to be so shameless? Ooh, the old shopkeeper spat. If that guy is really capable, he can beat me to death in front of old Sue. The old nascent soul cultivator said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but in an instant, the hemp sect expert's body glowed with a treasure light. Then he clasped his fingers together as if he wanted to grab something, but he was still too slow. He saw a green willow leaf hovering over the old shopkeeper's heart. A voice sounded from the railing. "You've already used up the incense. If you continue to nag, you'll really be disappointed." The willow leaf flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the old nascent soul cultivator said, "He's gone far." The old shopkeeper had a complicated look in his eyes. After a long silence, he asked, "If I spread this news, how much money can I earn?" The old nascent soul cultivator smiled. "I advise you not to be rash. You can earn it with your life, but you won't be able to spend it with your life." The old shopkeeper endured it and slapped the railing heavily. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs that the **starred Jiang Shangjin has come to the North Continent to harm my wife again. The entrance of the city of murals at the foot of the Hemp Sex Mountain was crowded with people. Chun Pingon walked for half an hour before he finally found a relatively secluded place. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at a roadside stall to buy his lunch. Just as he was about to stand up and pay the bill, he saw a familiar person who had appeared out of nowhere and had already taken the initiative to pay for his meal. Chun Pingon picked up his bamboo hat and asked, "Did you make a special trip here to stop me?" That person smiled and said, "There are some things that require me to make a special trip here to explain properly. Otherwise, it'll leave a knot in your heart and ruin our friendship." Chun Pingon was stunned. Whether it was in the lotus flower-blessed land or the green tiger palace in the Tongyi continent, this person shouldn't be so friendly and attentive. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, I'm sorry. In the past, I stayed in the North Continent for a period of time and revisited old places. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't help but like to call people brothers." The two of them walked towards the entrance of the City of Murals. Jiang Shangjin communicated with Chun Pingon using the Heart Lake ripples. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Shangjin finished his words and left. He said that there were many things waiting to be done at the Book Lake, and he needed to rush back. After Jiang Shangjin separated from Chun Pingon, he went to the Hemp Sex ferry and found the old shopkeeper. He had a good heart-to-heart talk and moved him emotionally and logically. After confirming that there weren't any repercussions, Jiang Shangjin took his own fairy treasure and returned to the Aquarius continent. Chun Pingon walked along an almost imperceptible 10-mile slope and entered the city of Murals underground. On both sides of the road, there were lanterns made by immortals. They illuminated the surroundings of the road, as bright as day. The light was gentle and natural, like the warm sunlight in winter. Chun Pingon silently pondered over Jiang Shangjin's words. He took 2 steps to the side and avoided a woman who was holding a porcelain bottle in her arms. Chun Pingon didn't seem to be distracted at all and continued to walk forward. He didn't expect that the woman behind him would fall to the ground and wail loudly. There were pieces of porcelain beside her. Chun Pingon's body leaned back slightly and instantly retreated to the side of the woman. He slapped her, causing her to be a little dazed. He slapped her again, causing her to feel a burning pain. The woman who should have hugged the man's leg and started to throw a tantrum did not dare to continue wailing. She looked timidly at the 4 or 5 companions on the side of the road. She felt that she had been slapped twice for nothing. They couldn't just let it go like this. If everyone swarmed up, wouldn't they at least have that man compensate for 2 pieces of snow? Moreover, the flowing cloud vase that she had said was worth 3 pieces of silver. She had at least spent 2 taels of silver on it. Unfortunately, the woman only suffered another kick from a strong young man. The kick caused her head to sway. He said, "You will pay for the 3 silver taels later." The woman was extremely aggrieved. Wasn't it just 2 silver taels? In the end, it would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she opened her mouth, she received another kick to the face. That man laughed sinisterly. Wasn't the travel expenses of his brothers worth 1 silver tael? When the group of men left, they whispered to each other. One of them had also ordered a bowl of wontons from the stall. He felt that the young ranger with the bamboo hat was an easy target. On the road, the woman didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. After all, there were many people coming and going. If she obstructed a real immortal, it wouldn't be a small matter. She hurriedly took out a large cotton cloth from her sleeve and collected the broken porcelain before leaving in a hurry. After leaving the entrance of the mural city, she arrived at an alley. There were some faded door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the top. She rubbed her cheeks, tidied her clothes, and squeezed out a smile. She pushed the door and entered. Inside, there were 2 children playing in the courtyard. The woman closed the door and went to the kitchen to cook. She looked at the rice jar that was only left with a thin layer at the bottom and sighed softly. She waited until she finished cooking a shabby meal. Suddenly, a child ran excitedly with an even smaller child following behind him. They came to the kitchen together and held it with both hands. There were 2 snow-white coins on it. The child's eyes lit up as he asked, "Mother, Mother, there are 2 coins at the door." Look, did the door god spit them out? The woman was stunned. Where did the 2 coins come from? Rich people weren't interested in teasing her family of 3. She didn't have any beauty, and her 2 children were ordinary. What was going on? A young man with a bamboo hat walked out of the alley and muttered to himself, "This is the only time. In the future, I don't need to know about other people's stories." He walked slowly and turned his head to look. He saw 2 very young children running madly with all their might. They laughed and shouted that they wanted to buy candied haws. They had candied haws to eat. The green-robed swordsman also laughed and held his bamboo hat. His eyes had always been quiet all these years. It was rare for him to be so warm. Then, I'll know it again in the future? He didn't know why, but after he made up his mind to worry about nothing again, the young swordsman who strode forward suddenly felt that his heart wasn't sluggish anymore. Instead, he felt that the world was big, and he could go anywhere he wanted. End of this chapter. For 86. The mural city occupied an area equivalent to the size of Red Candle Town. However, the streets and alleys were messy, with varying width and width. Most of them were crooked, and there were very few high-rise mansions. Other than the numerous shops that were the size of tofu blocks, there were also many stalls. The sounds of hawking rose and fell one after another, just like the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the countryside. Of course, there were even more silent, traveling merchants squatting by the roadside, with their sleeves tucked in and shoulders shrunk. They ignored the passers-by on the street, whether they wanted to look or not, whether they wanted to buy or not. As for the origin of the mural city, there were many different opinions, especially the paintings of the female officials of the heavenly court that were painted all over the walls. They had a myriad of manners and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The hemp sect that chose this place to open their mountain was very secretive about this. Chun Pingon walked and stopped all the way. After about the time to drink a cup of tea, he followed a vast and mighty stream of people who had also come because of its reputation and arrived in front of a mural. The mountain wall was more than 10 feet high, and the mural was very imposing. Chun Pingon stood in the crowd and looked up. The mural was a side profile of a graceful goddess. She seemed to be walking forward with flying spirits. There were auspicious clouds under her feet, and there was a traveling inkstone that was not commonly seen in the world. It was unknown whether it was because of the light or because of the abundance of spiritual energy in the mural, but the goddess's eyes were moving as if she was a living person. This mural was named Hanging Inkstone by the later generations. The color of the mural was mainly green, but there was also the right amount of powder and gold. It was like the finishing touch, making the mural thick and not lose its celestial aura. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was like the cursive in a book. The brush seemed simple and concise, but in fact, upon closer inspection, whether it was the wrinkles of the dress, the ornaments, the texture of the skin, or even the eyelashes, they could all be said to be extremely dense. It was like a small scripture, and the strokes were in accordance with the law. Thinking about it, the person who painted the painting must be a master painter who had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Chun Pingon only had a rough understanding of the language of the North Continent, so for the time being he could only roughly understand the discussions around him. For thousands of years, the 8 murals in the underground city had been taken away by the fated people of various dynasties and generations. Moreover, when the 5 goddesses walked out of the mural and chose to serve their master, the painted mural would instantly fade. The lines of the painting would still be the same, so they would become white drawings. They were no longer colorful, and the spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, the 5 murals in the hemp sect were invited by the ancestors of the sect of the Laotia continent. To prevent the mural of the mural that had lost, to prevent the loss of spiritual energy to the mural, to prevent the mural being without the support. Most of the tourists who came to admire the beauty of the goddesses. Of course, Chun Pingon also looked at it. It would be a waste not to look at it. After all, it was just a mural. What could he do if he looked at it? However, Chun Pingon's attention was more focused on the small ancient ink stone hanging from the waist of the goddess. He could vaguely see 2 ancient seal characters, lightning. The reason he could recognize it was because of the true alchemy works that Li Shixing had given him. Many of the insect and bird seal characters in it had actually been lost in the vast world. Near the mural, there was a shop that specialized in selling copies and copies of the goddess painting. The prices were different. Among them, the hard yellow book, filled with double hooks, was the most expensive. A round fan-sized one dared to ask for 20 pieces of snow. However, Chun Pingon saw that the painting was indeed exquisite. Not only did it resemble a mural, it also resembled a spirit. Chun Pingon bought 2 of them. He planned to keep one for himself in the future and give the other to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan had said before that when it came to collecting, the most taboo was to not be proficient in miscellaneous things. The shop was managed by a young man and a young woman. The young woman didn't like to entertain customers, but the young man was especially clever. When he saw that Chun Pingon had bought the most expensive painting in the shop, he began to recommend a set of hard yellow books filled with 5 copies of the goddess painting to Chun Pingon, the esteemed customer. It was placed in a bright red wooden box. The young man said that the cost of making this wooden box was equivalent to several pieces of snow. Chun Pingon gently stretched out his hand to touch the wooden box. The wood was fine and delicate, and the spiritual energy was light but rich. It should really be a product of the immortal mountain. The young man also said that the other 2 copies of the goddess painting couldn't be bought here. The customer would have to take 2 more steps to buy them from other shops. There were still 3 shops in Mural City that had been passed down from their ancestors. There was a rule set by the elders that they were not allowed to steal the business of other shops. However, the 5 copies of the mural that had been covered by the hemp sect could be sold by all 3 shops. Chun Pingon thought for a while and said that he would take a look. He then kept the hanging inkstone of the goddess painting and left the shop. As for the fated chance of the goddess, Chun Pingon didn't even think about it. He heard from the customers that once the goddess walked out of the painting, she would serve the owner for the rest of her life. In history, The 5 people in the painting had all become immortal companions with the owner. Then, at the very least, both of them would become Earth immortals of the nascent soul stage. One of them, a down-and-out scholar with mediocre cultivation aptitude, had even obtained the favor of a goddess with a celestial staff. Then, unexpectedly, he broke through the realm again and again. In the end, he became a great immortal cultivator in the history of the North Continent. If one could win the heart of a beauty, one could also become an immortal at the peak of the mountain. At this point in one's life, what more could one ask for? Chun Pingan's palms were sweating when he heard that. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He almost put his palms together and silently prayed that the goddess on the mural would have a better taste and not be blind enough to fall in love with him. After that, Chun Pingan went to the other 2 murals and bought the most expensive ones. The style was the same. The shops nearby also sold a set of 5 copies of the goddess painting. The price was the same as what the young man had said previously. 100 pieces of snow would be spent without any discount. The 2 paintings of the goddess were named Rain Walking and Deer Riding, respectively. The former held a white jade bowl and tilted it slightly. The tourists could vaguely see the sparkling water in the bowl and a golden dragon shining in the golden light. The latter was riding on a 7-colored deer. The goddess skirt was trailing behind her, making her look like an immortal. This goddess also carried a green wooden sword without a scabbard on her back. The 3 words "Swift Wind" were engraved on it. Along the way, Chun Pingan mingled with the crowd and listened as much as he could. One of the words made Chun Pingan, the money grubber, interested. He decided to be the bag shop himself. On this trip to the North Continent, other than practicing his swordsmanship, he might as well do some business. After all, there was almost no space left in the near things and the square things. Some passers-by said that it was the painting of the goddess in the mural city. Due to the beauty of the painting and the fact that it was a gimmick, the whole continent knew about it. In the northern region of the North Continent, cultivators would often offer extremely high prices for it. It was very popular in the northern court. There were even immortal masters from rich families who were willing to pay a small sum of money to buy a set of 8 complete paintings of the goddess in the mural city. Chun Pingan thought about it carefully. At first, he thought that it was profitable, but then he felt that something was amiss. He thought that this was a good thing. It was like a string of copper coins on the ground. Any cultivator with a little bit of wealth could pick it up and earn the difference in price. Chun Pingan looked at the group of tourists who were chatting not far away. They did not look like people who were hired by the 3 shops. After thinking about it, he understood. The North Continent was vast, and the Skeleton Beach was located at the southernmost tip. Riding the immortal ferry was not a small expense. Moreover, whether the painting of the goddess could be sold at a high price depended on whether the other party liked it. It was more up to fate and a little bit of luck. Also, it depended on the production of the 3 shops' porch filler boxes. Adding all these factors together, there might not be any cultivators who would be willing to earn such a small profit. Of course, it was also possible that there was a fixed sales channel between the shops and the Skeleton Beach. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. Earning money was one thing. Chun Pingan had been through so much. Among the people he knew, Sun Jiashu from Old Dragon City and Dong Shuijing from Longquan County did the best. Putting aside Sun Jiashu, who already had a big family and business, Dong Shuijing, who was born in a shabby alley and suddenly became rich, had an attitude toward earning money that Chun Pingan admired the most. After Dong Shuijing earned a lot of money every day, he made friends with big figures like County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow, and Guan Rand, who he was going to visit soon. However, he also earned a small amount of money from the wonton shop. Although Dong Shuijing was running the shop now, in some people's eyes, it might be more of a cultivation of character after having a lot of money, but Dong Shuijing was still diligent and serious. He was not careless at all. This was the business experience that a businessman should have. Therefore, Chun Pingan found the shopkeepers of the two shops and asked if they could give him a discount if he bought more porch fillings in one go. One of the shopkeepers directly shook his head, saying that even if he bought all the stock in the shop, he would not pay less for a single piece of snow. There was no room for negotiation at all. In the other shop, the shopkeeper was an old hunchbacked woman. She smiled and asked the customer how many sets of goddess paintings he could buy. Chun Pingan asked how many sets of goddess paintings were left in the shop. The old woman said that porch fillings were delicate work, and it took a long time to sell them. Moreover, the chief painter of these porch fillings had always been an old guest of the linen sect. The other painters did not dare to paint at all. The old guest was never willing to paint more. If it were not for the rules of the linen sect, according to the old painter, every time the lechers in the world with evil thoughts looked at him, he would have more karma. It was really a terrible way to earn money. The old woman then said frankly that the shop itself was not worried about sales, so they did not have much savings. Now, there were only about 30 sets left in the shop, and they would be sold out sooner or later. At this point, the old woman smiled and asked Chun Pingan if that was the case, discounts were equivalent to losing money. Was there anyone in the world who did business like this? Chun Pingan was helpless. Just based on the old woman's honest words, he spent 20 pieces of snow to buy a set of boxes. Inside, there were 5 goddess paintings. They were named Chongwu, Baoguai, Lingji, Chunguan, and Zhankan. The 5 goddesses each held a lotus lamp, supported a Baoguai lid, and held a white jade Lingji Rui in their arms. Hundreds of flowers curled around them, and birds flew in circles. The last one was the most unusual. She was actually wearing armor and holding an axe. Lightning flashed, and she was very heroic. Chun Pingan once again returned to the earliest shop and asked about the inventory and discounts. The young man was a little embarrassed. The young girl suddenly smiled and glanced at the young man who grew up with her. She shook her head, probably feeling that this foreign customer was too unscrupulous. She continued to busy herself with her own business. Facing the customers who came in and out of the shop, whether old or young, she still did not smile. In the end, the young man was easier to talk to, or maybe he was thin-skinned. He could not persuade Chun Pingan to look at him and smile, so he secretly led Chun Pingan to the back room of the shop. He sold 10 sets of wooden boxes to Chun Pingan and took 10 pieces of snow less from Chun Pingan. After Chun Pingan paid the bill, when he left the shop, he had an extra bag which he slung on his back. The young girl lightly bumped the young man with her shoulder and teased, "How can you do business like this?" The customer just said a few words and you just nodded and agreed. The young man helplessly said, "I take after my great-grandfather. Besides, I'm just here to help you do odd jobs. I'm not really a businessman." The young girl separated public from private matters and warned, "I don't care. I've seen the loss of 10 pieces of snow in the shop. When you go back, go to your great-grandfather and ask him to make up for it. Beg him to draw more snow for my shop." The young man smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, great-grandfather loves me the most. If others can't get anything from him, great-grandfather will be very happy if I go and beg him." The young girl suddenly said, "Then did you tell that customer that he shouldn't show off his wealth when he's outside? There are many people in the shop, and he's carrying so many pieces of snow on his back. It's not a small sum of money. The area around Mural City is already filled with crooks and honest folk, and it's a foul atmosphere. They like to bully foreigners the most, and they'll use all kinds of tricks and tricks. Didn't you tell him anything? Look at how he's bargaining with you. If you don't agree, he can almost become a worker in our shop. Also with that foreign accent, it's obvious that he's not very rich. The more it's like this, the more you should be careful." When the young girl did business, she had the temper of someone willing to take the bait. Only when it came to the young man, she was not stingy with her words. Presumably, she had a cold face and a warm heart. The young man was stunned for a moment. He slapped his head and said guiltily, "I forgot." The young girl glared at him and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you going? You're a direct disciple of the hemp sect, and you're about to leave the mountain to travel. How can you be so careless?" The young man said, "Then what about the shop's business?" The young girl laughed angrily. "I've been here since I was young. After so many years, you've only left the mountain to help a few times. Could it be that, without you, my shop can't continue running?" The young man dashed out of the shop and found the foreign wanderer wearing a bamboo hat. He whispered some things to take note of. Chun Pingon smiled. "Okay, thank you for the reminder." The young man waved his hand and was about to turn and run back to the shop. Chun Pingon asked, "May I take the liberty to ask?" The young man immediately stopped and nodded. "Go ahead. If it's something that can be said, I'll definitely not hide it." Chun Pingon asked, "These 8 goddess murals have such a great opportunity. Why didn't the hemp sect seal off the skeleton beach? Even if their own disciples can't seize the opportunity, isn't it common sense to keep the goodies within the family?" The young man smiled. The hemp sect isn't so stingy. Instead of stealing the treasure land and monopolizing the opportunity, it's better to form a good relationship with those fated people. There's an ancestral teaching in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. When we cultivate the great Tao, we must avoid fighting for the Tao. Chun Pingon thought about this saying carefully and sighed. The hemp sect's boldness is great. The young man was elated. Although he wasn't tall and had an average appearance, he was actually an inner sanctum disciple in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. He was successful in his cultivation, and hence he was introverted. Although he was very young, his seniority was not low. He was familiar with the young lady in the shop in the mural town since he was young. Whenever he had the chance, he would come down the mountain to help. When he reached the hemp sect's mountain, there were many white-haired old cultivators who called him Young Uncle Master. After thanking the young man again, Chun Pingon walked towards the entrance. Since he had bought the goddess murals, it was a worthwhile trip for him to open his business in the North Continent in the future. He didn't continue to wander around the mural town. Along the way, he actually saw a few shops selling ghost cultivator artifacts. Regardless of whether the artifacts were good or bad, they were really expensive. He reckoned that he would have to stay here for a period of time and slowly search for those old shops hiding in the depths of the streets to have a chance of finding them. Otherwise, shopkeeper Huang on the ferry wouldn't have mentioned this. However, Chun Pingon didn't intend to test his luck. Moreover, he had bought the most outstanding Yin spirit puppet in the mural town as a retainer. Chun Pingon didn't need it the most. Hence, he hurried to the Yaoyi River Temple, which was 600 miles away from the hemp sect's mountain. After exiting the mural town, Chun Pingon looked at the hemp sect, which was shrouded in clouds, and mist that covered the scenery. He couldn't help but think of the Taiping Mountain in the Tongyi continent. The foot of the mountain was bustling with activity and was overcrowded. This immortal mansion had 36 direct disciples and 108 outer disciples. For an immortal mansion with the word sect in its name, there were too few cultivators. The mountain was mostly deserted. Actually, his Luapa mountain was about the same. There were still too few people. However, with so many people coming, Chun Pingon was also worried. He was worried that a second Gu Kan would appear. Even if it was half of Gu Kan, Chun Pingon would have a headache. There was a story in Taoism where the common people worried about the heavens. Chun Pingon had read it many times. The more he read it, the more he thought about it. Chun Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his bag, collected his thoughts, and continued to travel. He continued to travel on foot. As for the speed of his breathing and the depth of his footsteps, he deliberately maintained the atmosphere of an ordinary fifth-realm martial artist. The river deity temple was very easy to find. He just had to walk to the swaying river and head north. The Ghost Valley was located northeast of the temple, so it could be considered on the way. The swaying river was extremely wide and boundless. The water was deep and the river was slow, giving one the feeling of watching a lake. There was no bridge on the swaying river. It was said that the river deity didn't like others walking on his head, so there were many ferries and boats. Chun Pingon rested at a small ferry and drank a bowl of the local gloomy tea. Generally speaking, the water used to brew tea was of the lowest quality. However, the gloomy tea here was casually poured into the river. The tea was actually very refreshing and sweet. It was most likely due to the rich luck of the swaying river. The luck of the water was at its peak, and it also helped the two sides of the river. The vegetation was lush, and there were large clusters of reeds. In the early winter, it was still lush and green. Hence, there were many birds and water birds resting. Along the way, he could occasionally see traveling cultivators. They were accompanied by spirit retainers with metal armor. Their footsteps were extremely light, and there was almost no dust. They were like the Jianghu masters of the small vassal states of the Aquarius continent. The armor on their bodies was extremely exquisite. It was engraved with the Taoist talisman, gold and silver lines intertwined with each other. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The burly spirits were almost all covered with face armor. Some of their exposed skin was greenish-black. The cultivators of the North Continent, regardless of their cultivation level, were much more restrained than the cultivators of the Aquarius continent who were cautious when they walked around the ferry. The cultivators of the North Continent acted as if there was no one around and were very bold and unrestrained. If Pei Qian was here, he would probably feel like a fish in water. Chun Pingon ordered 2 more bowls of gloomy tea. It was not that Chun Pingon was thirsty to the point of drinking, but the rule of the tea stall was that 3 bowls of tea were sold for 1 drop of snow. If one did not drink 3 bowls of tea, 1 drop of snow would be sold for at least 1 drop of snow. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry. He drank his tea slowly. Then he sat at more than half of the dozens of tables. They were all resting here. About 100 miles ahead, there was a historical site. There was a fallen ancient iron bull by the swaying river. Its origin was unknown. It was of extremely high quality and was close to a magic treasure. It was not sunk by the swaying river god to suppress the water flow, nor was it taken by the great cultivator at the skeletal beach. There was once an earth immortal who tried to steal it, but it did not end well. The river god turned a blind eye to it and did not use its supernatural powers to stop it. The swaying river water was violent and turbulent, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly swept the earth immortal into the river and drowned him. Since then, no one dared to covet this iron bull that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Chun Pingon had just finished his 2nd cup of tea. Not far away, a table of customers quarreled with the waiter of the tea stall. It was about why the tea stall charged 2 snowflakes for 4 cups of tea. The shopkeeper was a mischievous man. When he saw his waiter quarreling with the customers, he actually took pleasure in their misfortune. He leaned over the greasy counter and drank alone. In front of him was a plate of fresh and delicious water celery that grew by the swaying river. The young waiter was also stubborn. He did not ask for help from the shopkeeper. He was surrounded by 4 customers alone and still insisted on his opinion. Either he obediently took out 2 snowflakes and spent it, or he did not pay if he had the ability. Anyway, the tea stall did not even charge 1 tael of silver. There was a burly man with a big beard and a purple face. Behind him stood an astonishingly imposing spirit retainer. This puppet made by the linen sect was carrying a big box on its back. The purple-faced man was about to turn hostile on the spot. However, after being persuaded by a woman who was sitting cross-legged on a long bench, The burly man took out a small sum of money and slammed it on the table. 2 snowflakes cost money, right? Then give me the change. It was obvious that he was making things difficult and disgusting the tea stall. The cultivators on the mountain, as well as the pure martial artists who were good at martial arts, would generally prepare more snowflakes when they went out traveling. They should not be short of snowflakes. Of course, there should be some small sum of money. After all, this thing was lighter than snowflakes and easier to carry. If it was the earth immortals who owned the small immortal tomb and the exquisite arsenal, or the direct descendants of the immortal families on the mountain who had these precious treasures since childhood, it would be a different story. As for the more precious Guyu money, it was not even a good thing to have more of it, because there were not many places where Guyu money could be used, unless they went straight for a big deal as soon as they went down the mountain. In the end, the young waiter directly retorted, "Why don't you take out the Guyu money?" The purple-faced man glared and crossed his arms. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Don't delay me from going to the river god temple to burn incense." The shopkeeper finally spoke up to relieve the situation. "Okay, hurry up and give the customer the change." The young waiter grabbed the Guyu money and went behind the counter. He squatted down, and there was a crisp sound of money knocking against money. He took out a sack of Guyu money and slammed it on the table. "Take it." The purple-faced man smiled and waved his hand. The Een spirit retainer behind him grabbed the heavy sack of Guyu money and put it into the box behind him. The young waiter said with a straight face, "Forgive me for not seeing you out. You are welcome to not come." The purple-faced man took out another Guyu money and put it on the table. He grinned and said, "For more bowls of gloomy tea." The young waiter said angrily, "Are you King done?" The woman who was sitting cross-legged twisted her body. Her appearance was average, but her figure was alluring. With this twist, her peaks rose and fell. She smiled at the young waiter and said, "Since you are in the business of opening the door to welcome customers, then don't be too hot-tempered. However, I don't blame you. It's normal for young people to be hot-tempered. Later, I won't drink that bowl of tea. Consider it a reward for you to cool down." The guests at the other tables roared with laughter. Some of them even let out strange cries. Some of the young and strong men even whistled and glanced at the beautiful scenery in front of the woman. They wished they could use their eyes to cut off those 2 mountains and bring them back home. The young waiter flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to curse at this coquettish fox, a young man with a sword beside the woman was already itching to give it a try. He secretly stroked the hilt of his sword with his palm, as if he was waiting for the waiter to insult the woman. Fortunately, the shopkeeper finally put down his chopsticks and said to the young waiter, "Okay, did I forget what I taught you? You will cause the most trouble by insulting people in front of them. The rules of the tea stall are passed down from our ancestors. No wonder you are so stubborn." If the customers are unhappy, there is nothing we can do. But if you curse people, then forget it. No business is done like this. Then the shopkeeper smiled and looked at the group of customers. Business has its rules. But like this beautiful sister said, we are open to welcome customers. So the next 4 bowls of gloomy tea will be my reward for getting to know these 4 heroes. It will be free. How about it? The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her body trembling. The purple-faced man nodded. He put away the small coin and drank the 4 bowls of gloomy tea. Only then did he get up and leave. The woman didn't forget to turn around and throw a coquettish glance at the young waiter. Chun Pingon frowned. He glanced at one of the white bowls on the table that still had half a bowl of tea left. On the edge of the bowl, there was some imperceptible rouge. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He went around the counter and threw the white bowl into the swaying river before the young waiter could. Chun Pingon finished his tea and placed a snow coin on the table. He got up and left. From the Mural City to the river crossing, there was a fork in the road. The small road was near the river, and the main road was slightly away from the river. There was a particular reason for this. The river god here preferred peace and quiet. On the other hand, the main road at the Skeleton Beach was filled with endless traffic. It was said that it was easy to disturb the river god's cultivation. Therefore, the hemp sect paid to build 2 roads for people to travel. Those who liked to enjoy the scenery would take the small road. Those who wanted to do business would take the large road. Chun Pingon walked on the small road, and there were very few people. After all, no matter how good the scenery of the swaying river was, it was still a gentle river. Previously, when he came from the Mural City, the novelty of it had already passed. The small muddy road was full of potholes, and it was not as smooth as the main road. Moreover, there were small stalls on both sides of the road. After all, if one wanted to set up a stall in the Mural City, they would have to pay a sum of money. It wasn't much, just a snow coin. However, even a mosquito's leg was meat. In the end, when Chun Pingon walked along the small road by the river for more than 10 li, Chun Pingon vaguely heard a weak shout coming from a large patch of reeds in the distance. For people walked out, supporting each other. They were the customers who had wrestled with the tea stall earlier. Among them, the woman's stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. She panted softly and said, "Io, my dear mother, they are here again." The woman turned around and staggered all the way to the depths of the reeds. She didn't forget to remind him, "Tell that puppet you just bought to get lost. This is the wilderness. If I don't let that wild man see but would I let an otherworldly item take advantage of it?" Chun Pingon looked straight ahead and quickened his pace. The purple-faced man glanced at Chun Pingon. The young man with a sword next to him whispered, "What a coincidence. We ran into them again. Could it be that the tea stall cooperated to make a badger game? They were tempted by the money earlier, and now they want to take advantage of the situation?" A gray-clothed old man who looked like a butler rubbed his aching stomach and nodded. "It's better to be careful." The purple-faced man's face darkened. "I didn't expect the Skeleton Beach to be so lawless. Even a tea stall that doesn't have legs dares to do such a despicable thing." "Ooh," the gray-clothed old man said helplessly. "The Skeleton Beach has always been full of strange people. Let's take this as a lesson learned. We should think about how to proceed from here. If the tea stall really wants to kill someone for money, the journey before we reach the temple of the river god will be very difficult." The young man looked at the back of the young man wearing a bamboo hat and made a gesture of raising his hand. "Then, should we strike first to gain the upper hand? It's better than letting them find out the truth. And then we can catch a turtle in a jar somewhere. Maybe we can kill the chicken to warn the monkey and they won't dare to act recklessly." The purple-faced man thought it was reasonable. The gray-clothed old man still wanted to make a plan, but the man had already said to the young swordsman in a low voice, "Then you go and test the waters. Remember to be clean. It's best not to throw it into the river. If we really fall into the river, we still need the protection of the river god. If we throw the corpse into the river, we might offend the river god of this river. Don't waste such a big reed marsh." The young man with the sword smiled and nodded. Then he chuckled and said, "He looks like a pure martial artist who has passed the body refinement realm. If he is someone who hides his strength and has the courage of a hero, even if we don't fail miserably, it would be very troublesome to take him down for questioning." The purple-faced man glanced at the gray-clothed old man, and the latter nodded silently. The two rushed forward one after the other. A moment later, the purple-faced man rubbed his stomach that was beginning to turn upside down again. Seeing the two returning the way they came, he asked, "Finished?" The gray-clothed old man shook his head and said, "He disappeared in an instant, faster than a rabbit. But it's also possible that he saw that the situation was not good and hid in the reed marsh. It's hard to find him just by lying down. The purple-faced man with a big beard looked gloomy. He looked around and said, "Then there's nothing we can do. Let's go a little further and act according to the situation. If there's no other way, we'll go back to the ferry and bow our heads to the shopkeeper who drugged him. Just think of it as us strong dragons don't fight local snakes." The woman put one hand on her waist and staggered out of the reed marsh. She said in a sickly voice, "That guy from the tea stall is bad. He's a smiling tiger who deserves to be cut 1,000 times. What a tyrannical laxative. Even a strong bull would be knocked down by it. He really doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex." Ooh. Chun Pingon had left the small path earlier and turned into the reed marsh. He bent his back and rushed forward. Soon he was out of sight. After walking for more than 10 miles, he slowed down. He went to the riverside and scooped some water to wash his face. Then, while there was no one around, he put the bag containing the goddess portrait into something close to him. Then he leaped up gently and stepped on the lush reed marsh. He skimmed the surface of the water like a dragonfly. The wind whistled in his ears as he drifted into the distance. Even if that group of Jianghu people had spirit puppets as their personal retainers, they would probably not be as strong as an experienced Dragon Gate cultivator. Chun Pingon did not want to fight and kill people when he arrived in the North Continent. Besides, he would be implicated. It was not a good sign. As he approached the River God Temple, there were more pedestrians on the small path. Chun Pingon landed on the ground. He walked out of the reed marsh and walked forward. Previously, when he stood on top of the reed thicket and looked at the famous temple that was famous in half of the continent, he saw a thick mist of incense rising into the sky. It stirred the sea of clouds above and created a colorful blur. This scene was not to be underestimated. Even the River God Temple in the Tongyi continent that he had passed by and the Azure Turing Mansion that was later on did not have such a strange scene. As for the few river god temples in the Embroidery River in his hometown, they did not have such a strange phenomenon. The common people had incense for the common people. There was also water incense for the rich. The river god temple was very generous. Not only did it erect a wooden board to announce the arrival, there was also a young boy who was specially guarding the wooden board with a childish voice. He informed all the guests who came to offer incense that when they entered the temple to worship the god, they only cared about their sincerity and not the value of the incense. Chun Pingon did not skimp on the money. He bought a tube of swaying river incense that was specially used to worship the god. It was not cheap. 10 snowflakes cost money, and the tube only contained 9 incense sticks. Compared to the 3 incense sticks in the river god temple in the Qinghuan kingdom, 1 snowflake cost money. It was much more expensive. Chun Pingon took out 3 incense sticks from the yellow bamboo tube with green water flowers and followed the pilgrims into the temple. He lit 3 incense sticks in the main hall and held the incense sticks high above his head. He bowed in all directions and then went to the main hall where the golden body of the river god was enshrined. The colorful statue was gilded with gold, and its height was suspected of overstepping its boundaries. It was actually more than 3 feet taller than the statue of the river god in Longquan County. The height of the statues of the river god in the Dali dynasty strictly adhered to the rules of the academy. However, when Chun Pingon thought that this was the North Continent, it was not strange. The appearance of the swaying river god was that of an old man in golden armor who held a sword in each hand and stepped on a bright red snake. He looked like an angry heavenly king and was extremely powerful. Then Chun Pingon just walked around the huge temple that had more than 10 entrances. He walked and stopped and spent more than an hour. The roof ridges were all eye-catching golden glazed tiles. Among them, there was a side hall that was built to look like a dragon palace in the water. The statues were vivid and lifelike. They were all large fish, snakes, and flood dragons that had transformed into human forms. There were hundreds of postures. There were old pilgrims and their children laughing and saying that this was the side palace of the river god. At night, these subordinates who could summon the wind and rain would come alive. However, there was a night ban in the temple. At night, only those immortals who rode the clouds and mist were qualified to come here as guests and drink tea with the river god. Chun Pingon had stopped at the back hall for a while and saw a couplet. He took out 3 incense sticks and lit them. He stood respectfully on the white jade square and inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner before leaving. The couplet behind Chin Pingon with golden words on a black background was, "Don't kowtow to a sincere heart. You will be protected by virtue, and burn incense for evil. You will only provoke the water god." After Chin Pingon left the temple of the river god, he continued his journey to the north. At dusk, Chun Pingon came to a small ferry. He needed to take a ferry across the shore to go to the Ghost Valley that Chun Pingon wanted to visit the most in the territory of the Skeleton Beach. However, the fairies and the old and young fairies at the ferry had already stopped work. The fairies stopped at the shore to tie up their ropes and return home. Chun Pingon wanted to increase the price to cross the river, but still no one agreed. It was said that the fairies did not cross the river at night. This was a rule passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, the river god would be angry. There were only 3 kinds of people who were exceptions: scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations, people who were sick and seeking medical treatment, and people who were suffering wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Chun Pingon thought about the importance of not building a bridge on the swaying river, as well as these rules. He didn't even have the mood to swim across the river. He simply lit a bonfire at a secluded spot near the ferry, planning to take the ferry across at dawn tomorrow. The night was dark and the river was slow. Chun Pingon faced the river and sat cross-legged to practice the sword furnace stance. The night passed peacefully. The sky was slightly bright. Chun Pingon got up and walked towards the ferry. There was a muscular old ferryman with glossy and dark skin. He was already squatting at the ferry, waiting for a guest. Chun Pingon and the old ferryman agreed on the price of 8 silver coins. The old man said to wait a little longer. If he only earned 8 silver coins to ferry a person across the river, it would be a waste of his strength. He asked Chun Pingon if he was willing to wait a little longer. As long as another person came and earned 8 silver coins, he could cross the river. Chun Pingon smiled and said it was fine. He just needed to wait. After all, he was not in a hurry. Chun Pingon took off his bamboo hat and sat at the ferry with the old ferryman. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine in the gourd was the home-brewed rice wine that Dong Shuai-jing had given to Luo Pa Mountain. The old ferryman smelled the wine, and his eyes lit up. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Young master, can you give me some wine to drink?" Chun Pingon was about to pass the blade-strengthening gourd to him when the old ferryman waved his hand and held it with both hands. He smiled and said, "Young master is a particular person, but this old man can't not be particular. Young master just needs to pour the wine into my hands." Chun Pingon then poured the wine. The old ferryman raised his hands that were full of calluses and lowered his head like a cow drinking water. After drinking, he smacked his lips and asked with a smile, "Young master, are you going to that no turning back?" "Oh, this is our dialect. According to the words of the great immortals of the hemp sect, it is the Ghost Valley." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. He said, "I am a swordsman, and they all say that there are 3 places that must be visited. Now that I have been to the Mural City and the River God Temple, I want to go to the Ghost Valley to broaden my horizons." The old ferryman stretched out 2 fingers and twirled the corner of Chun Pingon's green robe. He clicked his tongue and said, "I knew it. Young master is actually a young immortal. This old man doesn't need to talk about other things." I have been on this river all my life, and even though I don't have any money in my pocket, I still have a good eye. Young master's robe must be worth a lot, right? Chun Pingon laughed heartily and said, When I go out, I still need to talk about style. I'm just trying to look impressive. The old ferryman said, Young master's foreign accent sounds like you are from another continent. You must change it. Here, the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. The more useless they are, the more they like to bully strangers. Chun Pingon nodded. Old uncle is right. The old ferryman turned his head and glanced at him. Young master's luck is not bad. Someone has come to the ferry so early. It seems that we can cross the river. Chun Pingon followed the old man's gaze and turned his head. It was an old woman who was staggering. When he looked at the old woman's face, Chun Pingon felt helpless. When the old woman arrived at the ferry, she heard that the old ferryman wanted to take 8 coins of silver. She began to feel awkward, and then turned her head to look at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon looked like a fledgling of the Jianghu. At first, he pretended that he did not know anything. When the old woman was stunned, she took the initiative to ask this young master if he could help her. She only had 4 or 5 coins of silver on her. If she could trouble this young master to pay her, she would definitely be rewarded for his kindness. Chun Pingon just shook his head. The old ferryman was a little anxious and tried to signal Chun Pingon with his eyes. Unfortunately, in the old man's eyes, the clever young man was now like a blockhead. In the end, the old woman angrily said that she owed him money and that she would pay him back the next time they crossed the river. The old ferryman also agreed. When they crossed the river, the atmosphere on the boat was a little awkward. Chun Pingon looked down and pretended to be an old monk in meditation. The old ferryman was a little anxious, but he could not say anything. The old woman was the most angry. She felt that this young man was really stingy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She glared fiercely at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon just pretended not to see it. Later, he seemed to not be able to bear it and began to talk about great principles with the old woman. The general idea was why she could not blame him for being stingy. When the old woman heard this, she slapped the railing. The old ferryman rolled his eyes. When they reached the ferry on the other side, the old ferryman wanted to say something, but the old woman pulled on his sleeve. Chun Pingon jumped off the ferry and said his goodbyes. He didn't even turn his head as he left. The old ferryman was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time. He turned to the old woman and asked, "Let it go just like that? Isn't it a pity?" The stooped old woman had already stood up and sneered. "What else? You want me to pay for it?" He couldn't grasp his own fortune, so he can't blame anyone else. This guy is the first one who couldn't pass the 3 small tests. If this gets out, I'll be laughed at by my sisters. The old ferryman felt that something was wrong. Why did that young man seem to have deliberately missed this great fortune? The first test was set up by that old woman. Whether to cross the river by force, the young man passed. After that, he replaced her and symbolically tested him again. The young man also passed the second test smoothly and generously gave him a sip of wine. Therefore, the old ferryman felt that the overall situation was set and the matter was settled, so he did the young man a small favor and deliberately removed some of the camouflage, revealing a little clue. Since the young man had already been to the river god temple, he should have been aware of it and should have dealt with it appropriately. He would not be calculative about such a trivial matter as a few coins of silver. Who just said, "In Jianghu, you have to puff yourself up at your own cost?" The old woman was furious. She stomped her feet and sank the old ferryman and the ferry to the bottom of the swaying river. The 2 people and the ferry shuttled freely at the bottom of the river. The old woman had recovered her graceful true body. Her ribbons were fluttering, and her beautiful face was worthy of being called a goddess. The old ferryman sighed and felt very sorry for the young man. After Chun Pingon left the ferry, he began to run. He hated that flying on his sword was too eye-catching. Otherwise, he would have run farther. Chun Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine to suppress his shock. Then he laughed and imitated Pei Qian to walk a few steps, feeling complacent. I, Chun Pingon, am an old man in Jianghu. After Chun Pingon laughed, he felt a burst of fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he was smart enough. Otherwise, if he counted with his fingers, how many times would he have been beaten to death by Miss Ning? Even if he wasn't beaten to death the next time they met, he still dared to hope to hug her and kiss her on the mouth. On the other side of the ferry, Jiang Shangzhen's mind was slightly moved. He noticed some signs and decisively returned. At this moment, he stretched out his hand to cover his forehead and murmured, "Chun Pingon, Brother Chun, Uncle Chun, you are still the best." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.